Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am Todd Druff your host. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on October 20th, 2023, which is a Friday, and the time right now is 2:05 a.m. So we're doing a middle-of-the-night broadcast, and I am, once again, in a secret location. I was trying to find the time to do this show from my normal location, and I just didn't have time, because then I had to leave that location and go back to a secret location. So I just had too much to do in between. I know I was promising you a part 2 of the last show, quote, within a few days. And I don't know, is 12 days considered a few? It's not? Okay, well, I don't know what I can do then. I can't turn back the clock, but what I can do is continue this show that we were going to finish off initially on October 8th, and I just didn't have the time or energy to do. So I did a partial show, and I left a lot of topics uncovered. So what we're going to do is we're going to complete all of those topics, and we're also going to throw in a few new topics which came up in those past 12 days. Fortunately, it hasn't really been a very big 12 days in terms of news in poker and gambling, so we only have a few things to add, but they are kind of interesting. We do not have a free roll. I know I promised you we would do that, but at 2 in the morning we're not going to get much action, so I decided we're going to skip the free roll again. But what I will do is I'm going to actually plan out when the next show is going to be rather than just dropping these on you without any kind of notice like I'm doing here, like I did last time. I'm going to plan a date for the show, kind of the old-fashioned way. I'll say when the next show is, and then I will commit to it, and then there will be a free roll, and in fact I'll make it a little bit bigger to make up for the fact that we have not had free rolls for the last 2 shows. So the free roll's not going away, don't worry about that, and I will announce sometime not too long from now when the next show is. Check the Poker Fraud Alert Twitter, which is twitter.com/pokerfraudalert. If you want to call the show, the phone number, as always, is 775-FRAUD-55. 775-372-8355 is how that breaks out. You can also text the show at any time, even if we're not on. Just any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 775-372-8355, and I will probably respond to you. If you text me during the show's live broadcast, make sure to mention at the beginning, don't read on air, if you don't want me to read it on the air. Otherwise, I might. If you text me when the show is not on, then I will not read it on the air. We have a chat room. If you happen to be listening live, you can go in there. It does require a Poker Fraud Alert forum account in good standing, and it requires nothing else besides that, because we don't have Flash anymore. Flash is a thing of the past, so it works on any device now. It is a 2007 era chat room, but it works, and it works with any device. Probably not a lot of people in there at this time, but if you want to go in, you can chat with whoever's there or make comments in there. I might even respond to you on the air if you make a comment in the chat room. In fact, I wasn't even in there. I'm going in there right now because I feel guilty that I'm promoting the chat room. I'm not even in the chat room. So I just came in. I see that at the moment nobody's there. But that's because we just started the show without warning, so that makes sense. But people will probably meander in during the live show. If you want to catch the show in podcast format, we have a lot of ways to do so. First of all, I want to mention, as I have mentioned for the past month and a half, we are on YouTube now. And I prefer that you listen to the show on YouTube because I'm trying to get enough popularity of that channel to where I will get monetized and Google will start paying me to do this show. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice if I just do exactly what I was doing before and I get paid for it and it doesn't come from you guys? Wouldn't that be great? So go to YouTube and listen to the show on there if you can. And if you really don't want to, that's fine. We're still on the other platforms, which I'll tell you in a second what those are. But at least go over there and subscribe. That's the most important thing. And also like the episodes. That will help as well. But the more time that is listened to the episodes on there and the more subscribers we get, the faster I will get to monetization, and that will be helpful. It'd be nice to get paid a little bit from Google. It won't be big money, but at least Poker Fraud Alert can break even because we lose money every single year. We are also on iTunes, Google Podcasts, TuneIn, iHeartMedia, Spotify, Bullhorn, and CastBox. We're also on Amazon Alexa. Just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast, exactly like that. And it will play the latest episode. And just say next to go back to the previous episode, and say previous to go to the next episode. Totally backwards, but that's the way Jeff Bezos works. But again, I prefer that you listen on YouTube. And if you wonder how you can listen on YouTube, what you'll find if you go to the YouTube channel, which is very easy to find, it's just youtube.com/@pokerfraudalert. Make sure you put the @ symbol in there. youtube.com/@pokerfraudalert. Or you could just simply search out Poker Fraud Alert, all one word, or with spaces, I guess. Either way it'll work. And you can find the channel right there. It's pretty easy to find. And you will see the shows posted there. And you'll also see I occasionally will be posting clips from past shows that I think are kind of memorable, then kind of deserve their own clip. But every single show we do going forward will be up on YouTube. I'm not going to put the past episodes on there. The ones before September 2nd, 2023 will not be up there because it's too much of a pain in the ass to put them up. It does take me time to put this up. It takes me a while to convert it to video format because the show records in audio format because it's an audio show, and I have to make a video out of it by stamping the Poker Fraud Alert logo on there as the video portion, and then the audio portion is the show. And so it basically has to create a very long video that I then upload to YouTube, which then also takes a while because it's a very big file. So there's a lot I have to do to get it up on YouTube each week, in addition to the editing I do of the show. So it's not easy by any means, but I know a lot of you wanted it on YouTube, so it's on YouTube. So please listen to it on there if you can. If you do call the show, please do so in between topics, unless you really want to comment on the existing topic. Otherwise, I probably won't take your phone call if it's kind of interrupting me. I'm going to give you the agenda, and then we will get going. Vegas grinder Raechel Whetstone stole $7,300 from a backer after a tournament win. That's not in dispute. Even Raechel admits this. But is there more to this story? Is there more to this whole thing than just someone stealing from a backer? Because that's the beginning of the story, and it happened. She did steal from her backer. But there's more to this story. And I'm going to tell you this whole thing. It's kind of a weird and non-standard stealing story in poker, where by the end you may have a different feeling about Raechel than you would expect, and a different feeling about the victim than you might expect. So I will cover that as our top story this week. Tried to invite Raechel on radio, and she was considering coming on, but she ultimately decided not to. So I will tell her story myself. I always want to give people a chance to tell it in their own words. Then we will talk about a very sad story that happened to a Poker Fraud Alert listener, Bart Hanson. In fact, Bart asked me today, when is the next show? And I said, it's probably today. And I'm doing it, even though it's middle of the night. But Bart is actually featured on this show he's asking about, which I'm not sure he knew, but he is. Bart made the national news, and not for a reason he ever wanted to make the national news, and that was that his dog was killed by a scam trainer, someone who purported to be a dog trainer and actually killed his dog. So it's a very sad story for Bart, and I will tell you what happened there, and I will give you the details, and I'll also tell you how to find a 45-minute long statement by Bart himself where he explains the entire thing in further detail. Nigerian scammers conned Clark County, which is the county which is housing Las Vegas. They conned the Clark County School District out of $1.45 million. And then they tricked 3 women in other states into receiving these stolen funds and then shipping it out of the country. So it's a combination of a romance scam and kind of a phishing / identity theft scam. It's a very interesting scam, and it was barely covered in the news, and the one news outlet that covered it did so very poorly. So I covered it better on Vegas Casino Talk, which is the sister site to Poker Fraud Alert that I also run, and now I'm going to cover it on the show. You might remember we did some segments on a YouTuber named SlotLady, whose real name is Sarah. And at the time, we were just covering kind of a mini scandal that SlotLady had someone in the background named Jenny, who was supposedly a friend of hers, and it turned out that Jenny was really her boyfriend or husband named Victor, who was kind of the puppet master and pulling all the strings, and she was kind of just the front woman, the pretty face of the channel, when he was kind of directing the whole thing from behind the scenes, and then when they were caught doing so, they weren't telling the truth about it. So that was what we covered last time. Not a gigantic scandal, they didn't cheat anyone, but it was just kind of interesting. And I played her response, and I played the video exposing the whole thing by a guy named Easy Life Slot Jackpots. He has a different YouTube channel. We haven't talked about SlotLady for a while, but people follow her on Poker Fraud Alert, and they comment about her in a thread on the scam, scandals, and shadiness portion of Poker Fraud Alert, which, again, there's no scams involved there, but that just happens to be where the thread is. Anyway, there's some very surprising news about SlotLady, and I think you're going to want to hear this. It's something you would never expect. Hustler Casino Live regulars Wesley Fay and Benjamin Lee were hit by a complicated scam which pitted them against one another. This is one of the weirdest scams I've ever seen. I don't even fully understand it, but I'll try to break it down for you guys. Very, very odd thing, and they both were believing that they were trying to get each other, and that each other had done something pretty bad, and so basically they were being manipulated by this scammer on both ends to try to get money out of both of them. It's very weird. But I'll tell you the story as far as I can understand it. Jared Bleznick has a checkered history in poker, definitely a good player, and he's been around a long time. But his behavior sometimes leaves a lot to be desired, and that was the case again. He was in a 100K buy-in PLO tournament. He was at the final table, and he stalled at the final table, not because he was trying to make a tough decision, not because he was trying to wait for something to occur in the tournament, but he just stalled for the sake of stalling so he could open up a pack of baseball cards. 100K buy-in final table. He did this. So I'll play you the clip of it and give you my reaction to the whole thing. A Treasure Island bartender is accused of stealing $8,000 from the resort. So I'll tell you about that story. Kind of reminds me a little bit of this story we had recently of the Aria hotel employee who stole almost $800K from the resort. So again, this is stealing from a hotel casino, but not from the casino part of it. A lawsuit claims that a roulette ball at the Gold Coast Casino hit a player in the eye, causing permanent damage. Is that possible? We will discuss it. Nevada Gaming ruled on a situation where a banned player snuck back in and hit a jackpot. So would you think this player should get paid if they were banned from the casino and snuck in and still played? I will tell you what the ruling is. Mike Holtz, who has been the WSOP.com Player of the Year for 2 years now, I think. We had him on the show before. He used a tool that GTO Wizard put out to allow people who are suspicious that these solvers are being used as real-time assistants in online tournaments. It allows people to put the texture of the board into the tool, and the tool will reveal if GTO Wizard was used to solve that situation. And then the person can go report it to whatever poker site is being played on where the alleged cheating occurred. So Mike Holtz used that tool and thought he caught someone that had been cheating on WSOP.com in tournaments and had been winning a lot of money lately. But there's a twist. The twist is that that player has since been cleared. So we'll discuss this weird situation during that topic. Remember in 2022, there was a police officer in Las Vegas who was caught robbing the Rio, and it turned out that he robbed other hotels in Las Vegas over the past few months prior to that. He has been sentenced. I will tell you what sentence he got. Finally, a gambler claims that MGM Grand spiked his drink with ketamine and that caused him to lose $3.5 million while playing blackjack. Do I think it's possible? And do I think he could win this lawsuit? Because he is suing MGM Grand over this. So that's our final topic for the night. Before I get going, I want to tell you about two things. First, I had a lot of people responding to my segment about the gout. On the last show, I explained that I had a very, very bad gout attack about a month ago that caused me to be unable to walk for 2 days, and then my right foot continued to hurt ever since, even though it improved to where I could walk, but it was continuing to hurt as of the last show. This was 12 days ago, and I was talking about my experiences with gout and what I felt was causing it, and why I hadn't gotten on medication for it yet, and all that. What surprised me was that I got a lot of people messaging me that they also have gout. In fact, one listener to the show, who goes by OneMarley1 on the forum, actually has the identical presentation of gout that I have, and my presentation is pretty unusual. Like, it's very unusual, I think. So, it's funny that Marley happens to have the identical presentation, which is where it gets him in his elbows and in his ankle heel area. That's exactly where it gets me, and apparently he doesn't get it in the common places like the toes, which I also don't get it in the toes. So very interesting how we have pretty much the identical situation. But a lot of people who don't necessarily have the identical situation to me also messaged me and told me they are dealing with gout as well. So I guess we have a lot of gout here in Poker Fraud Alert. Not a good thing, but at least you guys can suffer along with me. So the questions you might have at this point: have I gotten better in the 12 days since? And have I gotten on medication? And the answers are no and no. I'm still having issues with my right foot. I can walk. In fact, I can walk now without a limp, but it hurts when I walk. Sometimes it's almost better, and then I wake up and it's hurting again. So it's not quite all better. And this is the longest I've ever had a gout attack by a wide margin. Why am I not on allopurinol, which is the drug you take to prevent gout attacks? Well, I'm probably going to get on it. I've got to see the doctor to get a blood test just to make sure that that medication is right for me, because they have to test your kidney function and all that. It probably will be fine, but I just have to have all this tested. They also have to see what dose to give me based upon my uric acid level. So I've got to go to the doctor to get that done, and I just haven't gotten there yet. And I think at that point I will be getting on it, and hopefully it will put a stop to these ongoing issues. I know that drug does not cure any existing problems. What it basically does, it brings down your uric acid level so you don't have future attacks. So I have been putting this off. I really did not want to get on that, but I don't think I have a choice at this point given what's been happening. Second, I want to comment on something that was just beginning when we did the last show, and I didn't talk about it, but it's something that's been dominating the headlines for the last 2 weeks, and that is the situation in Israel. Now, what I didn't tell you guys was that I actually had a trip planned in December to go to Israel, and this trip has been delayed twice already, and now it's going to be delayed a third time. In 2018, I was supposed to go, but that was when I had my massive depression and anxiety issues, and I couldn't go under those circumstances. So then the trip was changed to April 2020. I'm sure you know what happened then to the entire world. And then it was scheduled for December 2023. Now they're at war, so I'm not going to be going. But I do want to comment on how I feel about it, even though this is not a political show. And I really try to stay away from political matters for the most part, since that's not what we're here for. We have people on the left and right who listen to this show, and I try to make it a show that everybody can appreciate. I don't want this to be all right-wingers listening to me because I happen to be right-wing, because this is not a political show. So I want everybody to feel comfortable listening to the show here and not feel like their political views are constantly under attack. And even when I do talk politics, I try to be rational and fair about it and explain exactly why I feel the way I feel. And I have gotten some compliments from people who are on the left who've told me that at least they understand my point of view. And in fact, some have complimented that I gave the most clear and rational sounding explanation for the right-wing viewpoint of things that they've heard in a long time. So I like those compliments from the other side. But anyway, I do have to comment on the Israel situation because it's a very big thing happening now. And I will give you full disclosure, I'm not totally unbiased here. My father is from Israel, and of course I'm a Jew. So obviously I'm going to have some feelings about this which are already informed by my identity and my heritage. Okay? But still, I believe I would have a very similar opinion even if my father were not from Israel and even if I were not Jewish. I was very surprised, but yet not all that surprised, at some of the reactions that I've seen on social media and even in the mainstream media that have excused or explained away Hamas's actions in Israel. I'm seeing a lot of people saying things like, well, if you hold everybody in an open-air prison like this for 16 years, what do you expect is going to happen? This was inevitable. This is what people do when you oppress them for so long. Well, first of all, that's an incredibly simplistic way of putting it. It's not an open-air prison. In fact, they have a border with another country. So I don't understand how it's a prison. They've got a border right there with Egypt, which is an Arab country. But putting that aside and putting aside the fact that Hamas has ruled the place for 16 years. It has not been Israel ruling the place for 16 years. It's been Hamas ruling the place for 16 years. But putting aside all of that, even if you want to take the position that Israel has been mistreating the Palestinians in Gaza, if you want to take the position that Israel is totally wrong in that whole situation, there is absolutely never any justification to send militants into a country with the purpose of killing civilians. And I hear back, what about all the civilians that Israelis killed? Well, it's very different. Israel has never once targeted civilians. Israel has never once said, we're going to kill civilians. We're going in there to kill civilians. What will happen is that Hamas will hide behind civilians, knowing that Israel's coming after them for terror attacks. Hamas leaders and militants will hide where civilians are, so Israel cannot bomb certain places without also killing civilians. So they say, oh good, I will hide behind women and children. We'll hide in hospitals or under hospitals. That'll keep us safe. We'll use our own people as human shields. So when civilians die, it is because Hamas has been hiding behind them, not because Israel's trying to kill civilians. In fact, Israel does all it can to prevent harming civilians. They go through a lot of effort to make sure this doesn't happen to the best of their ability. But the Hamas attack was the opposite. They were actually trying to kill civilians. The civilians in Israel that were killed were not collateral damage. The whole point of them coming over the wall and coming in armed and shooting people, it wasn't to kill the military. They also kidnapped and killed some of the IDF. But most of the people they killed, most of the people that they went after were civilians. They murdered hundreds of people at a concert, mostly young people. They went from home to home trying to break in and shoot everybody there. And if they wouldn't let them in or couldn't get in, then they would burn the place down and force them out and then shoot them. So how can this ever be excused? I don't care what your opinion is on the Israel conflict regarding the Gaza Strip. How can you justify coming over that wall to specifically target and kill civilians? Women, children, the elderly, families. They came over the wall to kill Jews, and they did. They killed more than 1,000 of them. Just innocent people living their lives. They were the targets. They were the actual targets. And the people coming to do it, the terrorists coming to do it, knew it was likely a one-way trip. These weren't soldiers. These were suicide attacks 1,500 terrorists were killed during this operation. So they knew coming over that eventually the IDF was going to get over there in greater numbers, because they killed and took hostage the few IDF who were over there at the time. They overwhelmed them. But, of course, then once the news of this got out, the IDF would come over there in much greater number and overwhelm the terrorists and kill them. That's what happened. So the terrorists were not under any delusion that they were coming over for a military operation and would safely get back to Gaza. They knew that there was a high chance that they were going to die, that they were basically coming over that wall to kill as many Jews as possible and then get killed themselves. And they felt they would be martyrs and get the 72 virgins in heaven, etc., etc. That was the point. The point was to kill Jews. To kill Jews and then get killed yourself. That was why they did this. And this was not to send any message about Israel's treatment of Palestinians. This was not to change the situation over there. This was done for one reason and one reason only. Because they hate Jews and they want Jews wiped off the planet. Because Hamas does not make a secret of this. It's not like Hamas pretends that they have no problems with Jews and they just have an issue with the Israeli government. They've never said that. It's been very clear that Hamas wants Israel wiped off the map and they want all Jews dead. Hamas is a fundamentalist, extremist religious organization full of terrorists. That's what they are. They don't pretend that they're anything but that. So I don't see how anyone could equate Hamas and Israel in any way. I don't see how anyone can both sides this and say, well, yeah, Hamas was wrong to do that, but look how Israel's been treating them. No. It's two different things. So you can have your opinion about one thing, but the point of this was just to kill. The point of this was to murder Jews. Oh, and also rape women as well. A lot of that went on too. This was barbaric. This is something that you shouldn't see anymore. This is something that you would think that we are past, but we're not. And what's pretty sad is to see people who try to not talk about this, not talk about the atrocities committed by Hamas and the fact that they're still holding hostages. We're seeing people just blanketing their social media with criticism after criticism of Israel, including false allegations. In fact, you have U.S. congresswomen like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, whose pages look like a Hamas propaganda page. Go to their Twitter. Go look at it right now. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, these are U.S. congresswomen, and it looks like they are the ministers of propaganda for Hamas. But you know what you don't see on their page? You don't see any condemnation for what Hamas did to these innocent people there, these innocent citizens. You don't see anything about the hostages or demanding that Hamas release the hostages. All you see is bashing of Israel, including some misinformation. And when the misinformation they put up is proven to be misinformation, they don't take it down or apologize. And these are American congresswomen. These aren't Hamas spokespeople. But a lot of these people who are coming after Israel on social media and even in the mainstream media, they completely gloss over what Hamas did. The most they say is, both sides were wrong here. Both sides shouldn't be doing this. It's disgusting to treat it that way. As I said, you can have your opinions about Israel and also say, this was absolutely horrible. You can also say, the hostages have to be returned. But you don't see that from these anti-Israel people. And this whole thing about a ceasefire is so ridiculous. Do you remember any talk of a ceasefire after 9/11? After the U.S. homeland was attacked? Do you remember any talk of a ceasefire that the U.S. would just say, 3,000 people were killed. Okay, no problem. Let's have peace now. Nobody said that. It was accepted and believed that it was completely justified for the U.S. to go after the terrorists who did this, and that in the process of it, there might be collateral damage, because that's how war works. It's not good. You wish there was no war in the world, but a sad fact of war, especially when one of the sides wants to hide among the citizenry in order to try to dissuade the more moral enemy from attacking them. It's a cowardly act to commit acts of terror and then hide behind civilians hoping that you won't be killed yourself. If you're so brave, if you really want to commit these acts of terror, then you should face the music after and not hide behind people who have nothing to do with it. But that's what terrorists do. That's what Hamas does. That's what a lot of these terrorists do. But after 9/11, was there any talk of a ceasefire? Do you know of any country that says, oh, okay, well, you just came into our homeland and murdered over 1,000 of our citizens, but okay, let's talk now. Let's have peace. No country would say that. So obviously Israel has to come after Hamas. To say there should be a ceasefire is an insult to the families of those who were murdered. It's an insult to those who were murdered. So Israel should just shrug their shoulders and go, well, okay, yep, message received. Okay, well, you came in and murdered over 1,000 of our citizens in cold blood. Okay, we get it. You're not happy about the Palestinian situation. Okay, ceasefire. Hamas, no problem. We won't do anything to you. Just let's all get along now. It makes no sense. How can you ask for that? But these people are saying, well, if Israel doesn't do the ceasefire, then innocent civilians are going to die in Gaza, and already have. Well, why is that? It's because they're hiding behind them. So, of course, Israel has to defend itself, and furthermore, this has future implications. If Israel just takes it on the chin and does nothing about this horrific attack, then this will be a signal to all of the other enemies surrounding them that they are weak, that you can attack them all you want and they won't retaliate. Hezbollah is all ready to attack them from the north. They're gathering there on the north, just waiting to do it. In fact, the U.S. had to bring warships over there to dissuade Hezbollah from attacking. And they're a lot stronger than Hamas and much more numerous. So the last thing Israel wants is for Hezbollah to see weakness and say, well, they can't even handle Hamas. They won't even do anything to Hamas for this horrific event. They won't do a damn thing about it. Well, okay, well, we might as well attack now too. We're sensing weakness. When you are surrounded by countries that hate you and want you wiped off the map, you can never project weakness. You have to project strength, or you're going to be destroyed. And a lot of people in the U.S., which is surrounded by a big ocean on all sides, where our enemies are all far away, they tend to forget that. Because we are not living in the U.S. under the same circumstances as Israel is by any means. So Israel not only has to seek retribution for what happened, but they also have to project strength. They need to put it out very clearly that anyone who comes after them like this, anyone that comes in and kills citizens in their country, like Hamas did, is going to be destroyed. And they're just not going to take it. That they're not going to let anyone kick them around. Otherwise, it's all over for them. As soon as weakness is sensed there, it's all over for them. But even putting that aside, of course they have to respond. Of course they have to eliminate Hamas. What is the other option here? It doesn't make any sense. But whenever you see anybody who's trying to say, well, you know, it's too complicated, well, both sides are in the wrong here, there's only one side that is actually targeting civilians, actually looking to murder and rape civilians and torture civilians. There's only one side that does this. There's only one side that hides behind civilians on their side so they can't be hurt or killed. And that's Hamas. So there should be no ceasefire. And there is no equivalence here. And anyone who makes any excuse for why this happened, calling it inevitable or, well, this is what happens when you do this or that, these people, anyone who says that is extremely callous and cold-hearted. There is no justification for such an attack. And sometimes you can tell the way someone really feels by looking at what they say and what they don't say. And if you look at somebody's page and they are tweeting 10 times a day about Israel in a negative way, and never about Hamas, despite what they did, despite all the hostages they continue to hold. You don't see anything about Hamas that's negative, and everything that's negative about Israel on someone's page. You know these are not neutral people trying to just say what they believe is right. These are people who hate Jews. These are people who hate Israel. These are people who would love to see Israel get wiped off the map, despite what they may claim if you were to ask them that. If you might notice, over the past few weeks, it's become very clear that the far left and the far right have more in common than you might think. Both of them hate Jews. Both of them believe there's some sort of Jewish conspiracy to take control of Western governments and the Western media and defend Israel, and that the Jews are evil people who do evil things that just don't get their comeuppance because they have control of the media and the powerful governments in the world. The left thinks that. The far left I'm talking about. And the far right. They think that too. Now, I've known for a long time about the anti-Semites on the far right. I've argued with them. I don't like the fact that some of them are part of my political party. But for some reason, a lot of people have a hard time believing and understanding that there really are anti-Semites in the far left. They say, oh, well, no, they just don't like the policies of the Israeli government. Bullshit. If this was just about the policies of the Israeli government or how the Palestinians were treated, then they would still be outraged about what happened, about what Hamas did. But these people have very little, if anything, to say about that topic. Instead, they spend all their time and energy bashing Israel after Israel's the one whose innocent citizens were attacked. And when you do that, you're not just critical of the country of Israel. You're someone who doesn't mind the fact that over 1,000 Jews were murdered. That's a fact. So sometimes what someone doesn't say tells you a lot more than what they do say. But there's a lot of left-wing Jew haters out there. Yeah, there's right-wing Jew haters too. But we know about them. We know about the white nationalists and the neo-Nazis. But we don't hear nearly as much about the left-wing Jew haters. People make excuses for them. People deny they exist. Look at some of these protests on college campuses. Look at what some of the college professors have been caught saying. Awful, awful things. Look at Harvard and all the groups that got together to condemn Israel after their own citizens were murdered, but had nothing bad to say about Hamas. I've been saying this for years, that the Western left has a major anti-Semitism problem. And people didn't take me seriously. They thought I was just trying to be partisan, trying to make excuses for my own side by saying, well, the left has it too. No, the left definitely has it too. It's not just the U.S. In Europe, there were big rallies all over the place of left-wing anti-Semites. Now, I've seen right-wing anti-Semites bashing Israel also during this whole thing, cheering the fact that Jews were killed or validating the narrative that the Jews control the media. And that's bad too. That's disgusting too. But we already knew about those people. They're talked about all the time in the media. But what about the left-wing anti-Semites? What about the congressional anti-Semites like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib? What about them? Let's turn some focus on them. Let's finally agree that the far left is full of anti-Semites, because it is. The far left is not a compassionate group of people like they like to portray. There's this belief that the far left, they just care too much. They might be unrealistic, but they care too much. They want to help everybody. That's bullshit. The far left is so consumed by their ideology, like a cult, that they have made certain enemies in their minds that must be destroyed by any means necessary. And when these enemies get destroyed, they're happy. That's why they are not the slightest bit bothered by what happened to these Jews in Israel. Because, well, the Jews deserve it, so they say. They don't say that out loud. At least most of them don't. But that's what they mean. And if you take a look at it from a rational point of view and look at what they say and look what they don't say, you'll come to the same conclusion I did, at least if you do it with an open mind. I really do want to see Hamas destroyed. I want to see every person who is a member of Hamas killed. I know that's what Israel's goal is, but that's what Hamas deserves. I'm not talking about the Palestinian people in Gaza. I'm talking about the people who are members of Hamas, especially the leaders, but even the ones who are below the leaders. They just need to be wiped out. And then Israel needs to defend itself from any other attack. And also, there needs to be retribution against those who supported this. And that's where it starts to get complicated, because Iran clearly was involved, and there may be other involvement, and it's not quite so simple to just go after them. So this may be lasting a long time. This might be a long war. The U.S. may be drawn in some way, even if just providing support. It's not a simple situation. It's a tragic situation. But it's really sad to see the way some people are talking about it. But at the same time, it doesn't surprise me. If you're a Jew and you hate anti-Semitism, you need to hate it from all sides. You can't only hate it from the side that you disagree with politically, but then find excuses for it when it comes from your own side. There's even someone on Twitter who I see that is at least going after people in his own party. This is a poker player who's on the left, and he's Jewish, and he is pretty strongly going after those in his own party who are posting a lot of pro-Hamas propaganda and bashing Israel constantly. And I said, oh, well, at least finally you're seeing that there's anti-Semitism in your party too. And he came back and said, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just going after a few outliers. But stop making this a left-right thing. But it needs to be a left-right thing in some ways, because you need to be aware that being anti-Semitic is not something that is exclusive to the right in any way. That it is, in fact, I'll show you how it's not exclusive to the right. To show you the support for Israel and the way it breaks down, CBS took a poll, and 57% of Republicans said that they wanted to see material support given to Israel, and only 47% of Democrats said this. It was a 10-point difference. So the supposedly anti-Semitic Republican Party has 57% of those polled saying they want to help Israel, and yet a majority of Democrats don't. And you could say, well, maybe they just don't want us giving our resources to a foreign country. No, because Democrats overwhelmingly support the whole Ukraine war. They very much support helping Ukraine. So it's not about being against giving U.S. money to foreign countries. It's about who it's going to. But I have noticed for a long time there's a lot of anti-Semitism in left-wing spaces, like universities. A lot. Like universities, when there's an anti-Semitic incident, it's almost always from the left. You just don't hear much about that fact because it's kind of covered up by the media. But you don't have neo-Nazis marching around colleges harassing Jews. That's not what the neo-Nazis are. The truth is the neo-Nazis, the white supremacists, they're not really on college campuses. And when they are, they keep quiet because they're not going to find a lot of fellow right-wing neo-Nazis in college settings. That's just not a scene you're going to find on any college campus. But as far as left-wing anti-Semites, oh yeah, there's a lot. And, I went to college Republicans meetings back when I was in college. I know it was a long time ago, but I told them I was Jewish. Nobody had a problem with that. They welcomed me with open arms. They didn't say, oh, get out of here, Jew. That's not how it's treated. And today, if you went to a college Republicans meeting and said you're Jewish and you love Israel, they'd say, oh, great, welcome. If you go to a meeting of any kind of Democratic-leaning group and say the same thing, I'm Jewish and I love Israel, you're going to make a lot of enemies there. Because there's a lot of left-wing anti-Semites. So just keep that in mind. You can't claim to be against anti-Semitism if you think it's all from the right, or almost all from the right. That's not the case. I've been saying that for years. It's become really clear these past 2 weeks that I was right about that. Anyway, my heart goes out to those who've been affected by this. I do not have any relatives in Israel. I am from a small family, a very small family. So I have 0 cousins, and I really have no extended family. I have more of one now because my brother and sister both had kids. So I guess an extended family is now kind of finally starting up. But prior to that, I did not have any extended family. So even though my dad's from Israel, everybody from that side of the family, except for him, has passed away. Either passed away because they got old or passed away because they were murdered during World War II. So I do not have any family in Israel. So it doesn't affect me personally in that way. But I know a lot of people who are Jews, especially those with an Israeli connection, do have family in Israel. And my heart goes out to you if anyone you know was harmed there or killed there. Anyway, just wanted to make a statement on that, and I will continue now with the rest of the show. So I want to talk about Raechel Whetstone and the situation with her, because it's a pretty interesting story. And I knew I was going to be reporting on it when I first read about it on Twitter, but it took an interesting turn that I didn't expect. So I'm going to start off with the way it appeared when I first read about it, and then I will tell you how it evolved. So there's a backing group called Standard Backing, and basically they put people into tournaments. They foot the entire bill for the buy-in, and then they will take part of the profit. So they select who they're going to back. They try to pick players they believe will win for them, because, of course, they're taking all the risk. And the way backing works, in case a lot of you don't know, is there's something called makeup. So let's say Standard Backing were to back generic player John Smith, and they give John Smith $15,000 worth of tournament buy-ins, and John cashes $2,000 from those $15K worth of buy-ins, meaning John is now down $13K. So what this would mean is that John is $13K in makeup, meaning that if John does win something, that 100% of what he wins will go to getting them out of the hole before they start splitting profits. So let's say then at this point, with John $13K down on this backing deal, he enters another tournament, let's say for $1K, and he ends up winning $20K. So he cashes $20K there. So at that point, he would now have cashed $22K total, and the buy-ins would have been $16K total. And let's say they have a 50-50 split on profits. So he wouldn't get 10 of that $20K, even though they have a 50-50 split, because remember, he's $13K in the hole already. He's $13K in makeup. So what they would do is they'd take that $20K, and they would take the $1K off the top for the buy-ins. That makes it $19K. Then they would take the $13K that is already owed for the makeup and bring that down to $6K, and then they would split the remaining $6K. So then John would take away $3, and they would take away the other $3. So in that case, the backer would get $17K of the $20K because that player was already $13K in the hole. So that's how makeup works, is basically you've got to clear that before you, the player, start seeing any profits. And that's very standard. I'm not saying that Standard Backing is the only ones that do this. This is what all backers do, because otherwise they'll lose a fortune, because they're already taking all the risk, because there are some players that never get out of makeup. So let's say someone just falls deep into makeup. Eventually what the backer can do is say, okay, well, we thought you were a winner, but apparently you're not a winner, so we're just going to cut you. Now, when they cut that person, do they have to pay back the amount they're down? No. They just walk away and it's over. So that's the advantage for the player, is they basically get to play risk-free. The disadvantage is that not only do they have to split what they win based upon what they agreed, but also if they start falling in the hole, then they have to fully make that up to where it gets to zero before they start to get any of the money for what they're playing. So there's been situations where someone's like $500K in makeup and they cash something like $550K and people go, oh my God, you just made $550K. And the person's like, no, I'm getting almost nothing because I got to give almost all of it back because I'm so far in makeup. So playing as a backed player is not easy. It's better not to play as a backed player because it can start affecting you. You have to worry about your backer dropping you. You have to worry about getting deeper and deeper in makeup. You can end up starting to play in a suboptimal way because you start to realize that anything but a very high cash is going to not get you any money because you're so far in makeup. So instead of making the correct play, you make overly risky plays that are going to result in you either busting or accumulating a lot of chips. So it's just better to play tournaments on your own dime if you can. But of course, some people can't afford it for whatever reason. So that's why people enter these backing deals. So standard backing is a group I haven't heard of before. They claim that they back a lot of players and that they're of a decent size. I don't know, maybe they are. I know they really do back players. I know that they're legitimate. I hadn't really heard of them, but since then, I've looked into it a little bit, and like they're a real backing operation. And they entered an agreement with a woman named Raechel Whetstone. Now, her name is spelled Raechel. Whetstone is Whetstone. Raechel Whetstone. She's probably in her early to mid 30s. She kind of looks like that, and she was playing as far back as 2012, according to an article I saw when I Googled her. There was a card player article where she had a quote back in 2012. So she's been playing at the World Series since at least then, which would make her a minimum of 32 years old at this point. But I don't think she's much older than that, just looking at her picture. Doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of giving you a picture that you can put in your head of her. You can see what she looks like. There's two different pictures of her. If you go to the thread on Poker Fraud Alert about it, called Poker Backer Standard Backing Accuses Vegas Grinder Raechel Whetstone of Stealing. I had heard her name before, but I've never met her to my knowledge. And I really didn't know much about her. I just knew she was a Vegas local player. But beyond that, I really didn't know much. This is what Standard Backing tweeted on October 4th. A warning to the poker community. We started working with Raechel Whetstone a few months ago, and after her first large win, she claims the funds were immediately stolen by one of her roommates. She started a payment plan, but after just 4 payments told us, why would I continue paying weekly if I know one missed payment can result in something negative? And then they linked to a 2+2 thread. Well, that already sounds pretty bad, right? And they posted a picture of her, by the way. It's just so, I guess if you see her around, you can be aware of her. I mean, that sounds pretty bad that she would, one, steal the money, or at least claim that the money disappeared, and then two, that when she agrees to pay back in payments, so not just in one lump sum, but I guess she couldn't afford it, so she agreed to make payments, that she would make a quote like, why continue paying if one missed payment can result in something negative? So she sounds like a really callous person who also is biting the hand that fed her. And is probably a thief, according to this story. Now, what Raechel claimed to Standard Backing, according to them, was that the money was stolen by her roommate. Supposedly, at the time, the story was that her roommate, who had a heavy drug problem, stole all the money from a score she had in August, which was something like 7 or 8K. So it wasn't a large score, but she was entering small buy-in tournaments, so that was large compared to the buy-ins that she was entering through Standard Backing. So that was the first, I guess, decent-sized score they got out of her. And then right away, she claimed the money was stolen by her druggy roommate. And then they asked her, well, okay, go to the police. Have you done that? And she said, well, actually, no, I don't want to go to the police on the roommate, and let me just handle this myself. And they said, okay, well, what's the name of the roommate? Well, no, I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to get her in trouble. So they, of course, were getting very suspicious. They're thinking, okay, well, she won't name the roommate who stole the money, and she won't go to the police on this roommate. So it kind of looks like the roommate story's BS. It kind of looks like that she stole the money. Furthermore, there were stories that came out from people, some of whom came directly to me about it because they saw I made a thread about it, who told me that they observed her playing Buffalo slots the same night that she had that score, and that she was playing at high enough stakes on that slot machine to where she could lose a lot of money pretty quickly. And that they see her playing slots all the time, that basically she's a big slot degen, and that it's highly likely that she chunked off all the money in the casino and made up the story that it was stolen by her roommate. And that's why she was not naming the roommate or going to the police, because she actually stole the money. That was what someone told me who messaged me privately that happened to see her in the casino the night she won that particular tournament. Standard Backing also claimed that the ROI, the return on investment from Raechel, was not very good. And this is what they tweeted regarding that. The ROI from this player was not that good. We don't have a big enough sample size of players who will, quote, eat dog food in their bio to say much more than that. Now, this is referring to a joke she has in her bio on Twitter that she'll eat dog food for tournament buy-ins. The terms of the stake are pretty straightforward and clear. We also repeat everything 3 times during the onboarding process. At offer with the contract email, there's an explanation in English and, of course, the contract itself. And players can also ask us at any time anything to clarify. We've been doing this a long time. We had a conversation on Monday when the payment was due where she asked us the repercussions of not paying. The payment plan was very lenient at just $50 a week, and she originally told us she was going to be reevaluating her living situation in light of the alleged theft. She accepted that we'd be publicly posting about this rather than her paying the $50. So basically, at this point, I was very strongly on the side of Standard Backing. Number one, it was very clear that Raechel did not have her roommate steal this money. It's very clear that she must have chunked it off in the casino playing Buffalo slots. Number two, Standard Backing seemed to be very generous with allowing her to pay this at $50 a week, which would take a long time. And number three, Raechel had privated her social media as soon as this was posted. And I've always seen when somebody privates their social media when they were accused of wrongdoing, that just about always means that they're guilty. Because when someone is wrongly accused, they will respond. That's human nature. If somebody accuses you of something you didn't do, and you know you didn't do it, and you know, of course, they can't prove it because you didn't do it, you will respond and say, I did not do it. But if you say nothing and private your social media, then it looks like you're just trying to hide from everybody because you know you're guilty. So at this point, I thought, okay, well, Standard Backing is 100% in the right here. They were stolen from. They even agreed to have her get on a very, very generous, slow payment plan of $50 a week. And then still she couldn't do it after 4 weeks? And then she's saying, well, screw it. If I'm going to miss a week, might as well just stop. So that really, really sounded awful for her at that point. Now, this wasn't getting much traction because, number one, Standard Backing does not have a big social media following. And number two, their 2+2 post was not in the popular news, views, gossip forum, but it was on the negative feedback thread of the 2+2 marketplace. So it was just kind of in the middle of that thread that was calling her out. But unless you're reading the 2+2 marketplace forum and that particular thread about negative feedback, you're never going to see this. They mentioned in the thread on 2+2 that she owes, quote, 14.7K plus. I don't know what the plus means, but they probably mean somewhere between 14,700 and 14,800. So at the time when I read this, I thought, wow, she must have stolen 14K, 15K, right? Well, no. It turns out that her cash was a little bit over 8K. So how is it that she could be owing them 14.7K plus? Because standard backing imposes a 100% penalty on not paying back on time. And this is where it starts to get complicated. So on August 17th, 2023, Raechel Whetstone cashed $8,364 at the Venetian. And I had some conversations privately with both Standard Backing and Raechel. Raechel I didn't get to talk to until she unprivated her Twitter, which we'll get to shortly. But at first I talked to Standard Backing. Nobody gave me a name at Standard Backing, so they didn't say, hey, this is such and such person from Standard Backing. I was just talking to, quote, Standard Backing. But that's fine. I don't have to know who they are. I do believe their story. I don't think they're lying about anything here. So they said that this was the money that was, quote, stolen, the $8,364. I didn't get from them why they were claiming that it was $7,300 that was owed to them when the amount was $8,364, but I don't know, maybe there was some kind of deal that was made at that final table and she actually only took home $7,300. Maybe that was the amount that she had to pay them and she could keep the other $1,000 or so based upon the split they had and the makeup. I don't know. But they confirmed to me that $7,300 was what they were expecting from that, and they ended up getting nothing because of this supposed theft by the roommate. And then they explained that once she agreed to make these $50 payments, that she also agreed that if she misses a payment, that this becomes double, which isn't trivial, obviously. So first of all, you can't come to the internet and say Raechel owes us $14,700 because it's actually $7,300 something and we doubled it because she missed a payment. That's not how it works. She doesn't actually owe you that. Now, you could try to sue her and claim that she agreed to this penalty and see if the judge goes for it. I don't think they will. I mean, what if you made the penalty $1 million? Would you owe $1 million? I mean, obviously not. So there's some point where this becomes usurious, and you can't have an expectation you're going to be paid that, even if you got the person to agree to it in a moment of desperation. So that's one thing. But second of all, if you're going to come to the community, you've got to just say clearly about what is really owed to you, about the amount you're out, not the amount that you hope they're going to pay you because they made some terrible agreement for themselves. I'm talking about the amount you're currently out because they screwed you, which in this case is $7,300. It's not 14-something K. I don't care what penalties she agreed to. The penalties don't matter here. If you're going to come to the internet and say Raechel screwed us and owes us money, then tell us the real number that she stole from you. Don't double it. So that's the first problem here. The optics are terrible doing that. I don't know why they don't get that. People started to point this out. They started to lose the crowd when people were realizing that the 14.7K was actually 7,300 doubled. And that the rest of this is the penalty. Now, you might be thinking, hang on a second, though. What if, just by some chance, she really had a roommate that stole from her, and she wants to protect this roommate for whatever reason? Even though it's unlikely, maybe it's true. Well, no. Not only is this extremely unlikely to be true, and by the way, so many times over the years I've seen where someone blames their roommate for stealing their money. Usually it happens during the World Series where two people are staying together in a hotel room, and it's always someone who's backed. It's never someone playing on their own dime. Someone's backed, they have a roommate in the room with them, and then they say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't keep entering these events. You know all that money you gave me to enter World Series events? Well, I came back and the safe was emptied. My roommate did that to me, sorry. I've seen so many of these. I've even seen some where they blame it on the maid. But it's amazing that all these thefts that were occurring from the Rio, I actually haven't heard of any of these in the last 2 years. I guess this hasn't happened at Paris, but I've heard so many of these Rio theft stories from the safe. And every time it's a backed player. It's funny, it's never someone entering on their own dime that suddenly has their money disappear from their room. Isn't it convenient? It's always a backed player. where the money disappears. So I've seen this over and over and over again, where people claim that money given to them by backers or by people buying pieces of them vanished because of some thief. So already this was highly unlikely, especially her lack of willingness to go to the police or to name the roommate. But then it became 100% certain because Raechel unprotected her Twitter and she admitted to it. She actually came forward and said very simply, "No rebuttal. I misappropriated their funds. I deserve it." So I thought, wow. I mean, how often do you see that? How often do you see someone who steals money in poker coming forth and pretty soon after the original allegation, first, she privated her Twitter, but then she came back and she said, yeah, no rebuttal. I misappropriated their funds. I deserve it. I deserve all the grief I'm getting here. So, okay. She said, I misappropriated their funds. Not my roommate did. Not I wasn't responsible to keep it from my roommate. No, I misappropriated their funds, she said. So, okay. Very simple. She was lying about the roommate. She stole it. And the story I heard about her chunking it off at Buffalo Slots is very likely to be true. But whatever happened to it, she took the money and it's gone. So, all right. That's actually a good sign. Because if she was just a scammer or just a typical thief who just wanted to steal the money, even if it's part of a gambling addiction, just someone who just steals without caring about the fact that they stole, she would just run off. She wouldn't come out and say, yeah, I did it. I deserve any bad things I get from this and try to get on a payment plan. Like that's the sign of someone who at least regrets their actions. And I'm not defending her here. I'm not saying that it's okay because she regrets it. It's very bad that she got on a backing deal and instead of giving the money that she owed to Standard Backing when she finally hit something of decent size, that she brought the money to Buffalo Slots and chunked it off. That's very bad that she did that. And especially in her 30s, she should know better. This isn't even a kid. So I make no excuses for that. And I understand why Standard Backing is pissed. And I would be pissed here. So they have every right to be mad about this. And they have every right to post about this. And it was nice that they let her pay this off at a rate of $50 a week. And it is reasonable that they are angry that after 4 weeks of payment that she was unable to make the fifth one. And by the way, I have since talked to her privately in Twitter DM, and she admitted that yes, she could not make the fifth payment. So everything they posted there was factual, except that one thing about the $14K, where at first they didn't note that it was from a penalty, which they eventually admitted, but at first they weren't putting that. But aside from that, everything they said was clear and straightforward, and it was true. But, number one, it does seem like she really wants to make this right. And number two, why is Standard Backing enforcing this penalty? And what is this penalty about? Well, basically, Standard Backing believed that they were being so generous by letting her pay this off at $50 a week that she needs to give something on the other side. Because if they're going to be that nice and let her pay it this slowly, then they want some assurance on their side that if she screws up even once, that she's going to suffer tremendous penalties, basically to put herself under tremendous pressure to make sure to pay every week. So it was kind of like, okay, you can pay $50 a week, but we've got to make sure that if we're going to keep our mouths shut about this and let this whole thing slide and let you pay us this slowly, that you never miss a payment. So if you dare miss a payment, we're going to kill your firstborn. Well, not quite that, but they're going to double the money. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I don't know if this is even breaking the law in some way. This really may be a form of usury. You can't just get people to agree to absurd penalties, financial penalties for not paying back money owed. Now, you are allowed to pressure someone who has ripped you off that they better pay you back or else such and such public shaming consequence. That's not extortion or blackmail or anything like that. If someone really does owe you money, especially if they stole it from you, which she did here, and you say, okay, you better start paying me back and do it regularly or I'm going to expose you on Twitter, that's completely fine, both morally and legally. But to attach some sort of crazy financial penalty for missing even one payment, you can't just do that. There are laws governing that, and even if there were not laws governing that, then it's still not ethical to do. Now, you may say, okay, well, that's not fair to them, though. They've got to wait so long to get paid back. What if she just makes, like what happened here, 4 payments, and then just flies the coop and runs off? Because now they have to, number one, keep track of this, that they get this paltry $50 a week from her, but this is going to take forever, and at any point she can just disappear. So I understand them wanting some kind of assurance on the other end this is going to really keep going. But you can't attach such a stiff penalty to it of doubling the money. Really what the penalty should be is that it's going to be exposed. That I won't expose you for what you did, provided you pay me back $50 a week. And if you don't continue paying, then we'll expose you. Now, that is what they did, but they were also claiming, well, she owes us $14K. No, she does not. You can try to claim that. You can sue her and try to claim it in court. You'll never win it. So this is absurd to go around and say that she owes $14K. And that really made a lot of people start to turn on standard backing. A lot of people started to say, hey, wait a minute, guys. We were with you up until that point, but what's going on here? Like Jeff Dime, who listens to this show and also posts on the forum, he really did not like what standard backing had to say. And he was giving him a hard time on Twitter. Jeff Dime wrote, in my opinion, be transparent about the penalty. It seems substantial. It is your right to include the penalty on the debt, but why not say what it was? And then he continued to give it to them over the matter of the penalty, both on the forum and on Twitter. Because at first they were not being that transparent about that. Here's the full statement that she put out on October 6th, 2 days later. When she said she misappropriated their funds, her account was still protected at that point. She did that the same day that they called her out, so at least she admitted it the same day. But it did take her 2 days to then unprotect her Twitter to where everybody could read. And also she put out a full statement. So here it is. It is correct that I misappropriated Standard Backing's funds. I screwed up and created a story in an attempt to buy myself some time. I have every intent to pay the amount owed. We arranged a small weekly payment plan of $50 a week. As per our contract, I was aware there would be a penalty as a result of breaching the contract. After making 4 payments, the numbers were, quote, updated to include the penalty, which I was then informed was double the amount owed. I was unable to make this week's payment on time, and seeing that the number doubled made me consider the benefit of arbitration. I asked for some clarity and for extra time on this week's payment. I was told no, and they would move forward with publicly posting negative feedback. We agreed that paying the weekly payment was the more amenable approach, but I told them I just did not have it at the moment, and I needed some leeway. I know a lot of people don't understand how you can't pay $50 a week, but I'm struggling right now, and the fact of the matter is I didn't have it. I was attempting to uphold my obligations to pay the debt back as best as I could prior to knowledge of this, quote, penalty. Okay, let me stop right here. I'm kind of with her here, but I can't come up with $50 a week is crazy. $50 is nothing. If you can't come up with $50 a week, then you have to reevaluate your life. And I don't mean like your life in the long term. I mean your life right now. That's very little money. And there's a lot of jobs available. Not good jobs, not well-paying jobs, but you don't need a great-paying job to come up with $50 a week. So you don't need your dream job. You don't need to hold out for a job you think that is something that you could live with having for the medium or long term. I mean, go work at McDonald's. I'm not even kidding. Get a job with fast food and make the $50 a week. Go get a part-time job with fast food. You know how fast you can make that $50? I mean, they're paying, what, like $17 an hour now? I mean, I know there's some taxes withheld, but yeah, you can work 1 day a week and come up with that $50. So I don't know what this crap is. Oh, I can't come up with $50 a week. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what she's doing for money now, but there is no way someone can say, I know you can't understand how I can't come up with $50 a week, but I can't. It's a lot harder than you think. I'm really struggling. Well, go get some minimum wage job then, part-time. Go do some gig work. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can make $50 a week. That is very little money. If this were 500 a week, I'd say okay, but 50? Come on. So I still don't understand this. I still can't figure out why she can't come up with $50 a week. I believe she's struggling. I don't think that part's a lie. I think she probably gambled away every bit she had. But I also think she wasn't trying hard enough to come up with a 50 a week. However, the rest of it makes sense. Given that she didn't have the $50 on that 5th week, for whatever reason, and they said, okay, well, now we just doubled what you owed, she probably thought to herself, well, shit, you know what? They're not going to consider this debt satisfied until I pay double what I owed. And I don't want to pay double. I don't think paying double is fair. So even if I fully pay off the $7,300 whatever, they're not going to say, okay, cool, we're done now, we're square. They're going to say, where's the other $7,300? And when I say I don't want to pay that because that's just a penalty and it's stupid, then they're going to say, well, tough luck, we're going to go blow you up on Twitter now. So she's thinking, what good is this going to do me? I missed one damn $50 payment, and they've doubled it. And if I miss another one, who knows what they're going to do? It's going to double even more. Maybe it'll become $28K. Who knows? So she probably figured, what's the point of paying into something if I'm never going to completely satisfy it? And I totally understand that. In fact, I have used that logic before when I have an incorrect bill from a company. I've had companies say to me before, okay, how about you just pay the amount that you think you should owe, and then we'll deal with the disputed amount after. And I say, nope, absolutely not. I'm not going to pay anything towards this bill unless we both agree what I owe. So if you say I owe $700 and I say I owe $500, I'm not going to send you $500 and we'll fight about the other $200. Number one, I'll have no leverage at that point. And number two, why should I satisfy any debt to you if you think I'm still going to owe you money? If you think I'm going to still owe you money, then I might as well pay nothing. And I'm an honest person who pays my bills, but I'm not going to pay you a bill that I feel is incorrect. And I'm not going to pay a partial bill because you're trying to overcharge me. So either you accept what's fair, and I'll pay the whole thing right now, or I won't pay at all. And that's totally reasonable. So I'm not going to be sent to collections over a partial bill that's unfair to me and then dutifully pay the part that we agree on. It's either we agree on what I owe and I'll pay it to you, or I'm not paying you anything. So I understand she didn't agree with the doubling of the amount, which is very reasonable for her to think. And therefore, why should she keep paying towards an amount that she's never going to satisfy because they're going to want double? So, okay, fine. That part totally makes sense. And the arbitration part, she's saying that in the contract, there's something about going to arbitration if there's a dispute. And she's like, you know what? Rather than paying towards something where they're going to want double, then I don't want to pay double. I'd rather we just go to arbitration. So that part is completely fine, and I agree with her. The part I don't agree with is I can't come up with 50 per week. She needs to try harder. She went on to write, they were absolutely lenient with me on the payment amount, and I do acknowledge the debt. However, I do not agree nor understand that our contract indicates a penalty of double the amount and expressed I prefer to settle this in arbitration. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this whole situation. I made terrible decisions, and I understand publicly posting are the consequences of my own actions. I want to make this right. Actions speak louder than words, and what I can do at this point is to match these words with my actions moving forward. So, I thought that was a pretty good statement. Aside from that, I can't come up with $50 a week thing, I thought that was a good statement. I thought it makes sense. So it's not a great situation for any side here. I understand why Standard Backing is pissed, because they were keeping their end of the bargain and then she stole the money. But I understand why she's pissed, because they want an unreasonable double penalty because she missed one payment for $50. And then she's like, well, guys, if this is what you feel I owe you now, I'm just not going to continue. And I don't care if it was in the contract or not. It's a matter of what was fair. And as I said, may even be illegal. So I know this is getting complicated. Let's look at what the facts are. Number one, Raechel and Standard Backing both agree that she stole the $7,300, which was supposed to have been paid to Standard Backing. So right there, it's clear that at a minimum, Raechel owed them $7,300, which I guess now is $7,100 because she paid 4 times $50. Number two, Standard Backing did allow her to pay $50 per week, and she acknowledges that it was lenient, and I agree with that, and she agrees, and they agree, so everybody agrees that they were at least lenient and very reasonable, more than reasonable, about the speed at which she has to pay them back. Number 3, both sides agree she did make 4 payments and then missed the 5th. Number 4, there is some disagreement and confusion regarding whether she knew about the penalty and the amount of the penalty. But in my opinion, that doesn't really matter because the penalty is just excessive, beyond excessive. So what should be done here? Well, first of all, Raechel needs to get a job and start earning the money back. It's just absolutely ridiculous she can't afford $50 a week. Now, when I talked to her privately, she said she's looking for a job. And in fact, she was telling me that she really wants to just stay out of the casino environment right now, which I thought was very admirable, rather than, hey, I'm looking for another backing deal so maybe I can win this back. That's what most poker players say. That's like what Chino Reeves been doing lately. Chino Reeves been winning, so he's been paying back people that he's owed for many, many years when he stole from them in the past. It's like Chino Reeves never going to get a job. Chino Reeves, his attitude is, okay, if I stiffed you in the past, if I keep winning, I'll pay you out of my winnings. Otherwise, tough luck. And that's the way a lot of poker players who end up scamming or stiffing people approach it. If they don't just run off completely, they say, okay, well, if I go on another hot run, come find me, I'll pay you. So she's saying the opposite. She told me, and I hope I'm not revealing too much here because this is private, but I don't think it's revealing too much because it's actually a good thing, that she kind of wants to stay out of the casino environment in general, and she is looking for a job, and she just wants to work her way out of the hole, which I think is great. I think it's very healthy. I think it's great that if she knows she has a major gambling problem with slot machines and can't help herself, that it's just better she stays away from all of that until she gets back on her feet. I think that's very admirable. And it seemed like she really meant it when she said it to me. So that's good, but she's got to get a job, and she can't be too particular. She's got to go work fast food. Go work fast food. At least until this is all paid off. Number 2, standard backing needs to drop the stupid penalty, this 100% penalty. I don't care if it was agreed to. They need to drop it. So the penalty may be illegal, and even if it's not illegal, it should be dropped. They should just be focusing on what's really owed to them. And they can't even say, well, this has been owed to us for 10 years, so there's interest, there's inflation. No, this happened back in August of 2023. So yes, the inflation rate right now is high, but it's not that high. So they should just focus on the principal that was owed and being made whole there, and just drop the whole penalty nonsense. I understand why they put on the penalty. They wanted to encourage her, very strongly encourage her to keep paying, since they broke it down to $50 a week, but drop the whole penalty. It's making them look terrible, and it's not fair, and it's probably not legal. Number 3, standard backing does have a right to be skeptical regarding her ability and willingness to regularly pay. As I said, that's why they put the penalty on in the first place. They want her to be incentivized to keep on schedule with those payments. And even if she did keep on schedule, it would take about 3 years to pay this off. So, yeah, this is going to be a long-term thing. So I understand that. I think what she should do is voluntarily assign money from each paycheck to standard backing. That should be the agreement they make. That she gets a job and voluntarily assigns money from each paycheck, $50 a week, to go directly to them. And that can be done. You've probably heard of a wage garnishment, where if someone has a court judgment against you and they know where you work, they can actually require your employer to pay some of your salary to the person you owe. Just directly take the amount that's owed to you via your paycheck and give it to the person you owe via the court judgment. That's called a wage garnishment. A voluntary assignment is like a garnishment, except that's where the person actually decides voluntarily to do it. They're not being required by a court. They go in themselves and they tell their employer, I'm voluntarily assigning this amount to this party to pay back a debt I owe. And I think the reason she should do that is so standard backing does have some assurance that they're going to get the money, and they don't have to count on her to not gamble the money away or not blow it in some way prior to sending it to them. So I think she should get a job and then voluntarily assign either $50 a week or $100 for every biweekly paycheck to them, and then they can just get it directly from her employer. And I think this wage assignment is important because Raechel does seem to have a gambling and self-control problem. So this is the only way they can be assured they're going to regularly get paid, at least as long as she has a job. So that's what I think is the best solution. And again, drop the penalty completely. Not just lower it, just drop it. And I think that Raechel should probably go to Gamblers Anonymous and address this issue she has. Because from talking to her and from what another member of the forum said who did an interview with her, in fact, the interview will be published soon. This is a guy on the forum named Mission 146, and he's a writer, so he actually paid her a little bit of money to do an interview with her. And she gave her whole side of the story. See, I was going to have her come on this show and give her side of the story, but the amount I was offering to pay her for her story was
0.0.
So I guess the 150 from Mission 146 was more appealing. But regardless, everybody who's talked to Raechel that I have communicated with about this matter has basically said the same thing that I noticed. And that is, she doesn't seem like a bad person. She seems like a decent person who has a major gambling addiction and some self-control problems. And she has to get this under control. And she has to do what she has to do to make a change. I have some friends who at some point had gambling problems. And they ended up owing me money. Not huge money, but I have had some friends that have owed me some money because they had a gambling problem and didn't tell me how bad the problem was. And then I would find out they were broke, and some money that they borrowed just, quote, for the day, turned out they actually borrowed it because they had no more money left and then couldn't pay me. And I was mad when this occurred. But I didn't stop being friends with these people because they seemed to truly feel bad about what happened and seemed to truly have the desire to pay me back. And I'm happy to report that just about all of them did pay me back. And once that happened, we stayed friends. And I never brought it up again. Why? Because people make mistakes. People are human. People make bad decisions. People will make selfish decisions. People will sometimes let their addiction control them. You can't completely just dismiss it like it's no big deal. But you can also look at it and say, okay, is this kind of a one-off thing? And are they trying to make it right? And if they're trying to make it right, then give them a chance to make it right. And if they do, then you can forgive them. Maybe not loan the money again in the future, but forgive them. Now, to be fair, there are rumors, though I don't know the full story, there are rumors that she did something similar to another backer last year. If that's the case, it does look worse, because that means she didn't just lose control one time. But, I mean, it's very clear that she has a slots gambling problem, and that she will sometimes steal money that's just sitting in front of her to fund that problem. And she needs to make whole anybody that she hurt this way and then get control of it. Because I do think she feels bad about it. I do think that she has remorse. And most of the people who do this in poker don't have remorse. Most of them, these are cold people who kind of see money and other people as a means to an end. And if they have to screw someone to stay in action, they will, and they won't feel that bad about it. Unfortunately, that's the case of most scammers and thieves in poker. But she seems like a person who has stolen money to gamble, but then feels very bad about it. So that doesn't make the stealing okay, but that does make her more redeemable as a person, especially if she can make things right. And fortunately, we're not dealing with huge money. It's not like she stole $1 million. I don't know if she has any skills to where she could get a better job than something that's like minimum wage. Her history in poker is a little bit odd, according to the Hendon Mob results. I didn't ask her in our conversation what her whole history is, but it's kind of weird because she goes back to 2012, as I mentioned. There's an article about a World Series event that was on the money bubble, and she was one of the people with a very short stack trying to not go out on the bubble. This is a 2012 article. However, after cashing 2 events in that month, May of 2012, then she didn't cash again in any tournament anywhere for another 4 years. Then she cashed 1 in 2016, and then again nothing for another 3 years. So it's hard to believe she's been around for 11 and a half years straight in poker for 2 reasons. Number one, she's just hardly cashing in tournaments at all. She goes through these long stretches where she cashes nothing. And I don't even think she's a consistent cash player because nobody's heard of her except for a little bit recently. I had not heard of her, I think, until 2023. Now, yeah, there was that article about her, or where she was featured in it. It wasn't about her, but she was featured in an article 11 years ago. But to be honest, any girl that's regularly in the poker scene, you generally hear of because there just aren't that many, especially women who are under 40. We just don't have that many women under 40. And when there is one, they tend to get noticed. So if she had been around since 2012, then I would have noticed at some point before this year that she was around. So I think she kind of bounces in and out of poker when she can find backing in some way. I don't know how she was supporting herself otherwise. But whatever it is, she should stay out of the casinos like she said she's going to. And she needs to get a job. And I don't know if she has one yet, but she really needs to take a temporary job, one that she may not want to keep long term, but just any job to get some money flowing in and to start paying this off. And then go from there. Now, I will agree that until standard backing drops the penalty and comes to a reasonable new agreement with her, she should not pay them a dime. Similar to how I would not pay these companies until they would take off the incorrect portion of the bill. Because otherwise, why? Why would you pay someone that will not consider the debt to be satisfied when it actually is satisfied? So I'm with her there. But what she should do is put the money aside or give it to a trusted third party who will hold it so she doesn't blow it while she is negotiating with them. So then maybe if they come to some agreement, then she can say, okay, well, good news, I've been saving $50 a week since this started, so this has taken 9 weeks to settle as far as the way we're going to go forward. So good news, I have $450 for you right away. That's what I would suggest here. But I am totally with her about not giving them another dime until they drop this penalty crap and they come up with something that's more fair. So that is the Raechel Whetstone story. Interesting, huh? Because at first I was very, very much thinking I could not be convinced in any way that standard backing had any fault here until I heard about this penalty. I go, well, kind of looks like both sides are at fault here. She was at fault for the stealing, and they're at fault for the way they've handled it since. I do get pissed, though, when people can't pay $50 a week. I've had that same discussion before with people who owed me. I'd say something like, send me $50 a week or send me $100 a month. And they, oh, I can't afford it. I go, what do you mean you can't afford it? How can you make the case to me that you can't afford that amount of money? It just sounds to me like you don't want to pay. Like, I've said that to people myself, because that's what it looks like. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number. Let's move on to talk about Bart Hanson and the unfortunate thing that happened to him. And I really felt bad for Bart when I learned about what occurred here. So Bart Hanson never owned a dog before. And then he finally took the plunge in the world of dog ownership when he bought a bulldog and named it Charlie. Now, Charlie, I guess, had some obedience issues, and he wanted to have a professional train Charlie. Charlie was 3.5 years old. I don't know how old Charlie was when Bart got him. I don't know if Bart got him as a little puppy or got him a little bit older dog. I don't know. But I know that Charlie was 3.5 and was having some issues that Bart wanted to see addressed and thought maybe a professional could do a good job with it. So he looked up dog trainers on an app called Thumbtack. Now, I'm not sure if you've heard of Thumbtack before, but it's used to hire various kinds of service people to take small jobs. So it could be things like house cleaning, home repair, whatever. Just little gig jobs that people will take. And it's supposed to be mostly professionals on there. So it's just a place where professionals who do whatever it might be, for example, a plumber, that you'll find them on Thumbtack for your area, and then you will hire them. And you can actually pay them through the app, and a lot of people like using apps like that rather than just looking it up on the internet and calling these people directly, because you can read reviews of these people and you can see a whole profile of them. So it's just kind of an aggregator of people offering gig jobs that join the app, and then others join the app as customers, and they match on there. That's what Thumbtack is. I've never used it before. So Bart decided to use Thumbtack to look for a dog trainer on there. Now, Bart Hanson is a smart guy. You've probably noticed that when you've listened to his commentary that he's done on poker streams over the many years. You've probably noticed that when you've watched his content that he puts out on YouTube, or by watching the training material he puts out. I mean, this is no idiot, and this is someone who is very aware of scams and shady people, because he's been around the poker world a long time. In all his time in the poker world, Bart has never been scammed. That should tell you something. But even the greats can have their off days, and that is apparently what happened to Bart. See, even though he's very familiar with the gambling and poker worlds, and even though he's very good at detecting scams in general, as am I, he just had no experience with either Thumbtack or with dog trainers. So what he didn't realize was that Thumbtack was full of dog training scammers. Now you might wonder, what is a dog training scammer? Well, because anybody can call themselves a dog trainer, and they can posture like they're an expert. And then in reality, these are just people who need money, and then they charge a lot to, quote, train your dog, when in reality they just take your dog and tie the dog up somewhere or put it in a crate somewhere and basically do nothing and collect a nice sum of money from you and bring the dog back and say, okay, the dog's trained. And then by the time you figure out the dog is no better, then you've already been scammed. And it's a pretty good scam because the dog can't report anything. The dog can't say, hey, I wasn't trained at all. I was just put in a crate the whole time. The dog can't talk to you, so you have no idea what really went on. And even if you call the trainer and say, hey, why isn't my dog any better? The trainer can say, I don't know. The dog was doing great with me. Must just be you. And there's really no way for you to prove that no training took place. So that's why these dog training scams have become common, and Thumbtack is a place where they seem to occur a lot. Now, why are these occurring on Thumbtack? Well, that's because Thumbtack apparently has a major flaw. I didn't verify this myself, but Bart, who's put a lot of time into solving this whole matter, has told this to me, and I believe him. And that is, the reviews on Thumbtack appear to be from real customers, but they don't have to be. So you'll see something has like 50 positive reviews, and this really could be the scammer himself making 50 different accounts to review himself. Because these reviews do not have to be from people who paid through the app. These really can just be anybody. Anyone can make an account on Thumbtack and review one of the professionals on there. So obviously someone can just make unlimited accounts to review themselves. So Bart did not realize that. He trusted Thumbtack. He thought that it would not make sense for an app like that to allow reviews from accounts that could not prove that they really used the services in some way. But apparently that's the case, and these dog training scammers know that, so they just make a bunch of fake accounts, give themselves great reviews, and then real customers come on and go, oh, wow, look, this person has 100% positive reviews. Okay, well, I'll hire them. So this unfortunately happened to Bart, but it was a lot worse than just getting scammed out of money. So he found a trainer named Lily, who was from a company called Wagging Good. It turned out Lily's name was not Lily. That was not her real name. That was an alias. Her real name was Josephine Ragland, but he didn't know that yet. He just knew her as Lily. So what really happened with Lily was that in Northern California, she was running the same scam. And a dog that she was supposedly training, but not really training, died when she had the dog. It's not clear what happened to the dog, but she must have neglected it and it died. And then she actually stalled the owners of the dog. It was a German Shepherd, and she tried to go out and buy a different German Shepherd to give to the couple and say it was the same dog. Can you imagine the nerve to try to do that? So the people noticed right away this wasn't their dog. Like imagine you get a dog returned to you, and then it's a different dog. Like, can you imagine the nerve to try to return a different pet to someone that you're trying to replace? I mean, yeah, my mom did that to me when I was 5 years old and my goldfish died. And she knew I'd be so upset that the goldfish died that she went and bought another goldfish instead of the same goldfish. And I remember the new goldfish actually had like a white thing around its mouth. And I said, oh, why does the goldfish now have a white thing around his mouth? And my mom said, it's probably because he keeps running into the bowl. Probably his mouth got discolored. And I believed that. And then when I got a little older, she told me the truth, that the original goldfish had actually jumped out of the bowl and died, and that she replaced it and then didn't realize that it had a little white thing around its mouth, so she made up that story. So anyway, that works on a 5-year-old, but it's not going to work with a German Shepherd you're giving back to an adult. So she tried that in Northern California. The owners of that dog did not go for it, and she realized she was going to get in trouble, so she ran off out of state. And she set up shop in Massachusetts under a different name, under this Lily name. So she was, I guess, doing it under her real name in Northern California, Josephine Ragland. But then she became Lily in Massachusetts because she didn't want anyone Googling her real name and seeing that the people she ripped off and killed their dog in California would be complaining about her, which they were. There's actually a Facebook page about her with pictures of her and the whole story about the German Shepherd from back in May of 2023. So she did not want that coming back to bite her in Massachusetts running the same scam, so now she was Lily. So she showed up to pick up Bart's bulldog, Charlie, and she would not give Bart the location where she was going to be. She did not give her address to him. She just said she'll bring back the dog when the training was over. He said other than that, she seemed normal. She wouldn't give her last name or her address, but other than that, she seemed normal. And she had like 24 reviews, all 5 stars. So despite the fact that he felt a little skittish about the secrecy, he let it go because she had a whole backstory about that. She said she had been stalked in the past and she had a crazy ex-boyfriend, and she just has gotten very cautious about giving out her full identity. Now, this still doesn't completely make sense because obviously her ex-boyfriend knows who she is, so how is this really protecting her from her ex-boyfriend? But I guess the whole point was she already went through stalking by an ex-boyfriend, and she just doesn't want to get stalked again, so she's just very secretive about her info. So he was kind of a little uncomfortable, but he let her take the dog and figured it'll be okay. She seems normal. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. She seems like she has all good reviews, so what could happen here? It seemed like everything was okay for about 2 weeks, the time she was supposed to have Charlie. She was giving updates to Bart that everything's going great. She sent pictures every so often of Charlie there, and everything seemed fine. But then Charlie disappeared, so she claimed. She claimed Charlie vanished, I believe it was on September 16th. This is just at the end of the time that she was supposed to have Charlie. She claimed her car had broken down in kind of the middle of nowhere, and that the cell phone reception was really bad in the area, and the only way she could make a call and have it go through was to actually get out of the car. So that she got out of the car to make calls to get help about her car being broken down. And that while she was out of the car and kind of wandering around as she's on the phone there, that Charlie, who was in the back seat, somehow disappeared. And she wasn't sure if maybe someone snuck up and stole the dog out of the back seat, or if he just got out somehow, but she searched everywhere and could not find him. And that she felt awful. Well, this story just didn't make much sense to Bart. It's a very weird way for a dog to disappear. Because here she was in a car with the doors closed, and somehow a dog just got out and vanished. She supposedly broke down in the middle of nowhere. She didn't say she saw someone open the door and take the dog out and run. She didn't say the door was wide open and the dog got out somehow. She just said, she just went there and the dog was no longer in the car. So she could not really explain very well what happened. And when Bart would ask her, she just couldn't give a straight answer. So he was very, very suspicious that something had happened to Charlie and this was an excuse. And indeed, the whole thing was a lie. Charlie was eventually found on the side of the road, not by where she said her car broke down, but was eventually found on the side of the road, and it was quite a ways away from where she claimed Charlie disappeared. It was determined that Charlie was emaciated and had been dead since around September 4th. And she claimed this disappearance happened around like September 16th. So all these updates that she was sending Bart were after Charlie had died. And it did not seem as if Charlie had run away or disappeared. It seemed like Charlie had died in her care, and then she drove somewhere and dumped him, and then made up this BS story towards the end of the time that she was supposed to have him, all the while sending these updates about how well the training was going. But what happened here? Well, it's not totally known, but Bart became very suspicious from her story. At the time, he thought what was more likely was that she just sold the dog on the black market, because it is a purebred bulldog. Now, of course, there's not going to be papers with it if it's a stolen dog, but maybe someone wanted to buy a stolen purebred bulldog at a discount. So she just sold him and then made up this whole weird story of him disappearing while she was stopped while her car was broken down. Unfortunately, it was much worse than that, because as I said, Charlie was already dead and had been dead for 12 days and had been dumped on the side of the road and had died in her care. It turned out that she was living with her mom, either her mom or stepmom, and that she was putting these dogs in crates and neglecting them while she would run off to a casino to gamble. It was either Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun. I've heard two different stories of where she was going. Maybe both. But she was basically constantly at the casino gambling and just neglecting the dogs all day. And it was hot during that time of year, during early September. Bart brought the police into the matter and, in fact, told her that she needs to contact the police and talk to this, I think, lieutenant that he had been speaking to about it. And she lied to the police at first and told a complete BS story, which she ended up later changing and saying, okay, well, the true story is, and then she told the truth that the dog had died in her care and that she had dumped it and that it died while she was at the casino. The police came to that house and found 4 other dogs that were in her possession that she was also supposedly training. These dogs were all in crates. They were all emaciated. They were all in very bad shape. And her mom or stepmom, whoever that person was, when asked, are there other dogs here, before the police came, the woman just said back, well, they're alive. And that, unfortunately, was a good description. They were alive, but in bad shape. So these 4 dogs were returned to their owners, but they almost died as well. And I don't know if they're going to recover. So basically, this awful woman, Josephine Ragland, who, by the way, is fairly young. I think she's 28. You can see a picture of her on a thread I created on Poker Fraud Alert called Bart Hanson Making National News as he goes after dog training scammer Josephine Ragland. This awful woman was taking these dogs and charging a lot of money. I think charging like $1,500, $2,000 to train them. And then just putting these dogs in crates, barely feeding them, barely giving them any water. One died in May in Northern California. Bart's dog died in September in Massachusetts. And 4 other dogs almost died in Massachusetts. And the only reason they didn't is because they were rescued by the police. Also, she can go to the casino and shoot off. This all seems to be tied to a gambling problem. And unlike the previous story, where we just had someone stealing money from a backer to play slot machines, this woman was neglecting dogs to the point of death so she could continue her gambling habit with the money that she was given to supposedly train them. It's a really terrible person. And I feel very bad for Bart here, especially as he thought about what Charlie's final days were like. So this wasn't like Charlie just escaped because she was neglectful and got hit by a car and died instantly. Charlie, unfortunately, died a slow and torturous death, probably from a combination of dehydration and heat stroke. Really, really bad. So once she got the money in her hands, all she cared about was to run to Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun and gamble. And she would forget about the fact that these dogs are sitting at home, probably without enough water and probably roasting, because I guess they were stored in some area of the house that was partially outside or completely outside, or some storage shed or something that wasn't air conditioned. This is during a heat wave in early September in Massachusetts. So they would just roast there, probably with very little water or no water. And, whenever she'd be done with her gambling bender, she'd come home and, feed them or give them some water if they're still alive. Can you imagine? Imagine torturing dogs like this to get money? And this is much worse than just taking money to train dogs and not doing it. These dogs were just thrown into crates to slowly die. So she deserves a pretty harsh punishment. But unfortunately, as of last I heard, I'll have to ask Bart about this, but as of last I heard, she's not even being charged with animal cruelty. She did get a notice to appear in court and to face a criminal complaint regarding fraud and lying to police officers, obstruction of justice. Because they've got her on that. I mean, they have her actually changing her story and saying, okay, yeah, I didn't tell you the truth before. Here's the truth now. The dog died with me. So they have her on record saying that. And second, they have her pretty strongly on fraud, that there was no training being done. In fact, I don't even think she's telling the police now that she really trained the dogs. And she admitted to them she, quote, has a gambling problem. But I don't know why they're not also charging her with animal cruelty. Because that's worse than the fraud elements here. And that's worse than the lying to police elements here. But for whatever reason, she's not facing those charges, at least not yet. The Facebook group that was created about Josephine Ragland, you can find in that thread that I made about her. But you can also just go onto Facebook and search for Josie Ragland, Josie Ragland, and you'll see this group about it. The group is called Where is the Canine Scott, that was the German Shepherd, that was last seen with dog trainer Josie Ragland. I guess it was before May, because I see it was in April when they last posted about this. Maybe this happened in April. I know it happened earlier in 2023. Apparently there were other dogs that were victimized in California as well. And you can see some of those posted about in the group. One of the dogs, which did not die, came back full of urine and traumatized, according to the pet owner. Someone wrote, she has no heart and she will have to face what she's done. So it looked like she would just crate these dogs, and whatever would happen to them would happen. Now, Bart was not going to take this lying down. Not only did he go to the police about this, but he went to the media. So this story made the mainstream media. And it also made the local Boston media. Here is a news report on CBS Boston about the whole thing.
New warning after a story we first reported yesterday. A North Reading family is grieving the loss of their dog, who they say died in the care of a trainer. And they tell WBZ's Christina Hager there is a message for all dog owners.
There you go. There you go. Bart Hanson and his family pushing to get the word out. Be careful who you trust your dog with.
Looking back at this, like if I saw a news report of somebody else like this 4 weeks ago, it would have stopped me.
Instead, French Bulldog Charlie is a memory on the wall. They last saw him when they left him with a Connecticut dog trainer who went by Lily. They hired her through this ad on the app Thumbtack. They paid her $1,500, agreeing to pay another $750 upon Charlie's return in a couple weeks. But when that time came, they got a text saying Charlie was gone.
She said that she doesn't know if somebody took him while she was walking outside the car. Her story just didn't make any sense.
This police report shows that was just one of several stories she gave. Detectives tracked down Lily's legal name, Josephine Ragland, who had done business through the same app, Thumbtack, before, when a California woman's German Shepherd allegedly disappeared. She spoke with us yesterday.
We have never seen him again.
Here in North Reading, when Ragland was being questioned, police say she finally admitted she had spent most of her time away from the dog at a casino and that she was off gambling when Charlie collapsed.
Police found the dog's body in some woods about 35 miles from this spot, her parents' Connecticut home, emaciated.
When he left here, he was 30 pounds. In the autopsy, they said he weighed 22 pounds. And I'm sure that he was probably in a lot of distress, making noises, and I can't believe they just let him sit there and basically just die.
Thumbtack sent a statement. We are actively investigating this situation. We take the integrity of our platform seriously.
Police found 4 other dogs at Ragland's home. They were returned to their owners, but that has police wondering if there are more potential victims out there. Ragland is due in court here in Massachusetts in a couple weeks. In North Reading, Christina Hager, WBZ News.
Yeah, so that's pretty bad. I think she already went to court. I think this was on October 16th she had to go to court. So I wonder what happened there. Thumbtack claiming they take the integrity of their app very seriously is such corporate BS. You can't take the integrity seriously if you are not vetting the reviews and somehow matching them with legitimate hires. If you can just let anyone sign up an account there and review any person offering services on the site, then the reviews are worthless. In fact, they're worse than worthless because they can give false credibility to people like Josephine Ragland. I'm sure all the positive reviews were written by her. Like, who would review it positively? She didn't train any dogs. All she would do is crate the dogs and go gamble. At best, they'd return all disheveled and skinny and sick and full of urine. Says they are very sick or dead. Business Life for 11th, 2023. I don't think it has to do with this matter, because even though Charlie had died a week earlier, she hadn't admitted that Charlie was dead. She was still sending those fake pictures. So I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if she didn't pay her dues or whatever to the state, but I'm not sure what to say. Her license definitely got suspended for some reason, and I don't see it getting unsuspended, obviously. As far as Bart's fault in any of this, like how much can you blame Bart for his own situation? And my opinion here is that you really can't blame him. This is just a very unfortunate thing that occurred. It makes sense that you're going to want to hire a professional if you're having issues with the dog's behavior and you want to bring a professional into it to where the dog will be able to obey basic commands and stuff like that, and you just can't seem to make it happen yourself. It makes sense why you would get a professional into it. And I don't blame him for being tricked by Thumbtack, because who would guess that the reviews have no integrity on there, that just anyone can make an account and post fake reviews. So it's understandable that he assumed the reviews had to be real. I guess she had 22 out of 22 positive reviews, so that looks good, but obviously wasn't. He is very devastated about this matter. In fact, you can see a statement that he posted about this on his Crush Live Poker channel, and it's called, "I was scammed, my French Bulldog was killed by Josephine Ragland." And you can either find it in that thread I created on Poker Fraud Alert, or you can just go to Bart Hanson's Crush Live Poker channel and watch it there. But he gets very emotional at some times when he's talking about Charlie and what happened to him. And I'm sure Bart runs this through his head all the time, of what if I just didn't trust the Thumbtack reviews? What if I just didn't let Charlie go with her when she wouldn't give her address? But he had to make a spur-of-the-moment decision. I think if she had said before she got there, "Hey, I'm not going to give you the address. Hey, I'm not going to give you my full name. Just want to put that out there," he probably would have moved on to somebody else. But it's one of these things, like, he had it in his head that he is going to leave the dog with her. And the whole thing's all set up, and she's right in his house, and everything else looks fine. And then she says, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't give you my address, and I can't give you my last name." So he's got to make a split-second decision, and he kind of just went with the path of least resistance, thinking, okay, well, I guess her story makes sense. So she has all these good reviews. I'll just put my caution aside here. I'm sure he thinks about, what if I didn't do that? What if I just said, "Sorry, if I don't have the address, then I'm afraid I can't leave Charlie with you." And I'm sure he has put himself through a lot just thinking of things like that. And that's what everybody does whenever they make a decision which results in something bad. You start thinking, well, could I have done it differently? Did I make a mistake here? And then you start beating yourself up for things that you wish you did differently. But if you look at it logically here, not having any experience previously with dog training or Thumbtack, and with the way he would have assumed Thumbtack operated, he thought that he was giving the dog to a well-reviewed trainer and not someone who was reviewing themselves. So I can understand how it all happened. I can imagine how upsetting this is to him. It's much worse than just losing the money. But he lost his pet. So anyway, my heart goes out to Bart for this whole thing. I'm sure it was very traumatic. I'm sure it continues to be traumatic. I am glad that he really pressed hard to get this in the media. And it's been in a lot of different publications now. If you Google the name Josephine Ragland, you'll see it. So this is going to be her legacy. She's not going to have any escape from this now. Anyone who Googles her name will see this everywhere. In fact, my girlfriend saw it before I even told her about it, because she knows I talked to Bart and she's aware of who Bart is. But she saw it in the mainstream media. She had forgotten where, but she said, "Oh, I had seen a story like that. It was even in Newsweek." I really hope that Josephine Ragland gets sufficient prison time, because she deserves it. One thing that kind of sucks is that in a lot of cases, the law considers pets to be property. So times where something happened where your dog ends up hurt or killed, and there's some kind of negligence on the part of the one who allowed it to happen, usually all you can collect is just the monetary damages of what the pet was worth. Now, in this case, there was real animal cruelty. So those laws are on the books, and I hope they charge her with it. But sometimes people are very disappointed to see the lack of penalties for when people's pets end up being harmed or killed at someone else's hands, and how there's not as much as you can do about it as you would think. It's just different than when a human is harmed in some way. But they just need to throw the book at her. There's a lot of different ways she could be charged for this. And she can be charged with a felony because the amount is more than the threshold for felony fraud, because of it's in the thousands. So she really needs to go away for a while. This is just really a very cold person. This isn't someone I can say, well, they have a gambling issue, so it makes sense. I mean, how can you do this to dogs? And you think it after what happened with this German Shepherd. How was that not a wake-up call? That was earlier this year. How did she not look at this and say, okay, I'm never going to do this again. I can't believe I allowed a dog to die this way. But nope, she just moves to the East Coast and runs the same scam and crates these dogs and has the same thing happen. So all that mattered to her was that she got money to gamble with, even if it meant torturing dogs. It's a really horrible person. I have no idea how she could do this and keep a clear conscience. Strangely enough, in the Northern California matter, there was a boyfriend involved in some way. I don't think he was in the picture here with this situation with Bart. But there's a boyfriend in Northern California who called the police and said, okay, guys, the dog was with me when he disappeared. So it's my fault. If you have to bring consequences upon somebody, bring it to me. It's not Josephine's fault. It was my fault. I was caring for the dog while Josephine was gone and the dog got away. And then we tried to find the dog. We couldn't. And Josephine went and got another dog to replace. She didn't know what to do. She panicked. So I don't know where the police there in Northern California left it as far as that was concerned, but there was a boyfriend taking credit, which now we know wasn't true. And now we know it obviously died with her, just like Charlie did, and just like these other dogs almost did. But I don't know how she got this boyfriend to take the fall for her. He didn't end up getting arrested. But like, how do you convince a dude to do this? He must have really been into her. I don't know. I wouldn't do this for a girl unless she goes to me, hey, I just neglected this dog while I was gambling that I was watching for somebody else. I was supposed to be training him. I was actually gambling. The dog died in my care in a crate. Can you call the police and say it was you? Can you call the police and say that you let the dog escape? I'd say, what the fuck? Like, I'm not going to cover for your animal cruelty. I'd run away fast from a woman like that. That's just awful. I feel so bad for Bart here. It's just one of these things, if you're not familiar with the industry, you're not familiar with scams in the industry, you're not familiar with these apps that can have scams on them via the reviews, you're not going to know. If I can give anybody some suggestions for hiring anyone from one of these type of apps, I don't just mean for dog training, I mean for anything. My suggestion would be to independently Google them and examine the reviews and see if they are from people with a lot of reviews for other businesses. And if you cannot find any of this, then don't hire the person. Now, if it's something that isn't going to have catastrophic results if it doesn't go well, like a house cleaner, then fine. But if it's something that you want to make sure is done right, then yeah, make sure they have a lot of good reviews from people who look like legitimate reviewers who have left a lot of reviews in the past, and preferably ones not on an app like Thumbtack. You want to look at independent reviews and things like Yelp or Google reviews, and then check who's doing the reviewing. That would be my suggestion, is not to trust these in-app reviews. I don't blame Bart for it. I'm just telling you guys now that I've read this story. Because I'll admit, if I was on Thumbtack, I wouldn't think that these are fake reviews. I would think what he did, that you could only post a review if you actually hired the person through Thumbtack. So crazy that you could just post a review and not prove that any hiring was ever done or that you were even a real person. So, pretty bad story all around. Next, I want to talk about a very weird story that occurred involving the Clark County School District and a Nigerian romance scam. And I really think this deserves more press, especially in Las Vegas, but for whatever reason, it was lightly covered. And where it was covered, it was very poorly covered by the Las Vegas Sun. So I did my own research, and I figured out the details in the story, at least I think I did, and I will tell you about the whole thing now. It's pretty crazy. So a complex and long-planned scheme was hatched by Nigerians to steal $1.45 million from the Clark County School District, which of course is the school district that handles all the public schools in Las Vegas. And then they also utilized an already established romance scam to help move the money out of the U.S. It was pretty clever, actually. But it combined a few scamming elements together to be successful. 3 U.S. women have been arrested for taking part in the scheme, even though they were duped. They were tricked into being part of it, but at the same time, because they knew that they were moving money around and lying to banks about what they were doing with it, they were considered accomplices, even though they were accomplices that were tricked into being accomplices. So let me tell you what happened. In August 2022, a Nigerian scammer registered 2 domains. One was similar to that of the Clark County School District, and one was similar to a construction company which the Clark County School District had recently hired. Now, I don't know how these scammers knew who the Clark County School District had hired to do the construction, but maybe they were looking at public records, maybe there was an article about it somewhere on the web, but whatever it was, the Nigerians were aware that this company had been hired by the Clark County School District and was presently doing work for them. So this is the entry point to the scam. So remember, they registered 2 domains to look like both the Clark County School District and this company. So then the scammers impersonated representatives of this construction company. They used an email at this similar domain and then tricked a Clark County School District employee into sending out $1.45 million of school district funds in order to pay the construction company for the ongoing work they were doing. Now let me stop here and kind of explain the way they did this. So I don't know the name of the construction company, but let's say it was ABC Construction. So, and let's say the real website was abcconstruction.com. So the scammers would register a domain like abcconstruction.com, missing an R. So when you see the domain in the email, when you see you get it from such and such person at abcconstruction.com instead of construction.com, you don't even notice the R is missing because your brain just kind of sees it as ABC Construction, and this way you're fooled. So that's basically what they did. So they emailed someone at Clark County School District and said, hey, you owe us $1.45 million for the work we're doing. Yeah, here's the invoice. Can you pay us? And it worked. But the problem was the scammers don't get anything out of this if the school district pays the construction company. The construction company will get an extra $1.45 million, and then they'll probably call up the school district and say, hey, what's this for? Why did you just send us $1.45 million we didn't ask for? Or even if they don't, then the school district will realize it, and then they'll ask for the money back, and of course the construction company, being a legitimate business, will just send it back, and they'll kind of wonder what happened. So obviously the Nigerians were not looking to get the real construction company in Las Vegas paid extra money, or temporarily paid extra money. So how do they get their hands on it? Well, this is what they did. They needed to convince the school district to send the money to a different account. However, even the dumbest of dumb school district employees is not going to be tricked into sending the money to Nigeria. So they can't say, hey, instead of sending it to our Las Vegas account, Can you please send it to our Nigerian account? Can you please wire it to this account in Nigeria? Like, there's no way anyone's going to fall for that. So they have to find some way for this money to be paid to an accomplice in the U.S. That's the only way it could possibly work. Now, at that point, they still have the problem with getting the money out from the U.S. to them. But the hardest part is making sure that the money gets from the Clark County School District to someone who is working with them, whether it's someone who is voluntarily doing so or being tricked into doing so. So they asked to change the account that would be receiving the money. And they knew there would be some pushback to that. They knew when they were to ask this employee, hey, instead of sending this $1.45 million to the account you've paid before, can you send it to this new account? They knew when they asked that there might be some concern. So that is where they put into effect their fake Clark County School District domain. So they then wrote emails to this employee, supposedly from other people at the Clark County School District that were above them, that were supposedly authorizing a change in the bank account where the money would be received. So basically, after they asked, hey, can you change the bank account, then this same employee got emails from people supposedly within Clark County School District saying, yeah, we're aware of this request and we are authorizing it, so go ahead and send it to this new account. And again, it was a domain that was similar to the Clark County School District, but not exactly the domain, but again, something that you wouldn't notice unless you looked more closely. So they fully fooled and manipulated this Clark County School District employee to send $1.45 million to this other account in the U.S. instead of to the construction company. And the construction company never knew it was coming. It's not like the construction company was looking for that $1.45 million. This was something invented by the Nigerian scammers that the real company was looking to be paid. I don't know why they didn't check like whether that money was really owed. But I guess the scammers just figured out that money would probably be owed for an ongoing project, so it probably wouldn't be questioned that much, and indeed it wasn't. But the construction company was just left out of this whole thing. They were not contacted at all by the scammers. The scammers just focused on this one employee at Clark County School District to send the money, and then impersonated other employees at the Clark County School District and impersonated, of course, the construction company and got this $1.45 million sent. But okay, that's only the first step. But where was the money going? Since it didn't go to the construction company, where did it really go? It went within the U.S., so where did it go? Well, that is where the 3 U.S. women came in who had already been romanced by these Nigerians in a separate romance scam. I'm not sure if they romanced these women with the intention of using them for this, or if they were looking to directly scam them and then diverted it to this, or if they just knew they were going to come up with some scheme where they're going to need to use these women, and that's what they came up with. But whatever it was, they had already established fake romances with these women. Now, how did they do this? They were not acting like they were Nigerians. They were pretending to be American men who were working on an oil rig, which is a very common trick that foreign romance scammers use. Why do they say they're on an oil rig? Well, because they say on the oil rig that they have internet access, but they don't have phone access. That they just have a weak internet connection that's good enough to send email, but it's not good enough to do any FaceTime calls or any phone calls. So basically, all they can do is email back and forth. And the reason they want that is because they're supposed to be American. So they can't get on the phone with these women and talk to them and then have a thick accent. And the women will be very suspicious. Why does this American sound like an African? So they know they can't get on the phone. They know they can't get on FaceTime. They're supposed to be these handsome American men, usually white American men, usually much younger than these women, too. Often they'll just steal these pictures from somewhere on the web. So they claim to be on an oil rig. That's why they're unreachable. So these scammers were pretending to be good-looking guys working on an oil rig and quickly falling in love with these women. I don't know if they met them on dating apps or whatever, but they quickly, quote, fell in love with these women. One of the women was Leslie Villarosa of Chicago. Now, I know he met her on Facebook, and he gave that BS oil rig story. And they tricked Villarosa into believing that she was organizing a pilgrimage to Israel for her church. So clearly they must have used the religious angle to romance her. So this is a common trick also by the scammers. The romance scammers that target men just typically use looks and sexuality to do it. They will steal a picture of a porn star. They'll target middle-aged and older men and just fall in love with them instantly. And they see this beautiful girl who's so into them, and the rest takes care of itself, as you might imagine when you have older men who are dumb and horny. But with women, it doesn't work that way. You can message these women and be a good-looking guy, supposedly, but that's not enough. That's not enough to get them all excited and to make them fall for you. So with women, it's a bit more complicated. And an angle they like to use is religion. So they will write a lot about Jesus and about God, and they will find the women who respond positively to that. And then they will use this to further trick them. So they'll go on and on about how important God is to them and how important Jesus is to them and how important their Christian faith is. And these women will think, oh, I found a good Christian man. And to these women, it seems perfect. It's a hardworking, good Christian man who's also really good looking and often younger than they are, who works on an oil rig and has the same strong Christian values. And these women will fall for them very fast. I'm talking about the gullible ones, not the smart ones that know immediately this is BS. So Leslie Villarosa was perfect for this because she was Christian. The Christianity was very important to her. She believed the oil rig story. And over 8 months, they got to really earn her trust. They talked to her first in November 2021. And then 8 months later, they tricked her into believing that she was organizing a pilgrimage to Israel for her church. So they asked her, how much you think it would cost to send the people from your church to Israel for this pilgrimage? I'm not sure what they're supposed to do with this pilgrimage, but this was something that she wanted to have. I don't know whose idea it was, but she said it would be $185,000 that would be needed. So they said, okay, good. Collect the $185,000 in funds from people from your church in order to fund that pilgrimage. And at first they told her she'll be handling all the money and she'll be booking the flights and the hotels. So it also didn't look like a scam because she'd be handling all the money the entire way. She would be collecting the money from her church members. She would be buying the hotels, the flights, whatever, paying the expenses. So the guy she was talking to that she was in love with, he wasn't even asking, hey, send me the money. So there was no red flag at the beginning, other than this being kind of weird. So believe it or not, people in the church went for this. They're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So a bunch of people gave her money from this church. People who she knew from church gave her this money, and she collected $185,000 of funds for this pilgrimage to Israel. Then, after she told her oil rig boyfriend, who's really in Nigeria, that she had collected the $185K, at that point, he said to her, well, how about you convert 80,000 of that to Bitcoin and send it directly to me? I don't know what he specifically told her, but basically he was promising to do a lot more with it than she could. So he convinced her to take this money she had collected from church members, send 80K of it to him, and eventually he convinced her to send the other 105K to, quote, other individuals, presumably also the same scammers. Now you might say, wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. What's all this about a church and about a pilgrimage to Israel? What happened to this whole thing with the Clark County School District? Well, don't worry, I'm getting to that. I don't know if this was just kind of an extra bonus on top to where they figured they might as well get additional money out of her, or if this was kind of a test, or both. But very shortly after they stole this $185K that was for the pilgrimage to Israel, which she still thought the scammers were using to arrange this mega trip, she was contacted by them and asked to receive the $1.45 million from the Clark County School District. So it was her account that was going to be receiving this money. The school district didn't know it. They thought they're sending it to a construction company, but it was actually her account, and they asked her, can you receive this money? And I don't know exactly what they told her it was from, but I think it had something to do with the church or the pilgrimage, something like that, that just money was sent to sponsor all this and that she would be receiving it. So, of course, she's not suspicious at all. She's thinking, okay, sweet, I sent them this money, but look, they're sending me way more from other sources for this same thing. So she received $1.45 million from the Clark County School District. She saw who it was from. It said right on her statement the wire was coming from the Clark County School District. She was very aware of that. She spent $80,000 of it buying supplies for the pilgrimage. I don't know what supplies there were, but she bought $80,000 worth of supplies. And then she was told to send the rest of the money to 3 other individuals within the U.S. So that's where the other women come in. One of them was Jennifer Walsh of Indiana. Jennifer Walsh was also romanced by these same Nigerian scammers, also through Facebook. And she thought she was receiving the money for some kind of noble purpose. I'm not sure which one, but they told her she was receiving this for some kind of charitable undertaking, I presume. She received $95,000 from Villarosa in October 2022 and was told by the scammers to send them to a Bitcoin ATM at a truck stop near where she lived, and then convert the funds to Bitcoin and then send it to an address they would give her, which of course was their address. So to clarify here, $95K was sent from Villarosa that she had gotten from the school district. $95K was sent to this other woman, Jennifer Walsh. Walsh was told, wire this $95K now to this Bitcoin ATM at a truck stop, and then go to the truck stop and see that it's been received, and then convert it to Bitcoin through this ATM, and then send it to this Bitcoin address, which of course the scammers controlled. When she received the $95K from Villarosa via wire, and she went to the bank actually did ask her how she knew Villarosa, because I don't know if they asked this when she tried to wire the funds right back out to this Bitcoin ATM. Whatever it was, they got suspicious at the bank and asked, how do you know this Villarosa person? And she lied about it. She said that this Leslie Villarosa was a relative, which she was not. She had never met her nor talked to her. Selma Redmond of Phoenix also received funds from Villarosa, and she had also been romanced by the scammers. I'm not sure from where, from Facebook or from somewhere else. She was also under similar instruction as Walsh, but she received a lot more money than Walsh did. She got $450K from Villarosa in November of 2022, just a month later, and then another $120K shortly thereafter. So that was $570K total. And then she also converted it all to Bitcoin through a Bitcoin ATM, and then again shipped it out to the scammers. Federal agents, when they were investigating this whole thing, interviewed her, and she denied having done this, even though there's a clear paper trail of it occurring. It was very weird because the FBI took her in and said, look, we know you received $570K of stolen money from the school district in Nevada, and that you converted it to Bitcoin and sent it out to these scammers. Even if you didn't realize that's what you were doing, you definitely knew you got the $570K and converted it to Bitcoin and sent it out. And she said, oh, no, I didn't do it. No, I wasn't me. And they're like, no, look, we have proof. Like, we see you received this at the bank. We see you wired this. There's no way out of this. There's a clear paper trail. It was definitely you. And she just won't admit it. Now, I don't know what happened to the other $780,000. Remember, there's $1.45 million involved. So I don't know where the other $780K went, but it did disappear. And there was a fourth person involved who was not named in the articles I read about this. But there was a fourth person who was tricked in a similar fashion, so maybe they got the final $780K. Anyway, Walsh and Redmond were arrested And Villarosa currently has an active warrant for her arrest. Now, I tried to look up these women on public records. Selma Redmond, I found, definitely was her, 68 years old. Leslie Villarosa, I believe I found her at 52 years old. And Jennifer Walsh, while a fairly common name, I think I found her based upon her location. And if that's the right one, she's 56. So these are all women over 50, and Selma Redmond, the one who denied having done it, even when caught red-handed, is close to 70. She's 68 years old. So this is the profile of who's targeted. They don't tend to target young, attractive women for these romance scams because they're less likely to fall for it. They have a lot of prospects to date in their real life. They don't need to meet randoms on Facebook who work on oil rigs. They tend to like to target people they feel are not doing as well in the dating scene, usually older people. And sometimes they get the added bonus that these older people already have some kind of early senility going on and just aren't that sharp and can be tricked. Older people are also more likely to be tricked from the religious angle. And some older men are so delusional regarding the belief that a young girl is into them, they'll sometimes just suspend disbelief and tell themselves any story so they can feel like it's true. Because, I know there were no men romanced in this story. I'm just speaking in general that I've seen some of these men profiled who've fallen for like super obvious romance scams. And these are basically guys who just can't accept the fact that they've gotten much older and that their days of dating like a beautiful 25-year-old are over. And these aren't men who are really, really rich who might be able to pull it off. I'm talking about these are just like dudes who are middle class at best, and they don't even look good for their age, so they really have no shot at dating young, attractive women anymore. But lo and behold, a woman who looks like a porn star, because she is a porn star, but it really isn't her, of course, is contacting them and very quickly falling in love with them, and they just can't say no. They just are thinking with a certain head that is not at the top of their body. But again, in this case, since it's all women, they were tricked from presumably all of them were tricked from the religious angle, at least as Villarosa was. Now, why were the women charged? Because none of them thought that they were stealing from a school district. None of them thought that they were helping Nigerian scammers. So why are they being charged when you could say they were victims as well, even if they were not financially victimized? Well, Villarosa was the worst one because if you remember, she took $185,000 from her own church members. Instead of arranging the trip to Israel herself, she sent that money to the scammers. So she basically took funds collected for this trip and then sent it off to a third party via Bitcoin rather than arranging the trip like she promised she would. And then on top of that, she received $1.45 million from a school district, didn't question it, lied to the bank about it, and then sent the money off to other people. So I think she's the one who's most in danger of actually seeing real prison time. The other women, not so much, in my opinion. The other women received the money from Villarosa and lied about how they knew her, and that's the only reason that they're getting prosecuted. Had they not lied to bank officials and just received money and then converted it to Bitcoin and sent it back out, then they wouldn't have been charged. But it was because when the bank asked them about this money they were getting, they BS'd about who Leslie Villarosa was, and then this made it to where the bank didn't press it further as to what was going on here. So basically the federal authorities are saying, if you're going to lie to the bank and you're receiving scam money, then you're an accomplice even if you didn't realize you're an accomplice. I don't think that Selma Redmond or Jennifer Walsh will get any time in prison. They appear to just be morons who were tricked by the romance scammers into being unwitting accomplices. I do think that Villarosa might, because of the church money, plus the fact that she was the one forwarding out all $1.45 million from the Clark County School District, without stopping to consider, wait a minute, why is a school district sending me this much money? Like, it's one thing to just get money from some individual that you're told by the scammers is helping with a charity effort. But how do you explain receiving $1.45 million from a school district and sending this out to randoms from there? Like, just because your oil rig boyfriend that you've never spoken to on the phone tells you to do it? So that's going to be a little harder for her to explain. I don't think she believed that she was sending out stolen money. I think she believed all the bullshit. But I'm just saying that at some point you got to take responsibility for being an accomplice, even if you're an unwitting one. But still, I could see where she wouldn't get prison time either, and that she's just given some kind of probation or something like that. It will be interesting to see where these federal cases go. I also don't know why they're not naming the fourth person involved who may have moved the most money, because there's $780K missing in this whole story. And there's a fourth person's name they're not publishing for whatever reason. But this is pretty crazy, and I will give the Nigerians credit for putting together a very sophisticated and successful scam. Because they got these women in place 8 months earlier and got their trust, and then basically used them to move the money out of the country. Because they solved the problem. These Nigerians solved the problem of the fact that the school district would not be sending the money to Nigeria, nor would the school district be paying it in Bitcoin. So that was a big challenge for the scammers. They couldn't just tell the school district, hey, can you send this to a Bitcoin ATM? Of course, there's no way they'd do that. Or, hey, can you send this to Nigeria as a wire? They wouldn't do that either. So the only way they could get this done was to have it sent to another account in the U.S. and then trick those people to send it out. Now, what is confusing me a bit is why they didn't just have Villa Rosa convert all of it to Bitcoin, but maybe they were afraid that if she tried to convert $1.45 million to Bitcoin, that there would be too many red flags and that the whole thing would fall apart. So maybe they wanted to split it up into several parts so there's more ways for at least some money to get to them, even if some banks eventually stop it. But yeah, the whole $1.45 million made it over to Nigeria. Now, what about this Clark County School District employee? Have they been arrested? No. In fact, we don't even know if this person got fired or disciplined in any way, which is bizarre. And what does this say about the oversight at the Clark County School District if $1.45 million can be accessed by one individual and sent out like this to a new account, no less, without any kind of security procedures to prevent it? So while I don't believe this Clark County School District employee was involved or knew they were being tricked or scammed, I do have to wonder, why would they give any one individual such power over public funds? Why is it that at a school district, one person who apparently isn't even that high on the chain has the authority to send out $1.45 million without anyone else signing off on it? I mean, forget about these stupid fake emails that are fake authorizing it. The bottom line was nobody else was involved in authorizing it. The bottom line was one person did have the power to send out $1.45 million from the school district to a new account without anyone else having to approve it. And that's insane. Why is there not a policy in place that the money simply cannot move unless more than one person gives the okay? And it has to be verified in some way that it's really done, not just someone giving the okay via email, but that somehow there would have to be some kind of verified acceptance of this before the money could be moved out, or at least not to a new account. How is there not some sort of security in place for that? Why are there not two or more people required to get this done? That shows you how poorly the money is managed there. It's also pretty crazy that the construction company just asked for $1.45 million. They just send it without verifying they really need it, without calling anyone at the construction company. Just, oh yeah, okay, here it is. Here's your $1.45 million. What? And how is this person so dumb to not question why they're sending it to someone in Chicago? Like just some random individual in Chicago. Yeah, don't send it to such and such construction company. Send it to Leslie Villarosa in Chicago. Why? Oh, here's a really flimsy reason, but don't worry, your superiors are about to email you giving authorization to this. So check for that email, and then the email comes in. Well, okay, if my superiors say that's okay, guess I don't have to talk to them on the phone about it. I guess I might as well just believe what the email says. Oh my gosh, that's stupid. Very, very poor money management security at the Clark County School District, and they're not hiring very smart employees there either, apparently, to work in their office. But yeah, it just looks like the taxpayer is going to eat this one. They're not getting the money back. And I doubt that these women have the money to pay back. Probably just going to be gone. Probably just taxpayers take it up the ass there, as they always do. By the way, I know this is not directly related, but I don't ever like approving any of these budget increases for school districts, which can be tough to vote against because you kind of feel like a jerk. You kind of feel like, wait, why shouldn't the schools have more money? Shouldn't the schools be better? Shouldn't our kids deserve the best? Why am I being such a Scrooge with taxes where I don't want to pay anything just so I can have more money in my Jew wallet while the kids suffer education-wise? What kind of cold asshole am I? The problem is stuff like this, and I'm not just talking about scams, I'm talking about waste. There is a ton of waste in school districts. You don't even realize it, but there is. They have these weird budgets where every department has a certain amount of money, and it's not always allocated well. So you'll have certain departments with way too much money to waste, and they do, and other departments which are very much underfunded. But they can't just grab money from these other overfunded departments. And there's just so much crap that goes on. There's so much money that's just outright wasted in public school districts. And I always like to compare hard drive space, or I guess a more modern comparison is like space on your iPhone or any kind of device you carry around. I like to compare that space with budgets for public entities. And you may think, what does one have to do with the other? But if you think about like the space in your iPhone or the space in your computer's hard drive, you never think about wasting space until you're out of space. So you'll just keep taking up space with a lot of crap on there. And you'll never think about clearing it out to make space, because if you still have space, you might as well just, keep using it. And then one day you run out of space, and at that point you have to start going through all the stuff and say, okay, do I need this? Do I need that? Can I delete this? Can I delete that? And you make space at that point. So only at that point do you start budgeting space. But let's say instead of having to do that, you could just wave a magic wand and all of a sudden your space would double or go up by 50%, or even go up by 30%. Well, then you wouldn't have to delete anything. Then you could just go back to wasting space again. So that, unfortunately, is how a lot of government entities, including school districts, operate, is when they start to run short on money, instead of saying, let's look at our budget and see where we can change some things and find some money where it's being overspent or wasted, they just say, oh, we'll just ask the taxpayers for more money and tug at their heartstrings because it's for the kids. And then often it gets approved. And this way they don't have to rebudget anything. This way they don't have to look at how they're spending. This way they can keep wasting. So it's the same concept. If you don't have to rebudget, if you don't have to look at what's important and what can be dropped, then you won't do it. So if you use the taxpayers as an endless well of money every time you need more, you just have to ask for more and you get it. You're never going to attempt to spend efficiently. So I do not vote to increase budgets for these public entities because I want them to spend efficiently. And when I am convinced they are spending efficiently and they really honestly need more money, at that point I would vote to raise the taxes to pay for them. But that never happens because they don't ever spend efficiently. They never go through their budget and spend efficiently. They just keep asking for more and they get it. So they're so far from that point, I just never vote to approve these tax increases. So next time you see that on the ballot, you may want to consider that. Don't just consider, oh, the children this, the children that. Stop for a second and say, wait a minute. If this doesn't get approved, can't they just take their existing budget and cut out the nonsense and cut out the waste and accomplish the same thing they're asking for without raising taxes? That's why they're so lax in Clark County, in the school district there, with these funds, that they're just sending out $1.45 million because a fake construction company asked for it. Or I guess a fake representative of a real construction company. But they don't even verify that that money's really owed. We're not talking about $1,000 here. We're talking about $1.45 million. In fact, I just had an idea. I'm going to let this person know. I think I figured out a solution for Raechel Whetstone. I think instead of getting a minimum wage job to pay back standard backing, I think she should just send an email to the Clark County School District and ask them for the $7,300. Just say, I just need $7,300. I'm going to be doing some construction work over here, and I'll send you an email from your supervisor approving it. In fact, you could probably get extra money to go play the Buffalo. Maybe that's the answer to all broke poker players, just get it from the Clark County School District. They seem to be pretty flush with funds here. So let's move on and talk about the YouTuber known as SlotLady Sarah. Or just SlotLady, or All Casino Action is the name of her channel right now. We've talked about her before on this show, and I've played you clips of both her and a guy named Easy Life Slot Jackpots going back and forth. They're fighting a lot on YouTube over the last year or so. And Sarah, a.k.a. SlotLady, came to my attention via a thread created on the Scam, Scandals, and Shadiness forum, which, again, it doesn't really belong there. This was created back in October of 2020 by a guy named New Guy, who at the time was a new guy, but he doesn't really post anymore. But he actually started a pretty good thread, pretty interesting thread about the slot community on YouTube, which at the time I really wasn't aware of. And he was just giving little profiles of various slot YouTubers who had any kind of real following. So the best known slot YouTuber is named Brian Christopher. But not only did he profile Brian Christopher, but he profiled various others, one of whom was SlotLady. And SlotLady was interesting because she was the female that he was profiling. The rest of them were males. And SlotLady was clearly succeeding somewhat in part due to her gender and looks. So she looks like she's like late 20s, and she's pretty attractive, and she would play slot machines, and she didn't have the best personality. Sometimes she seemed a little bit aloof and cold and kind of bitter, but she was able to put on a happy enough face while she played these slots and sometimes other casino games. And people liked watching it because, first of all, some of these channels just do well because people enjoy watching other people gamble, which I don't quite understand the big thrill in that, but a lot of people like it. And a lot of the people who watched her enjoyed watching because she was a pretty girl. So while guys like Brian Christopher, I guess, could be interesting because of the gambling they were doing, people weren't really watching Brian Christopher for the way he looked. But a pretty girl doing it will bring in a demographic that the others won't. So her channel grew. Didn't get as big as the huge ones, but it grew. She got into the six figures in followers, and she was doing pretty well. One analysis site, I don't know how accurate it is, was claiming that she was getting between $652 and $757 per video just from the YouTube monetization. Others were claiming less, but it's still decent money just for making videos, just for making gambling videos. But beyond that, there wasn't that much to say about her. Like, okay, she's just a young woman who's attractive, who does slot and gambling videos, and there's horny guys who like watching her. And she also would do this thing called super chats, where she could live chat there during her live streams, and then guys could send her money directly during the live chat through YouTube. So she made money that way too. But okay, that's interesting to discuss, but then not much more to say about that. But the thread really exploded and currently has a lot of pages. Right now it's on page 31, and there's 20 posts per page. So there's more than 600 posts on this thread, and even though it started out about a bunch of slot YouTubers, of which SlotLady was just one, now it's almost all about SlotLady. And the reason was because there became a lot of drama surrounding SlotLady, and it was something that was really exposed by this other slot YouTuber named Easy Life Slots. Now, Easy Life Slots does both slot videos and videos about other slot YouTubers, where he will investigate them or expose things they're lying about, whatever it might be. If there's drama in the YouTube slot community, he covers it, and he covers it pretty well. So his channel kind of has a dual purpose, and he actually has an account on Poker Fraud Alert and sometimes posts, but he only posts in that thread. He exposed that SlotLady was not entirely truthful. So in all of SlotLady's videos, you would just see her, and you would never hear anyone, you would never see anyone, but it's clear somebody else was filming it because you could see she's not filming it herself. But people didn't really think about who was filming her, and people really didn't think much about who might be involved in the operation. But in these live chats, there was a moderator named Jenny who seemed to be controlling everything. This Jenny was giving direction to SlotLady and was bossing around SlotLady sometimes, and Jenny just seemed to have a whole lot of power. And he got to wonder, what's up with this Jenny? Why does this assistant of hers seem to be almost like her boss? Why is this Jenny so powerful? If it's SlotLady's channel, if she's the one putting out all the content, why is some chat moderator basically running the show? And why hasn't anyone seen this Jenny? Why is there no Jenny that's ever been on video? Why doesn't she really describe who Jenny is or what her backstory is? Well, it turned out it's because Jenny was fake. Easy Life Slots figured out that Jenny was really her boyfriend or husband named Victor. So the truth was that Victor and Sarah were a couple, still are a couple, in Canada, and that Victor had the idea at some point to teach his girlfriend Sarah how to gamble, call her SlotLady, and have her as the front woman of these videos, because he knew that it was far more interesting and far more likely to become a big channel if it was his attractive girlfriend gambling rather than him gambling. Because, he's just a dude who looks like he's in his 30s. Who cares? Unless he puts out really interesting content, his channel's never going to grow. It's a lot easier to grow if you've got a pretty girl doing it. So, he's right about that. That was a pretty good idea. But he did not want to be part of the channel. In fact, he didn't want people to even know he existed, because a lot of the allure was guys watching this and liking SlotLady and maybe kind of hoping that one day they could be with her, at least in their fantasies. So if they think she's single and that they like slots, she likes slots, hey, maybe it could work one day. And she's getting all these donations through the super chat, so he didn't want to have guys say, oh, well, she's with this long-term boyfriend, oh, she's married, so screw it, I'm not giving her a donation. He wanted to make it look like she was single. So that was a ruse they put on for a long time, but then in reality, he was directing a lot of this from the background and doing so under this Jenny account. So there was no Jenny. He was the Jenny. So Easy Life Slots exposed this, and the right thing for them to have done at this point, and we've covered all this in the show, so I'm not going to go too much longer this part, but the right thing for them to have done at this point was to come clean. And they could have just told the truth. They could have just said that they felt it was better for the channel for her to be playing rather than Victor. They don't even have to say why. It's obvious why. But they didn't have to say anything but that. Just say that it was better for the channel for her to be playing instead of Victor. That yes, he's been part of it the whole time. Yes, he's her boyfriend or husband, whatever he is. Yes, he was Jenny. Sorry for the deception about that. They just felt it was better for the channel to not include Victor, and that they're going to include Victor going forward, and sorry for not being completely truthful about this. Goodbye. And that would have shut it down. There would have been some haters still at that point, but Not much more to say, but instead there was all this deflection, all this lying. They wouldn't completely admit to it. Like, yeah, they brought Victor into the channel at that point, but they just were never totally honest about what the whole situation was. And she just tried to make excuses, and she fought back and forth on videos with Easy Life Slots, and they just handled it very poorly. And I said this at the time, and I was playing clips of her going at it with Easy Life Slots, and I was kind of critical of them. Now, at the same time, I'm going to tell you that Sarah and Victor did not scam anybody. They didn't do anything that was bad. They just weren't truthful on their channel. And then when they were caught not being truthful on their channel, they heaped more lies upon the original lies. So it was stupid, and it was kind of insulting to the viewers, and it was an interesting story, and I covered it here. But it wasn't like a major scam or anything. So I want you guys to understand that. I'm not accusing them of stealing or scamming in any way. Anyway, for a while it kind of died down. That's why you haven't heard me talk about SlotLady recently. And in fact, even our thread about SlotLady died down, and there just wasn't that much discussion of her. Over time, a few things became more clear. It seemed that Victor had a gambling problem. It also seemed that Sarah did not enjoy being on camera. She didn't enjoy the whole experience of being SlotLady. She even developed a stalker at one point. She even briefly showed the emails this psycho was sending her. So she just didn't like the whole thing. It looked like this whole thing was Victor's dream, not hers. And it looked like this might have been a way for Victor to fund his gambling habit. Because they're making pretty good money on the channel, as I said. So it looked like Victor just propped her up as the front woman there. And then they're bringing in, what, $600 per video. And they're making a lot of videos. And then Victor now has his gambling money. She even admitted that Victor was the gambler and he taught her how to gamble. She admitted that in one of the videos. She still claimed it was her channel, not Victor's, and all this BS. But at least she did admit that the gambling originated with Victor and he's the one who taught her. So eventually she quit the channel. She didn't officially quit, but she stepped back and then completely stepped back to where every single video was featuring Victor and nobody else. And they renamed the channel from SlotLady to All Casino Action. So that's the way it stayed for a while. And occasionally someone would post a Victor video and kind of laugh at how he would get frustrated and complain about how bad his luck was. This guy was not a happy gambler. This is the gambler who always complains how unlucky he is. In fact, he even came up with a term called Victor Luck, which you're going to hear about in a little bit when I play a video they just did. He actually came out with a term Victor Luck, which is referring to like the worst luck possible. He thinks he really is cursed, like he just has the worst luck of any gambler. So whenever he has something bad happen in gambling, oh, that's the Victor Luck again. So this is a guy who's not exactly fun to watch. It's somewhat depressing. You kind of watch... It kind of feels like you're watching a degenerate gambler who can't really afford to be losing what he's losing. It kind of has the look like of a guy who, whenever he gets his hands on money, runs to go gamble, loses, and then talks about how bad his luck is. Now, the channel's still doing okay because they have that existing following, so people just watch out of habit. But that's the way it's been for a while. But that's been the case now for some time, and I didn't even think it was worth talking about. Because, like, who cares? But now we have a pretty interesting recent development, and now I have to talk about SlotLady again, because it's just so bizarre. I have to admit that I didn't see this one coming. Everything else is not surprising. It's not surprising there was a person in the background that was directing the whole thing, that SlotLady was kind of just more of a front woman, that it was really her husband or boyfriend making the whole thing happen, that he's an actual degenerate gambler using the channel to fund his gambling. Like, all that is not surprising. The next thing that happened, that's just happening right now, it's a very recent story, that is surprising. And I did not see coming. So, a Reddit post showed up where someone who was posting anonymously, they wouldn't say who they were or how they had the information, but someone was posting anonymously on Reddit that SlotLady Sarah used to live in Las Vegas and was a prostitute. And not only did they claim she was a prostitute, but they claimed that she was doing basically anything you wanted, that they showed all these different abbreviations. She's into this, into that, that basically anything you wanted with her, she was willing to do. And this person didn't offer any proof that she really was a prostitute, but they were swearing that this was true and that this was the way she used to support herself in Vegas. Now, remember, she's Canadian, but they claim she lived in Vegas, and she definitely was in Vegas for some time. She's back in Canada now, but she was living in Vegas for some time. But they claimed it was kind of like an open secret that Sarah was a prostitute in Vegas. So Easy Life picked this up, and he did a video discussing it. And for the first time since Easy Life showed up on Poker Fraud Alert, he didn't get a completely positive response. Usually when he would post on Poker Fraud Alert, people would be cheering him on and saying he's doing a great job, and everything he's saying sounds very plausible, very true. He got some flack from some people on Poker Fraud Alert who were saying that he's jumping to conclusions, that he's just believing some anonymous Reddit person who doesn't have sufficient proof, and that to make an allegation about Sarah being an escort, that's a pretty serious thing to say without having concrete proof, and that he should really take that down. And he was insisting back, I have a lot more information than I'm putting out there. I wouldn't say something like this if I didn't really know. So people didn't quite know what to think. But then it took an even different turn. And in fact, kind of a related turn. So we still don't know if Sarah actually was an escort before. She's denying it, but we don't know for sure if she was or wasn't. But I'll tell you what we do know. We do know that shortly after that post about Sarah being an escort, a video was leaked of her sucking Victor's dick. You heard me right. A video is leaked of Sarah sucking Victor's dick. Why? And how would that video have come into someone else's hands? That's a good question. But that video was leaked. I've seen it. In fact, it's now deleted from Reddit, but you can still find it if you just Google SlotLady Sarah. And you'll see, if you go to the images, Google Images, you'll see it right there. And it really does look like her. And you may say right now, wait a minute, Druff, this is out of line here. Even if it's something you can find on Google. I mean, the post has been deleted. You're violating this poor girl's privacy. How could you be directing people to go look at stolen sexual videos of her? Is this a new low, you might ask of me? But no, because you haven't heard the next thing I'm going to say. SlotLady Sarah and Victor have decided to pivot to using their slot channel to promote her new OnlyFans channel, where now you can pay to see her sucking Victor's dick and doing other sexual stuff. So obviously this isn't exactly violating her sexual privacy when you can literally go to her OnlyFans right now and pay $50 and see something very similar. That's their new thing now. SlotLady is now doing porn. OnlyFans porn. I did not see this coming. But rather than tell you more about this myself, I'm going to let Victor and Sarah explain this to you in their own words, because they have a video announcing this on their All Casino Action channel and explaining the whole thing.
Hello everyone. As you may or may not know, there have recently been some vicious rumors that have been spread about me, as well as some intimate photos and videos that have been released. These photos and videos were released without consent, and this is a serious crime. I have taken the appropriate legal action, including getting the FBI and other law enforcement agencies involved, and it is currently an ongoing investigation. I've been the victim of more than just the unauthorized release of my intimate photos and videos, but again, as this is an ongoing investigation, I will refrain from speaking on it much more. Any intimate photos and videos were, again, released without consent, and this is illegal content, so anyone caught distributing these photos in any way could be implicated in this crime.
False. Okay, let me stop right here. Revenge porn is a crime. So, for example, if I had a girl come over here and I recorded our sexual encounter, whether it was with her consent or without her consent, and then I got mad at her and I distributed the video without her consent for me to distribute it. So basically everybody could see her having sex with me, and she didn't want that, but tough luck, I distributed it anyway. That is a crime in a lot of jurisdictions. It's called revenge porn. People seeing one of these videos and liking it and then distributing it on, especially if it's of somebody who is known in some way. They don't have to be like a super celebrity, but even if they're just kind of known in some community and it's then forwarded on, hey, look at this person having sex. That's not revenge porn. That's a different story. You could send a demand to somebody to stop distributing it if they have received it and say, hey, this is unauthorized, stop distributing it, but you're not going to be implicated in a, quote, crime. The crime only takes place involving revenge porn if you either took the video yourself and are distributing it without permission, or if you stole the videos. For example, like if you hacked someone's phone and then distributed their sexual videos. That could also be considered revenge porn, but not forwarding on a video that just has been making the rounds on the internet. So that's the first problem. But there's a number of problems here with her claims that we will cover as this goes on.
I have no doubt that the people responsible for this crime will be held accountable for their actions, and you know who you are. I'd also like to clear the air and say that I've never been an escort, and I never worked at any establishment that was mentioned in a now deleted Reddit post, and you're welcome to contact those establishments yourself to confirm.
Since the beginning of the channel, more specifically since my appearance on it, we've always made it a point to do our best not to share any of our personal lives online. The reason for this was the fact that we felt that it really didn't have anything to do with the content we were producing, as well as the purpose of our channel. The purpose of the channel was to create the best gambling content on the internet. I think we've been successful in that.
Let me stop right here. Okay, so the video is 1 minute and 40 seconds into it so far. And here's my first question. Why are they doing this video? So I would have to say that the vast, vast majority of their followers do not read Reddits about them. There may be their followers that read subreddits that have nothing to do with them. But I don't think most of SlotLady's followers are reading whichever subreddit this appeared on and saw this post that's now deleted by their own admission. Furthermore, since the post has been deleted, but the link to the video of the blowjob is still accessible, why not at least wait for that to vanish? Why not at least wait for Google to catch up and remove a link to that? They're dropping this right away. So here, a tiny percentage of their audience has seen this video. They don't have to address it, at least not now. At least not till it's gone. And at least wait till someone says something about it. Now, maybe they're assuming that Easy Life is going to say something about this very soon. And in fact, he said he will. So if they want to get ahead of him, I guess that's fine. But they're not even waiting till the thing's off the internet. So that's already a little bit weird. But let's continue here.
However, in light of recent developments, I suppose that our personal lives are now relevant to discuss on the channel. And I'm happy to share. I consider myself ridiculously lucky to have the relationship that I have with Sarah. It might be a bit unconventional, but it's something that both of us enjoy. And the way our relationship works is that we're able to see whoever we want unrestricted. I could see as many women as I want to see. And of course, Sarah is afforded that same privilege.
What? Wait a minute. Where did this come from? So no one's talking about this. No one's saying, oh, well, did you guys know that Sarah and Victor have an open relationship? No one's saying that. Even the ones that are accusing her of being an escort, or the ones posting the video of her sucking Victor's dick, which of course wouldn't be an open relationship because it's the two of them together. So, like, where is this open relationship stuff coming from? Oh, we have to address this. No, you don't. No one's discussing this part of it. Why would you reveal this detail if nobody's discussing it or accusing you of doing that? Even if you're okay with the fact that you're doing it and you're not ashamed of it, which is fine, but why would you put this out there? Why would this be something you're addressing at this point when really nobody would have any way to know this except for the other partners you might have, and none of those people have come forward? So why are they putting this out? Well, we have some theories, but let's listen on here.
It's been something that has always been a good time for us, and the only restriction that we've ever imposed on ourselves was that of legality, which is consent. Consent is important.
What? What? The only restriction that we have imposed upon ourselves in this open relationship, and I'm like waiting to hear what they're going to say next, is that you can't bring the partners home and do it in front of the other, or you're not going to talk about it with each other exactly what you do, or that there can't be any love involved, it just has to be sex. Like, those are common restrictions in an open relationship. But the only restriction is consent? What does that mean? So it's an open relationship. Both of them can have sex with whomever they like outside the relationship, but it can't be rape. It can't be rape, guys. That's the one thing you can't do. So consent's important. So while Victor can have sex with other women besides Sarah, he can't rape women. They have to consent him having sex. What does this mean? What? How is that a restriction? Like, that's a restriction in any dating situation. There's always consent. You have to have consent, or otherwise it's sexual assault or rape. I can tell you, in 100% of any kind of sexual encounter I've had, or anything even resembling a sexual encounter, there's been consent. I've never touched any women without their consent. I've never had sex with a woman without their consent. I have to imagine that the vast majority of listeners of this show, I would hope, can say the same thing. So what is this consent? What are they talking about? That's such a weird restriction. That's such a weird thing to call a restriction. How is that even a restriction? Consent. That should be obvious to everybody, open relationship or not.
Consent is the difference between harmless fun and committing a crime.
Okay, yes.
Unfortunately, in this situation, there was absolutely no consent given.
Oh, okay. So now they're linking it back to the video that went out. But let's hear more.
Unfortunately, I made the mistake of trusting somebody that I thought was my friend, who ended up having nothing but horrific intentions for me.
Wait. What? Okay, so again, they're talking about the video that went out on Reddit of her sucking Victor's dick. So apparently there is a friend that she trusted that betrayed her. So somehow she sent a video of her sucking Victor's dick to a friend who then distributed it. I've got a question. Why were you sending out that video to a friend? Why was that something that you would send, friend or not? Like, what? Why was that something you had an interest to send to someone? I don't get this. I mean, I guess you can, but why? Like, that's not really explained. Let's go on.
Now I know I'm in the public eye, so I should be more careful. Especially since there are a vocal few people who really don't like me.
She's referring to Easy Life Slots, by the way.
To say the least. I really should have had my guard up and, been smarter about things. Unfortunately, I was very naive and stupid. But the only thing I can do is learn from this and move forward.
Guys, I've been doing some soul searching as well. because of what's happened, and I feel that I do need to apologize to you. Really, since doing this channel for the last 2 years, I've gone on endlessly about how bad my luck is. The catchphrase Victor Luck has become a very common theme in all of my streams. For those of you who haven't really watched many of my streams, Victor Luck is something I say when I hit a really bad run of cards or a bad beat at the tables. So for example, I did a blackjack stream recently and I had a 20 and the dealer pulls, 3 suited 7s for 21. And I would say, hey, that's Victor Luck. That's what Victor Luck is. The worst luck in the world. And, I'm embarrassed looking back at all the times I've said how unlucky I am, because I'm actually incredibly lucky. I mean, I get to gamble every single day. I get to have access to as many beautiful women as I want. Not to mention being with Sarah, who's an extremely understanding, supportive, and just beautiful person overall.
I like how he corrected that. He's like, yeah, I get to gamble every day, and I get to have as many beautiful women as I want. I'm a really lucky guy. I mean, how many guys get to do that? Just gamble all the time, bang all these beautiful women. Oh, and I have Sarah, too. I'm lucky to have her, too.
And I am beyond lucky. And it's not just like a glass... It's not a glass half empty thing. I mean, I complain about never hitting a royal flush in Ultimate Texas Hold'em, in spite of the fact that I played it since the game came out and I played thousands and thousands of hands. But that's not exactly the worst luck in the world, is it? So I am really sorry that I've been ungrateful for what I have, because I'm the luckiest person I know. I really am. All right, guys. So that's the bad news out of the way. And here's the good news. Both Sarah and I have always believed in not restricting ourselves when it came to making the most of our lives, which is why behind the scenes, we do things like, learning new languages, getting into shape, and just overall trying to be better, trying to be as good as we could be. And we've decided to, in light of the circumstances, to take our power back and to actually launch an OnlyFans.
Okay, so he and Sarah, they're always trying to get the most out of life. So they exercise, they learn new languages, they engage in extracurricular activities that enrich their lives that many other people just don't do. They don't take the time to do. They don't take the time to grow as people. And he and Sarah always make sure to do things like that. And along that same line of thinking, we're going to start a porn channel.
We are going to do it. We're launching an OnlyFans. We're going to launch other platforms as well in the midst of doing that, and introducing ACA Exposed.
So ACA is All Casino Action. So the YouTube channel that they currently have, the gambling channel, is called All Casino Action. He abbreviates it as ACA. And the OnlyFans is going to be called ACA Exposed. You get it? So they're actually exposing themselves literally on that channel. ACA Exposed. And it's up right now. The channel is up. You can pay right now to see content.
We'll have never before seen content, which I have no doubt will be of the caliber that you've come to expect from our gambling content, except it'll be different content. Let's just say that. Also, just circling back to what I was saying about complaining about having bad luck. One of my other catchphrases in a lot of my streams was that I'm #blessed. And I would say this in an ironic sense. When something really sour happened at the table, like when I lose the full house or a flush in Ultimate Texas Hold'em, or I put a big bet down, get a split and a double, and I still lose, I say, oh, I'm #blessed. #blessed. But I actually am #blessed. And hopefully, You could find out why by checking out ACA Exposed.
Okay, a penis reference. Okay, so he's blessed, guys. He's blessed with a big penis, apparently. That's what he's trying to tell us, I believe. In fact, just in case you think I am assuming too much here, let me read you a few things here. Here is from ACA Exposed on OnlyFans. This is something you can buy. I did not buy it, so I can't give a review of it. But this is what it says. Short excerpt from Sarah's submissive facefuck video with Vic's huge dick. And huge is in all caps. So you get to watch a submissive facefuck of Sarah with Vic's huge dick. That's how he's blessed. Sorry for spoiling it for you.
That's right.
There you go. That's it. I have no idea what they're doing here. I have no idea what they're doing here. This is such a weird turn. How do you go from doing slot machine and casino content to just an outright porn channel where you watch Sarah getting a submissive face fuck by Victor's huge dick? This is their words, not mine. How do you go to that? So weird. Now, there's some theories on Poker Fraud Alert that the leak of this video was intentional, that maybe Sarah and Victor leaked it themselves in order to get people talking about it and then immediately promote their OnlyFans channel. Someone, in fact, alleged this in the comments of that video I just played, and Sarah denied it, saying that there's an active police investigation. But let's get back to that, the active police/FBI investigation. First of all, they're in Canada, so I don't know why the FBI is involved. You would think that they would contact their local law enforcement and go from there. You can say maybe it's because it's a person in the U.S. who did it, who released that video, and that they went to the FBI on it, but the FBI doesn't move that fast. The FBI doesn't drop everything and say, oh, okay, time to investigate who posted that video of Sarah sucking Victor's dick. We're going to get right on that. Doesn't matter. We're going to stop the investigation of drug dealing and murder and espionage. No, that's not important. We got to figure out who's the one who let people see Sarah sucking Victor's dick. So the FBI does not move that fast. It's possible they submitted a report on the FBI website, but I don't think it went much beyond that. But that's if this really was done by a third party in the first place. It is possible that they did this themselves. But let's say they didn't do it themselves. Is there really an active FBI and police investigation? Well, I can't say for sure, but there's a huge hole in this story. The huge hole in the story is the fact that they are starting an OnlyFans channel with the exact same type of content. In fact, probably more hardcore than what was put out. So how are they going to explain this to the FBI? Oh, yeah, Sarah, her life's never been the same since that got distributed. And, now the whole world can go take a look at our sexual encounters together, and we just can't live with this violation of our privacy. And, oh, by the way, would you like to spend $50 to buy a video of her sucking my dick? Like, it doesn't work that way. The reason revenge porn is considered a crime is because it's a major violation of people's privacy. It's a distribution of someone's intimate moments that's not supposed to be seen by the public. So this was made into a crime in most jurisdictions to punish those who intentionally violate others' privacy like that. But that all goes out the window when it's someone who is selling, for not even that much money, access to see exactly that. So you can't be a porn star and say, oh my God, this got distributed and now everybody can see me having sex and they can see me naked. I feel so violated. You can't be violated when you're violating yourself in the same way all the time for money. So that goes out the window. It's no longer a revenge porn case there. And furthermore, the person who distributed this would be someone reposting something that she admitted she sent to them. So at worst, this is like a civil matter where they can claim, well, now people can see this for free instead of paying $50 to see it on OnlyFans. That's really the only claim they could have. Now, if a guy had sex with Sarah and recorded it and then put it up, they can say, well, we consider this moment to be intimate and the performance we do is different. But here it's basically all the same thing. It's her with Victor that she sent to somebody else who then distributed it, and then her with Victor on OnlyFans that she's distributing it, but except this time for money. So what's really the difference here, except in one case money changes hands, and in the other case money does not change hands? So you really can't claim that there was a real privacy violation here if you're voluntarily violating your own privacy the same way. The same day, basically. I mean, it's not even like after this made the rounds and became viral that you decided, okay, screw it. At this point, I'm just going to go public and make money off of it. This is the same day. And in fact, they make a YouTube video drawing attention to it while it's still accessible. So there's no way the FBI would take this case. The second they would see that she has an OnlyFans, they'd say, okay, well, never mind, sue this person if you want to get monetary damages for this, but I can't even see that being awarded. So basically, if you're selling videos of yourself having sex, and then someone distributes a video of you having sex, not even with them, but that they got from you, then you're not going to be able to be charged with a crime. It's not going to happen. So for her to say it's an active police investigation is a joke. And in fact, you're kind of just mocking the police's time by even reporting this and then starting an OnlyFans. If you're so bothered by this that you're going to the police and the FBI, then you shouldn't be starting an OnlyFans for the exact same thing. Because apparently it does not bother Sarah for everybody to see this. So that makes no sense. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily they distributed it themselves. It's possible that once this got posted, they got an idea. And they're like, well, okay, people have an interest in seeing this. Well, maybe that's a new way to make money. So maybe this just gave them an idea. Maybe this really was distributed without their permission. So, maybe they befriended somebody and say, hey, we've made this hot video and you want to see it, and they sent it, and then the person had a falling out with them and then posted it to Reddit. Maybe that's possible, and maybe once that happened, they're like, well, a lot of people are talking about this. Maybe we can make money this way. So maybe that's what it was. But you can't claim victimhood and then basically do the same thing to yourself. It doesn't work that way. That's not what revenge porn laws were written for. And even if they weren't doing this OnlyFans, again, if she voluntarily sent this picture or this video to a third party of her and Victor having a sexual encounter, and then that person distributed it, it's even hard to charge it then, because then she's just voluntarily sending this out to people. It's different than taking the video yourself, where it's never supposed to be distributed. Once you distribute it to someone knowingly, it becomes harder to claim that you had an expectation of privacy, at least from a criminal standpoint. So the whole criminal case thing is BS, whether or not they distributed this on purpose. And back to the whole open relationship thing. Some people are theorizing that the reason they're saying that they're in an open relationship is to get more customers here. Because if these customers of OnlyFans believe that if they have now more access to Sarah through the OnlyFans, then maybe she'll have sex with them. Now they're revealing, hey, not only can you watch Sarah having sex, but maybe you can get with Sarah yourself. So maybe that's what it is, that with the quote open relationship, that now any guy could have her if she likes them enough. Much like Victor has sex with beautiful women constantly. So the fact that this was just mentioned out of nowhere kind of does seem like it has something to do with the channel, or the appeal they're trying to bring to the channel. Otherwise, why even say that? Like, you could do this OnlyFans without an open relationship. because presumably it's just going to be her and Victor together in these videos. So their relationship doesn't have to be open to do an OnlyFans couples channel. But the whole thing is so weird. Like, do people really want to see this? Do they really want to see her having sex with Victor? Like, is there a market for this? Like, maybe they could do better if they just had solo videos of her. But do they really want to see Victor as part of this? Oh, it's so strange. I'm not being a Puritan or anything. Like, if these were just existing porn stars, I'd say, okay, whatever. You know, I know there's couples that do porn videos. It's fine. But it's just such a weird pivot, such a weird transition. I did not expect I'd ever be reporting on this. In fact, even their personality types don't really match with this. You have Victor, who's just kind of reserved and just kind of a downer and kind of just a frustrated guy. And then you have Sarah, who's just always kind of depressed and a little bit bitter too. It just doesn't seem like the happy-go-lucky couple you would expect doing OnlyFans content. Usually the couples doing the OnlyFans content or any content online that's sexual, usually they're acting like they're having a great time and they're the happiest people in the world. Like that's how they come off. That's not at all how Victor and Sarah come off in their existing videos. Maybe in the porn videos it'll be different, but it's just not what I expected from them. But I guess anything to make a buck. Really, really, really strange. Really strange. So I'm going to move on, and I'm going to cover the very weird story involving the scam, the apparent scam against Hustler Casino Live regulars Wesley Fay and Benjamin Lee. This is just such a weird story, and I have to admit that even I was semi-fooled by it at the beginning. So I covered it on the forum, and I had to post an update last night because it took a very different turn. Wesley Fay, whose real name is Wenji Fay, that's Wenzhifei, is on Hustler Casino Live a lot. He is known as a crypto guy, a guy who made a lot of money in crypto and now can afford to play big on the Hustler Casino live stream. And there was an allegation posted against him in early September that was posted anonymously through a WordPress site. And the author seemed pretty distressed and was insisting that Wesley is a crypto scammer. And the person presented a lot of circumstantial evidence that made it look like this might really be something that we should be concerned about. So this was on a WordPress site called uncoveringwesley.wordpress.com. uncoveringwesley.wordpress.com. It was posted on August 31st, 2023, and it was being distributed widely through Twitter and through Reddit in early September. I found it on September 3rd. This is what the person wrote, and again, they did not say who they were. This is anonymous. I am a working professional from the UK in the financial services industry. Back in January 2022, I was scammed for $250,000 by the well-known cryptocurrency influencer and professional poker player that goes by the name Dr. Hash and Wesley. His real name is Wenji Fay. After I threatened to go public with information about the scam, Wesley arranged for thugs to break into my flat. This is my story. So wow, is it true? Is it possibly true that Wesley scammed someone out of $250K and then had thugs break into his apartment for threatening to expose him? At the time of this scam, I was only 28 years old. I do not come from a wealthy family. I worked my way up into a well-paying job, but like most young professionals in large cities these days, I was still unable to buy a home or start a business. I also had plans to start a family. Back in 2021, I developed an interest in cryptocurrency. I had heard stories of others who quickly amassed 7- and 8-figure fortunes through shrewd investments in crypto and yearned to join their ranks. Together with one of my closest friends, I joined several Telegram groups to learn about crypto. Our initial encounter with Dr. Hash, remember that's Wesley, occurred during the late spring of 2021, around the time when Bitcoin had first reached $55,000. We met in a Telegram group that touted extraordinary gains within the crypto markets. Over the course of several months, we monitored a number of coins with a sense of caution. In the fourth quarter of 2021, we decided to initiate a conversation with an influencer known as Dr. Hash, who is also known as Wesley, simply to seek his opinions on the markets as a whole. Wesley stated that he was part of a team that was releasing a new coin named Supreme X. He further stated that with an investment of $250,000, we could make a stunning return of 10 to 50 times within a year. He assured us that this would be our safest investment option because of the credibility and expertise of the team behind it. He even stated that we were very fortunate to have met him at the time we did. We waited for the release of the coin and tracked the movement for around 2 months. By Christmas 2021, the coin appeared to be pretty stable, even performing well. We decided to pull the trigger. Wesley initially insisted that we make the transfer of funds via Bitcoin, but we insisted that we would only invest via an international wire transfer. As such, he provided us with his personal bank account information, and we sent him $250K. This was the vast majority of our life savings, about a full year's pre-tax salary for both me and my friend. The payment was sent on January 9th, 2022, and they show a supposed screenshot of the transaction. Towards the end of May 2022, we started to grow uneasy as the coin had not made any real gain since our investment. We communicated over our concerns to Wesley, and he constantly reassured us that by stating that a big investor from China was on the verge of finalizing their contribution. According to him, the deal was, quote, almost finished, and he would expect the investor to be closed by June. This is June 2022. He stated that with this one investment, the coin would rise to 20 cents, 10 times the value at the time of this message. As he was one of the founders of the coin, as well as a crypto influencer with many followers, we heeded his advice. So then it shows us conversation on Telegram, where the person wrote to Wesley, "We're starting to feel nervous about the coin's volatility. As you know, this is the majority of mine and my friend's savings and really aren't feeling comfortable with its current trajectory." And then Wesley supposedly wrote, "I have investor from China, big fish, he make 10 times. Then the person wrote back, "When are you expecting him to invest?" Wesley says, "In June he finished. It is big investment, becomes 0.2, referring to the 20-cent value of the coin. Hold until I tell you." And then the guy says back, "Okay, and this investor, at what stage are your discussions? Are you pitching him the idea still, or has he committed to funds? And it's just a matter of receiving them." And he says, "Just wait, receive now," is what Wesley supposedly says. So that chat supposedly took place, so there's no proof that was an authentic screenshot. He writes, "Around the time the investor was supposed to invest, the coin started to be sold in large increments daily. This was during the period of June 13th to 17th, 2022. Alarmed, we reached out to Wesley to find out what was going on. We asked why the big Chinese investor had yet to invest. He informed us this was all part of the strategy, so to give the investor a lower entry price. He guaranteed the investment would be complete by August 25th. At this stage, everything Wesley had shown us seemed above board, his track record, his predictions, his public celebrity profile. We had no reason to see this as a red flag, but so much more strategy." And then they show again some conversations basically saying just that. Another couple of weeks had gone by. We were about a week from the August 25th deadline, and we were monitoring Supreme X anxiously. Suddenly, on August 19th, 2022, the entirety of the coin was sold overnight, its value completely wiped out. When we tried to reach out to Wesley, we found out he had blocked our numbers and was non-responsive to any alternative form of contact. All of our previous WhatsApp and Telegram conversations were deleted. At this point, it started to sink in that he had scammed us. By this time, Wesley had reinvented himself as a professional poker player. He started to appear regularly on the poker show Hustler Casino Live and played in the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Both these events are televised and watched by hundreds of thousands of people. He had used his celebrity status to gain our trust. However, we realized that all the funds that went into Supreme X went directly to his pocket. Supreme X never had any intention of building a serious cryptocurrency project, as was nothing more than a Ponzi scheme. My friend and I were alarmed because this was our life savings. Wesley told us to hold the coin even though he was planning to orchestrate a rug pull, meaning that they're going to just sell it all off and it'd go to zero, and invented a story about a Chinese investor who would buy so much that the value of the coin would shoot up 10 times. That same morning, we spoke with our bank and they advised us raising a dispute to recover the $250,000 directly from Wesley's bank. We provided the evidence, and this was submitted on our end on August 20th. Wesley's bank account had been frozen, but the funds are not recovered. As a result of what was going on, I was overwhelmed with stress, so my girlfriend and I decided to escape to the countryside for a week to decompress. Once we got back, we realized our flat, referring to his apartment, had been burgled, meaning broken into. The building's video surveillance footage showed that masked men had broken in while we were away. Strangely, no possessions were taken except for our electronic file storage devices, namely a hard drive and several USB sticks. No valuables were stolen, even the burglars could easily have taken them. At first I thought this was just a random burglary. When the police arrived and asked me if I had recently fallen out with anyone and if anyone would have any reason to do me harm, I suddenly realized what was going on. Why would someone break into our flat only to steal some storage devices? Surely it could not be a coincidence that my flat got burgled the week after I started a fraud claim against Wesley. Frantically and without my emotions in check, I sent Wesley a burst of aggressive messages confronting him for sending thugs to break into my home, to which he responded, "They've reached you, and don't fuck with me." I continued to hurl threats at him, to which he later responded, confirming that his bank account was closed, but he'd already removed the funds. He stated, "Nothing in that account, LOL, and GG," referring to good game. I went on to say that he had threatened my family and invaded my pregnant girlfriend's home. I would make sure that I find everyone that had been affected by him and uncover his scams, to which he responded with a voice note laughing and mocking, saying, "I will never reply. They can't do anything to me." Wesley may claim that he's running a legitimate cryptocurrency project that ran into business problems. He may claim that all investments come with risk. He may also claim that he had nothing to do with Supreme X. However, by his actions following the scam, he basically admitted his own guilt, and now this is the plan for the world to see. If he was not involved, why did he repeatedly persuade me to hold on till the 25th of August with the claim that a big Chinese investor would come in and cause the price of the coin to skyrocket? If he was not involved, why would he gloat about having emptied his bank account? If he was not involved, why would he send thugs to break into my flat 1 week after the account was closed? Why would he threaten me further after the break-in? Why would the burglars not steal anything, only hard drives and USB sticks? Those are the questions that Wen Jifei has to answer. It is so ironic that Wesley referred to himself as a, quote, true artist during a televised poker tournament. The truth is he is a true con artist. Why am I speaking out now? A year and a half has passed since the scam. I've spent a lot of time investigating Wesley and Supreme X on my own. I believe that he made off with over $5 million of investors' money, all of which he used to line his own pockets. While he rides around in his Rolls Royce and shows off his Patek Philippe watches on social media, there are many ordinary folks whose lives have been ruined by him. My $125K, my share of the $250K investment, was meant for me to buy a house so I could provide some stability for my pregnant girlfriend and my newborn child. While he gambles with thousands on TV, his victims are trying to rebuild their lives through making an honest living. Meanwhile, he mocks and taunts us and sends thugs after us if we try to take any recovery action. The world sees Wesley as a cryptocurrency savant as well as a professional gambler who wins enormous sums by counting cards. What? Counting cards? That's the wrong game. The truth is that he is a fraud, and we want to expose him for what he has done. He is not a professional crypto trader after all. We are no longer worried about reprisals because we have changed our address. Furthermore, with this information now out in public, it will be obvious if we're harmed in any way, Wesley's the perpetrator. Wen Jifei is a criminal. He deserves to be seen as one. He deserves to be investigated by relevant authorities. By coming forward with our story, we hope that others will be inspired to come forward. Should I have been left gullible? It is often said that every investment comes with risk. Sometimes you may think I was an idiot and I deserve to be scammed. You may think that I failed to do my proper due diligence. You may think I was blinded by my own greed. Please ask yourself what you would have done in the circumstances. The co-founder of Supreme X, who was an influencer and television celebrity, had personally assured me that a big investor would be coming in before the 25th of August. He had explicitly told me to hold on to my position. He had explicitly told me he was implementing a tactical move to cause the coin to spike by 10 times. On receiving these assurances, would you have sold your position? Even if I were partially culpable, it still does not negate the fact that Wesley's actions were fraudulent and highly manipulative. And, of course, this does not even take into account that he sent thugs to break into my flat, which I was living with my pregnant girlfriend. No matter how you spin it, there's no denying that Wen Jifei is a thug, a criminal, and a fraud. To other victims of Supreme X, I'm confident that each and every one of you felt sick on the day of August 19, 2022, when the rug was pulled and the coin went to zero. Perhaps you blamed yourself. Perhaps you were merely waiting for the right time to speak out. Perhaps you were afraid that Wesley would use his underworld connections to send thugs to your homes. I'm sure that you've been rolling your eyes in disgust as Wesley has flaunted his expensive cars and watches on social media, all bought with your money. I've been feeling the exact same things for the past 18 months. The time to speak up is now. We should no longer give this scoundrel any more cover. When we speak up, we're preventing him from doing this to others. Who am I? At this point, I prefer to remain anonymous, as I do not wish for the scandal to impact my professional career and private life. Therefore, I'm trying to protect my family. They have no part in this. I'm willing to give interviews to journalists from news organizations. I can prove all my claims. I'd be willing to provide my identity, which can be verified, and also provide unredacted documentary evidence to any credentialed journalist under the obligation of strict confidentiality. So that was the explosive claim about Wesley. So here's basically the cliffs of that whole thing, in case it's a bit complicated and tough to understand, especially with me just reading it to you all in one shot. The victim is the author of this, claims to be 28 years old and from the UK. He says he and his friend invested a total of $250K together with Wesley for a shit coin, meaning a cryptocurrency that isn't likely to really have any utility, called Supreme X. He provided a lot of screenshots of text messages supposedly with Wesley and a receipt of a wire transfer, but none of this is verifiable. He claimed that Wesley promised Supreme X would yield huge returns, and after it didn't and seemed to be struggling in mid-2022, they expressed concern to Wesley about it. At this point, Wesley then told them not to sell it because a huge investor from China was going to buy into the coin, pumping up its value. The investor never showed up, and then Wesley made excuses to stall further, and then shortly after that Supreme X crash, which it really did, I can look at that right online in the sites that monitor these cryptos, and this does appear to be a rug pull where the creators of the coin sold everything off and ran off with the profits. The victim claims that Wesley had thugs break into his house and steal his electronic devices after he initiated a fraud claim on the $250K wire. So Wesley did give a response to this, but it's all been deleted now. It was up on Twitter. I should have saved it, but I did save one of the tweets. Most important one, fortunately, I saved. It says, an anonymous guy talking some shit and making some fake chat log, fake transaction history, and ridiculous story tried to hurt me. Not many people would be bored enough to do this. I think I knew who is directly smearing me. The anonymous narrator doesn't even exist. I can confront him face by real name. Then he had also posted some screenshots I don't have anymore that were showing that the same guy who posted this blog is also claiming that they were hired to get him deported, and they were asking for $35K to not make the deportation happen. At the time, in early September, I thought this is a little bit weird that the supposed victim is now also trying to get Wesley deported and demanding $35K to not get Wesley deported. But I thought to myself, okay, if he really felt he got ripped off for $250K, this victim, yeah, maybe if he found that he could get Wesley deported, he had a way to get that done, or at least make Wesley think that maybe he could at least get $35K back by threatening that. So if he really thought he got ripped off for $250, maybe this is his way of getting back at least a little of it. So that really didn't say that none of this was true. It just seemed to be an additional weird angle. I tweeted to Wesley when he was responding to all this, can you please clarify, did you have anything to do with Supreme X? Did those text conversations ever take place? And did anyone wire you $250K in 2022 to buy any coin you associated with? Well, he didn't answer me, not surprisingly. And I did find confirmation by looking around the web that Wesley was heavily involved with Supreme X. So it did kind of look like that this guy had a point. We don't know if he was a real victim, but I thought to myself, okay, this does look like someone who invested in this Supreme X, which Wesley was very much involved with. And then Supreme X did crash down on August 19th and became basically worthless. And maybe this guy lost his ass there, and maybe Wesley was encouraging him to hold and not sell until Wesley and whoever else was involved decided to sell it off themselves on August 19th and make off with all the profits. So maybe this happened, I thought to myself. In fact, it seemed more likely to me than not that it was true. Then I kind of forgot about it for a little while. Well, about a month later, another Hustler Casino Live regular who goes by Blank Check Ben, his real name is Benjamin Lee, started a website explaining the whole thing and said that this entire thing was a scam. Not the Supreme X coin, which also may have been kind of scammy, but that this entire story was fabricated and it was actually meant to extort money from both him and Wesley. So Benjamin Lee started a website called scamclarification.com. And it's just about this scam. So here's the statement I'm going to read from Blank Check Ben. Now, before we begin, these two are not friends. They were known to have some issues on Hustler Casino Live. They were known to not like each other. So this is not Wesley's friend defending him. Listen to this. On September 4th, 2023, a website entitled Uncovering Wesley was published. By the way, that's not true. It was September 3rd, but whatever. Containing allegations against poker player Wesley Fay. The author made two specific claims. First, that he had lost $250K in a cryptocurrency scam orchestrated by Wesley, and second, that Wesley had hired thugs to burglarize his home shortly after he reported the fraud to his bank. I provided funding and assistance to the author because I seriously believed that he was an innocent victim who had been defrauded of his life savings. So, in the background, while this was going on, apparently Blank Check Ben was helping out this person, including with funding, that was accusing Wesley. Wow. And Ben's admitting this here. However, I have since discovered that the author is a professional fraudster who has attempted to scam, defraud, and extort both Wesley and myself. His attempts at extortion did not work with Wesley, but unfortunately they did work with me. He manipulated me with a victim story that exploited my sympathy and strong hatred for injustice. He also took advantage of my personal dislike for Wesley. I already twice apologized to Wesley for my part in this. His reputation has suffered for no reason other than that I was gullible enough to be manipulated by a fraudster. I am now repeating my apology to him in public. I accept full accountability for my mistakes, and I should have done better. At the time of this writing, the fraudster is still continuing to extort both of us. In the interest of transparency, I am providing a full accounting of events that transpired. I'm also sharing new information I've uncovered. This was posted on October 4th, 2023. Here's the summary of events according to Blank Check Ben. It is not a secret to anyone in the poker community that Wesley and I have not seen eye to eye for some time. On June 1st, 2023, an anonymous person contacted me on Instagram requesting a conversation regarding a cryptocurrency scam that Wesley had allegedly perpetrated a few years prior. During a subsequent telephone call, he told me that he was a finance professional from London and that he and his friend, incidentally also named Ben, had lost $250,000 in Wesley's scam. He further claimed that when he reported the fraud to his bank, Wesley hired thugs to burglarize his home. These thugs apparently stole his storage devices containing evidence of the scam. He stated that after the break-in, Wesley taunted and mocked him. He then played me an audio recording containing Wesley's voice. I always have a tendency to get riled up when confronted with injustice, particularly in cases when a vulnerable person is getting bullied. Naturally, I was shocked and enraged. The caller pleaded for my help in holding Wesley accountable and or bringing him to justice. Specifically, he told me that he was embarking on a project to expose Wesley's crimes to the public and requested I provide, quote, funding. I refused. The anonymous person came back to me in August. He claimed that his project was now gathering steam, but that he and his friend Ben had incurred expenses of 40,000 to 50,000 British pounds, which is about 50K to 62.5K US money, in conducting their own private investigation and information gathering exercise. He continued to tug at my heartstrings and emphasized that Wesley's scheme had severely impacted his life. For all intents and purposes, the object of this project was to bring Wesley to justice and hold him to account for what he did. He further claimed that once his story was made public, other victims would follow suit. When I entertained these proposals, I did not commit to anything. On August 24th, he claimed that Wesley had somehow gotten wind of our project. He had suggested that this might be due to, quote, leaks in my network or that my phone might be compromised. He claimed that Wesley was aware of a conspiracy against him and suspected that I was the person behind it all. He also claimed that Wesley offered him $35,000 to expose me as the originator of the campaign of this character assassination. So that's interesting. He's saying that in late August, before they put this blog up, that Wesley somehow knew about this. That's what this guy who was messaging Ben was claiming. And that Wesley was now aiming to blame the whole thing on Ben even though it hadn't been posted yet, but that Wesley was supposedly offering him $35,000 to expose Blackjack Ben as the originator of this campaign, to say that Wesley's the scammer, even though it was this other guy. He made it clear to me that he was willing to send screenshots of our conversations to Wesley that might provide evidence of his suspicions, i.e. framing me as the mastermind of this entire effort, even though I was initially only trying to help someone who I believed was a victim. So he's claiming here that all of a sudden this guy turned on him and went to Wesley and said, hey, someone else is trying to make you look really bad. Someone else is trying to make you look like you're a scammer. And supposedly Wesley was offering him $35,000 to send him all the evidence that Ben was behind this. While I clearly knew that he was pitting me against Wesley in a bidding war, I realized $35,000 was life-changing money for him and that it would be very difficult for him to turn down such an offer. As such, I finally made a concrete offer to fund his project after months of not taking it seriously. At this point, I still did not know his identity, but I acted out of panic. So he actually sent money to this guy. At his request, I sent him a transfer of $2,500. It was then that I discovered his name, Russell Thamer. Following this transfer, Russell sent me a draft document that he had written. The article contained the two aforementioned allegations, i.e. that Wesley had defrauded him of $250,000 via cryptocurrency scam, and that Wesley had sent thugs to burglarize his home, and pretty much admitted it after he reported it. However, the document was riddled with grammatical and structural errors. As such, I assisted him in proofreading and editing the document. I did not change any of the substantive content, nor did I introduce any new allegations. So that's interesting. He's saying that he sent $2,500 to this Russell guy, the one who wrote that blog, and that he actually helped format the blog because it was a big mess, so he made it look better before it was posted. On September 3rd, 2023, the website Uncovering Wesley went live. Additionally, Russell made a Reddit post reproducing the contents of the website in their entirety. Around this time, Russell informed me that a Chinese man with claimed ties to an international business syndicate had contacted him stating that he had documentary evidence that proved Wesley had committed immigration fraud. Apparently, Wesley and his criminal backers had staged a fake marriage in order for him to obtain a green card. Russell suggested that the Chinese man offered to sell him these documents for £80,000, but that they were guaranteed to get Wesley deported from the U.S. I rejected this offer. Days later, Russell came back and told me that he had negotiated the price down to £45,000. I still said no. Meanwhile, in the next 48 hours, the Reddit thread had accumulated upwards of 200,000 views. Russell told me he felt vindicated and that the game would soon be up for Wesley. So that's interesting. He's claiming here that Russell, the author of that blog, was trying to get £80,000 out of Ben to supposedly get Wesley deported. But he needed to give this to a Chinese man who had evidence of a fake marriage. But that Ben didn't fall for it. However, a new development would suddenly take place. A few days later, Russell claimed to have received a threatening phone call from a man with a Chinese accent. The caller had correctly identified Russell's address as well as his exact movements throughout the day, including the route he had taken to his office and what he had for lunch. He claimed that he had to vacate his home and move into a hotel because he feared for his safety. He sent me 2 voice recordings allegedly sent by these thugs. Russell sounded absolutely terrified, and I too began to fear for my safety. I was absolutely livid. I thought Wesley had gone too far in resorting to violence and intimidation for a second time, and I was even more determined to bring him to justice. So this was all going on in September. It's not that long ago. At this time, Russell once again brought up the matter of the immigration fraud and suggested to me that the only way to stop Wesley was to have him arrested and possibly deported by law enforcement. Stressed and extremely sleep-deprived, I finally relented and agreed to fund half the costs. As such, I sent £30,000 in cryptocurrency into a trusted friend in London, who then met Russell in person and gave him the cash. Russell promised that we would have the necessary documents within 2 hours, and the crisis would soon be over. The next day, I discovered that these documents, that is, proving that Wesley was in the country illegally, did not exist, and I had been scammed. I called Ryan Feldman to tell him what happened. He said Wesley had been in touch that same day. Wesley was evidently in some distress and told Ryan that someone was asking him for $35,000 to take down the website and show that I was the one behind it. Immediately, I asked Ryan to set up a meeting with Wesley. The following day, Wesley and I met for the first time in months. He showed me text messages and voice recordings on his phone from Russell. I showed him my text messages and voice recordings, including the ones that were purportedly from Wesley's hired thugs in London. Following our conversation, it became apparent that Wesley did not have any association with any gangs in London at all. Moreover, it became obvious to both of us that stories on both sides were fabricated. Throughout the past month, we've been discreetly working together to collect more and more incriminating evidence against Russell. Sure enough, he is not disappointed. He's been sending us screenshots of text messages from each other, spliced, cut, and redacted and taken out of context, so that we would each assume that we posed a threat to the other. He continues to hawk his, quote, evidence to Wesley while still trying to blackmail me. Obviously, I've learned my lesson, and I will not cave to his threats. So, that's basically the summary of everything. He has a details area where you can read all about it. Russell Thamer's legal name is Wasil Thamer, according to Ben, and he is 30 years old. He lives in London. Apparently, according to Ben, he's trying to look less Middle Eastern. He changed his name to Russell for that reason, and he shaved his beard. He's trying to present as a white male, claims Benjamin Lee. He's basically saying here that this Russell guy is using Photoshop to create fake text message conversations, either just fabricating them or moving them around or cutting out parts to change the meaning. I'm not sure how he did the voice stuff, and Ben doesn't really explain this. He doesn't really explain about the voice recordings he heard, how those were made. I don't know if they were done with AI, like the way I've made some of these things that you've heard on the show, or if he also spliced those and had real conversations, but then just cut parts of it out to make the conversation sound different. He did post a picture of Russell and 3 phone numbers of Russell's, and he wrote, "We're appealing to our friends on the internet, especially in the UK, to keep an eye out for him and report him to the police as soon as you have any information of his whereabouts." It says his current whereabouts are actually unknown, and that he thinks he's hiding right now because the jig is up. But that's very interesting. So this was a very complicated scam if what Ben is alleging is true. But there's some things I still don't understand here. Before I completely let them off the hook, especially Wesley, some things I don't understand. First of all, Wesley never directly said that nobody invested $250K with him. Wesley did say things like, oh, this is anonymous, this guy is faking chats and screenshots, and there's a very good chance that's true. But why didn't Wesley just come forward, especially when I asked? Why didn't he come forward and say, nobody ever sent me $250K, never happened, it's all completely fake, this guy never bought any cryptocurrency from me or through me, the entire story is completely fabricated. The only thing that's true here is that I was involved in this Supreme X coin at one point. Like, why not put that out there? Why act so cagey about the whole thing? And then the voice clips, I don't understand where those came from. And I'm just not completely understanding why didn't Wesley shut this down earlier? I said earlier in the show, when someone is accused of something and they just go quiet or they hide, they're usually guilty. And Wesley didn't go completely quiet. He had some answers, which are now deleted. But he wasn't addressing anything directly, and that was really bothering me. I kind of felt like there must be something to this, even if it's not 100% true. Now, I do believe Ben's account here, and what he's saying here is that this was all made up, that Russell never really invested in Supreme X with Wesley, but that he convinced Ben that he had, and Ben gave him a little bit of money at the beginning to fund the project of investigating Wesley, and that once he got his hooks into Ben for this, and Ben was actually helping him with it, both by sending him $2,500 and helping him edit the blog that was going to be posted, that at that point he went to Wesley and was saying, hey, I can prove that Ben is trying to smear your name, and I'll send you all the proof. and was basically asking for $35,000 to send the proof, and Wesley wouldn't go for it, while at the same time telling Ben, hey, the only way we can stop Wesley's reign of terror here was sending thugs to spy on us and harass us and break into our homes, and really the only way we can put an end to this whole thing is by getting Wesley deported. And I know a Chinese guy who has documents that can prove that he's in the country illegally. We just got to buy it off this Chinese guy. And then eventually Ben was convinced to send 35,000 pounds to this Russell guy to get these documents, and then the documents didn't exist. And at that point, Ben went to Ryan Feldman, who then arranged a meeting between the two of them, Wesley and Ben, and they both figured out that they were being demanded of money by this guy, supposedly to expose the other. So I think I believe this whole thing from Ben, but wow, what a crazy story. They both thought that the other was the enemy. Wesley thought that Ben was orchestrating this hate campaign, smearing him about a crypto scam that never took place. And then Ben thought that Wesley was a crypto scammer who would send thugs to harass anybody who attempted to expose him. And that also he was in the country illegally and someone had proof of it and was willing to sell that proof. Clearly, this Russell Thamer guy came up with the idea by watching Hustler Casino Live and seeing that Ben and Wesley did not get along. And I guess it did work on one end. But wow, what a mess. What about the author of the blog, who's presumably Russell Thamer? What about the offer to say who he is to a legitimate news organization? That may have just been a bluff. That may have been something to look legitimate, but it really isn't. In fact, that is a common trick by scammers, by the more clever ones, who will offer that you can check into something or offer that they will prove something with no intention to actually do it, thinking that when you see that they're willing to prove it, that they must be telling the truth. They're very weird. But you can see how this would work. If you really have someone who's good at playing both sides and riling up both sides and making them think that each side of two people who don't like each other is coming after the other, and you act like you're someone aggrieved by them too, you can really use each side's anger to trick them into doing things, including giving you money. I do think that Benjamin Lee is not as innocent in all this as he portrays. I don't think he was just trying to help this Russell guy with his injustice committed against him by Wesley. I think he hated Wesley, and when someone came to him that claimed to have been screwed over by Wesley, he's like, yeah, I hate that guy too. Oh, man. And then it's kind of made it more to where he wanted to get involved. I think if this was someone he was neutral on, I think he would have said, okay, I'm sorry this happened to you, but no, I can't give you money. I think it was because it was someone he didn't like that this was the case. Jared Bleznick caused some controversy at a big final table. This was at a 100K PLO event, and he did something with the time bank chips that has never been done before and now is making people upset. I don't know how much can be done about something like this, but it definitely didn't make poker look good. Let me tell you what happened here. This was at the Super High Roller Bowl PLO event, which had a $100,000 buy-in. Bleznick ended up winning this and cashing $1.2 million. And this was at the final table. And they had these time extension chips, which are given to players to use to give themselves more time to make a tough decision. So this is something that's given out in order to discourage tanking, to where there's only a certain amount of time they have to make each decision. But the especially tough decisions, they can use one of these time extension chips to give them extra time. It's kind of like the time bank button that some online poker sites have, which work in a similar fashion. Except there you just kind of earn time of your time bank the longer you play without asking for an extension. So Poker Go actually posted this highlight. This was broadcasted on Poker Go, so they posted this highlight for everyone to watch. It said, every poker player knows that time extension management is a crucial part of tournament play. Jared Bleznick uses his time extensions to break 2 boxes of Panini America one-on-ones. # sports cards. Now, in case you wonder what that means, listen to the clip and you'll understand.
This is unbelievable.
Wait, by the way, he's doing this while Kempton is all in.
Yeah.
So what's happening here at this final table, there's only 4 people left. It's for a lot of money, too. There's one player who has Ace King Jack 3 with Ace King suited. There is Max Chidwick, who has Ace Queen 10 8 with the Ace 8 suited. So Chidwick opened, and Kempton went all in. And Bleznick, who's in the big blind, has 10 9 7 3 with only the 10 and 3 suited. So there's no way he's calling those raises with his crap hand, even though Bleznick has the chip lead here. He has the overwhelming chip lead. So Bleznick was unlikely to call this, and super unlikely. But instead he used his time chip to just needlessly stall. And there really was no purpose at all to stall here because there's no other tables running. There's just the final table, so you're not stalling yourself into further money. He's just stalling for the sake of stalling.
D'Angelo Russell?
He's doing this in the middle of play.
Right. Wall Kempton, by the way, is all in for $460,000.
He's not even posturing that he has a decision. He's just explicitly telling the field that he's opening boxes and using time banks. And Kempton here.
So he's opening up boxes of, I think it's baseball cards or basketball cards, maybe both. But he's opening up boxes of expensive sports cards and using his time extensions to afford himself the time to do this.
Here.
Let's open another box.
He opens up a second box now.
Because I play faster than all these guys, so I don't need all these. I use them, you know?
You know, he does make a good point. He does play faster than the other guys in most situations.
That's fair, but I think this is up. Listen, I like Jared Bleznick. I have no problem. I think this is over the line.
This is a little bit over the top.
Because keep in mind, it's the 26-year-old's tournament life on the line.
Right.
And he's sitting there like, really, guys?
Isaac Haxton with a little bit of look of, what are you doing, Jared?
He's really opening him up. He's really opening up these boxes of sports cards and just saying, look, I don't need these time bank extensions because I play fast. So I'm just going to waste them right now.
Right.
Huh. LaMelo.
And he's showing this to Chidwick, really who couldn't care less.
This is a really big card. LaMelo, and he just signed him, too.
How much, Jared? How much is it worth?
This card's worth like at least $2,000. Really.
Wow.
Yeah. This is a really big card. Rookie.
So, and yes, he ended up folding there. So the final results of this, with these 4 people at the table, Bleznick won for $1.292 million. Isaac Haxton finished second. He was not involved in that hand. He'd already folded $836,000. Chidwick, who was in this hand, the original raiser, $570,000, and Isaac Kempton, who was all in there, did finish fourth, $418,000. Jared Bleznick actually owns a sports card company called the Blez Sports Cards, and some people thought that this was inappropriate, while others thought that it was just kind of funny. I'm talking about Twitter reactions. One person wrote, he knew exactly what he was doing as always. Now it's being talked about. Wizard advertisement. That is, he's basically promoting his own sports card company. Another person wrote, maybe silly, but it's still fun to watch someone mess with the super pros that are totally void of any personality or charm. A lot of these guys are robots and have no humor or fun. Awesome, big love for the hobby, said someone. But then someone wrote, main character syndrome gone awry. Get rid of this loser. Someone else wrote, these poker shows have really fallen off. And then someone else wrote, am I the only one who thinks this sucks? Yet another person wrote, auto penalty 2 rounds minimum, deplorable behavior. Why didn't he put a bowl of pho on the table and finish it while using it as time banks, that person sarcastically asked. Another one asked, and this is good for poker, how? Man, poker has gone downhill until they get rid of these robots and clown shows. So more bad than good as far as reaction to this. How do I feel? Well, you can kind of laugh at the whole thing. And while it is true some of these high-stakes players take themselves too seriously and they're not very entertaining to watch, I do have to say this is time bank abuse, especially given that you had someone all in. If it was like fold, and it's on Bleznick's button and he just wastes the time bank to kind of make a point that these shouldn't even be there. Like if this is some sort of protest against the time banks, the time chips, and he wasn't doing anything but just kind of stalling for a minute just to kind of make a point. But here this guy is all in and he's waiting for his fate, and then Bleznick just stalls on purpose. That's kind of a dick thing to do. Because why should he be taking it out on this guy if he doesn't like the time chips? Why should he be taking it out on someone who is all in for a lot of money? You know, each spot makes a big difference here. Between fourth and third was about $152,000. So for him to pick that time to do it is not good. Especially because there was no decision to be made. If at least there was a spot where he might call, you can say, okay, maybe this is his weird way of thinking. But it was clear he wasn't calling with that hand. So, like, I know some of you don't know PLO that well, but this is kind of like in Hold'em. Let's say you have 10-3 offsuit, and there's a raise and re-raise, and it's on your big blind now. You're not going to call that. And if you then use a time chip to stall time, then you're just kind of being a jerk. So I think there is a remedy to this, but they may not have wanted to do it. And that would be to give him a penalty, because the tournament director could say this is against the spirit of the time chips, that the time chips should be used to make a real decision. And if you're using them clearly to stall, that you can get a penalty. In fact, just about every tournament does have an anti-stalling rule where the tournament director can give someone a penalty for stalling on purpose. And this was definitely stalling on purpose. This is definitely just like stalling to be a jerk. Now, Jared Bleznick is someone who just kind of marches to his own drum and doesn't care what people think and doesn't care who he pisses off, and even has a temper sometimes. You may remember that Jared Bleznick was very briefly banned from the World Series of Poker, and I think all Caesars properties as well. This was after, during one of the World Series, he tore up cards after taking a bad beat. He actually took the cards and just tore them into pieces. And this is after he'd already been given warnings about other bad behavior that series. And he was 86th from the World Series and I believe Caesars properties as well. Then a few days later, somehow he was back at the World Series without any explanation being given, and in fact was running deep in an event. And Alan Kessler came to me and said, "I've got a fraud alert for you." That's actually the wording he used. "I've got a fraud alert for you." So I said, "Okay, what is it?" He said, "How is Jared Bleznick back?" I said, "He is?" He said, "Yeah, he's back. Just 3 days later, he's back in another event after he was banned for life." I said, "That is weird." So I didn't think I'd find anything out, but of all things, I ended up getting a very reliable tip from somebody that Jared Bleznick got back in because he's friends with Phil Hellmuth, who then went to Jack Effel and asked him to reinstate Jared. Basically, Hellmuth was using his vast influence at the World Series to get Jared back in, and Jack Effel was willing to do it for him. So he was put back in. That's what I was told by a source, and it seemed pretty reliable. So I put out that story. That story would not have gotten out if not for me. But someone came to me with it, knowing that I was interested in the subject. So I put out that story, and yeah, they admitted it. Hellmuth admitted it, and Jack Effel admitted it. So it turned out to be true. Jack Effel even verified in a Poker News article a few months later that this is exactly what happened, and he explained that Jared, quote, had a bad day and that he decided to forgive him. But he admitted that Hellmuth came to him and asked him to do it, and that's what made it occur. So that's a bit of Jared Bleznick history for you. I didn't really care much whether Bleznick was back or not. I would have been okay with either decision, either to leave him banned or to unban him. I didn't really care. I just found it was interesting that he got back so fast, especially when I found out it was Helmuth who made it happen. Let's talk about some Las Vegas news. A Treasure Island bartender, I should say former bartender, is accused of stealing $8,000 from the resort. Melise Schifferah, that's Melese, first name, last name Shiferaw, was arrested on September 22nd, 2023. Police were called to Treasure Island because they were told that an employee had embezzled. Security at TI told the police that Schifferah was running reports of void and no-sale transactions at Treasure Island points of sale, and that he had a very high volume of these. Schifferah was a pool bartender, so security was watching his transactions over a 2-week period and found on surveillance videos that he would ring up orders that involved cash as no sale. I didn't know that these registers still had no sale. Remember the no sale button on cash registers a long time ago? There was like manual cash registers that looked like typewriters. Remember those? Like back in the 70s? Remember the no sale button? Well, apparently there's a no sale button on these electronic cash registers. The no sale button was originally used in these old cash registers to just pop open the register without having to make a sale. So it's basically saying open the register, but we're not selling anything. I don't know what the no sale does here. Maybe it does the same thing. But here he wasn't stealing money directly out of the registers. What he was doing was the patrons would pay him in cash for the drink that they were buying. And instead of ringing it up into the system, he would just bang on it and make the register open and say no sale. So the security explained that he would use a supervisor's employee number to run a system report to view what his total sales should be at the end of his shift, and then he took home the remainder of the cash. Apparently he did the same thing with voided items, where he would void sales and, of course, would deposit the cash into the register anyway and then take it home later. He even whipped out his iPhone calculator before placing cash underneath the bank bag that he used to make his drop at the end of the shift, so he could figure out exactly what he could take out of the register and put in his pocket and what he would have to drop into the bag for the casino. They found that over an 11-day period, he took over $8,000, $8,068, using this scheme. When the police came, he did not deny it. He said, "To be honest, I messed up." And he was read his Miranda rights. And then he said to investigators, "Sometimes things mess up and I bring some stuff by accident." And then he also admitted sometimes he takes money home by accident. Why even say this? They're giving you your rights to remain silent, and you're like saying to the police, "Yeah, sometimes I do bring things up by accident, and sometimes money ends up in my pocket by accident." Just keep your mouth shut. My goodness. He also claimed that it sometimes gets busy there, and the register doesn't match what he's supposed to drop. He claimed he took money home and brought it back for his next shift. He also knew that the resort has a policy that a $20 discrepancy results in a write-up and a $100 difference results in an investigation and possible termination. So he claimed that he was afraid that if the register came up short, he could get fired or disciplined. So what he would just do is take money home and bring it back, that he was just trying to avoid discrepancies. But it doesn't really explain things, because if it had too much money, he's not going to get in trouble. They only mean discrepancy in the other direction. He also told police that he had been working at Treasure Island since 2001 and had been a bartender for the last 10 years. He claims that he's been taking money for roughly a year. Surprised he admitted to that. They only had him on footage taking it for 11 days. And he said he'll pay back whatever Treasure Island says he took. I'm sure he knows what he took. I mean, he's taking out his iPhone calculator, so he probably is hoping they'll just determine something much less than he really owes. So he's facing charges of conspiracy to commit theft and embezzlement of value more than $5,000 but less than $25,000. And he will appear in court on October 30th. So it looks like he probably stole a lot more than $8,000. That's all they got him on video stealing. But he's admitted he's been doing this for a year. So this isn't too different than the guy at Aria who was refunding customers back to his own credit card. So people who had paid for their stays legitimately and thought they got what they paid for, because they did, but then instead of the Aria keeping it, he would make up reasons to refund them because they're, quote, dissatisfied, and then would just refund his own debit card. So this guy, instead of refunding, he just was not ringing up the sales in the first place, putting the money in the cash register, and then would take home the excess later. And of course, the customers, they got the drink they paid for, so they're not any the wiser. And he only did this with cash purchases. Credit card purchases are one they think he could do, because he couldn't issue refunds. But it was along the same lines. It was a similar concept. Very interesting. Wonder how many employees around Vegas are doing stuff like this. Either refunding things, or this one's more of a traditional theft from an employer of the fake ring up. In fact, that's been a big problem at fast food places over the years, where the employees, especially late at night, especially when they're taking cash, will do a fake ring up, take the money, and then just pocket it. And that's why some of these fast food places started having a policy that if you don't get a receipt, then report it and your next meal's on them. And the reason they want that is they want to know which employees are not giving a receipt. Because if they give a receipt, then it's recorded in the system that a sale was made. If there's no receipt, then they can just take the money, pretend that they're ringing it up, and then just pocket it. So they're very happy to give a free meal to anyone who reports this. And then these particular places would make a very strong requirement that a receipt must be given every single time, or they'll be suspected of theft. This has become less prevalent, actually, in recent years because of the increase in credit card purchases and app purchases as opposed to cash purchases. There just are not that many cash purchases anymore at fast food places, but in the past, this was a big problem. A lawsuit claims that a roulette ball at the Gold Coast Casino hit a player in the eye, causing permanent damage. So this is actually a personal injury lawsuit that involved the Gold Coast, which is not on the Strip. And it actually took place 2 years ago on October 28th, 2021. It is alleged that Delise Brown, that's D-A-L-E-A-S-E Brown, Delise Brown, who is a local in Las Vegas, was at the Gold Coast, and the dealer rolled the roulette ball in, quote, a negligent and unsafe speed and manner. I didn't know you could do that. You can really roll a roulette ball in a negligent and unsafe speed and manner? Is there such thing as a roulette ball that's too fast? What, did the dealer fire it out of a gun or something? It says in the complaint, the marble ball ricocheted from the roulette wheel and violently struck plaintiff in her left eye at a high rate of speed, severely injuring plaintiff. Kevin Hanratty of Las Vegas, who is part of the Hanratty Law Group, would not comment. And the owner of Gold Coast, which is Boyd, would not respond to a comment either for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. It is alleged in this complaint that Brown suffered instant eye pain and lost the ability to see clearly. Security took a report, and she took herself to the hospital for medical treatment. And the suit describes the injuries as severe, painful, and permanent. I've got a question, though. If her eye was damaged so badly, how could she see well enough to drive to the hospital? It's kind of a hole in this whole thing. Maybe the other eye was still good. She seeks damages in excess of $15,000, which isn't a lot of money if her eye was really like permanently damaged. I wouldn't want my eye permanently damaged for $15,000. So I don't know if this is going to go anywhere. Even though this is 2 years ago, the civil complaint was just filed on September 25th, 2023. I don't believe there's ever been a case like this before in Las Vegas where someone has been hit with a roulette ball and then sues the casino. Now, I'm guessing that the ball really did hit her. I don't think that this is completely made up because security footage would pretty much put an end to that. I guess it's possible 2 years later they can claim it happened and assume the security footage is gone. But she did claim that she went to security and they took a report. So if they can't produce that such a thing ever happened, then the lawsuit's probably dead. But could they really sue for a roulette ball that happened to fly up and hit someone in the eye, or is this really considered a hazard of being at a casino? I'm not even kidding. Like, you can't sue a baseball team if a baseball flies and hits you in the face, even if it makes a lot of damage or even kills you. That's just a risk that you are taking by going to the ballpark. So similarly, can they claim that the roulette ball flying off and hitting you is a risk you're taking? Now, it's not quite the same thing, because when you're going to a baseball game that balls will fly into the stands, you would assume that at a roulette game the ball's not going to fly off. I've never seen the ball fly off before. But was this really because of the roulette ball being thrown in a dangerous and unsafe speeded manner, or was it just that there was something wrong with the wheel, or was it a fluke, or did it maybe hop on something and pop off? Who knows? I think this whole thing about the eye is probably exaggerated. First of all, she'd be asking for a lot more than $15,000 if this is a real permanent injury. It probably did fly up and hit her in the eye. It probably hurt at the moment. And maybe she even went to the hospital to have it looked at. But I'm guessing from there that everything's been fine. Since there is no way to tell how good someone's vision is if they just fake it being bad, then she can claim that she isn't seeing clearly out of the eye and nobody could disprove it. Basically what happens is your eye takes in the images and sends it to your brain to process. So even though it doesn't feel like it, everything you're seeing right now is actually in your brain. It's actually your eye sending signals to your brain that is then drawing a picture in your mind. That's how your eyes actually work. It feels like it's your eye seeing it, because the whole thing's so fast. It really feels like it is your eyes producing the image, but it's not. It really is your brain producing the image. And that's actually how your eyes can deceive you sometimes. If you've ever wondered where sometimes you will swear you saw something and it's actually very different than what you saw. And I've had that happen to me before too. It's because your brain is expecting something else and it actually produces a different image in your mind. So that's how that can happen. But anyway, the reason I'm mentioning this is because if you say you can't see clearly, there's no way for that to be proven or disproven. I mean, you have to report what you're seeing. That's why when you go to the doctor, they ask, okay, what can you see on this chart? You can see the big E on top. Okay, then read the next letter. Read the next letter. How clear is this? How clear is that? Like, you got to answer these questions. Now, ophthalmologists can look into your eye and see certain things and see how your eye reacts to certain stimuli, but as far as clear or unclear, there's no one who can say whether you're seeing something clearly except for you. So if you lie about it, nobody can tell the difference. Like, I could just say right now, I can't see clearly out of my right eye. And nobody could disprove that. Nobody could examine me and say that I am lying about not being able to see clearly. So as long as she sticks to that story, she can try to get the $15,000 out of them. I wonder if they offered anything at all. But usually the risk management and or insurance companies that they use at these casinos will offer $750 maximum with a release that you're not going to sue them. And then that's it. Then they kind of shut down unless they really think they're at fault. I would think that this would be worth something. But maybe Boyd just doesn't want to pay. Maybe they think 15K is too much. Because I would think if you went to them and said, hey, give me 2K, this really hurt my eye, and how could I ever expect this would happen here at a casino? Obviously, you guys did something wrong. There's either something wrong with the wheel or something with the way the ball was rolled. But I should not have to worry about a roulette ball hitting me in the eye. And it was very painful, and you can say you can't see clearly. Can you give me 2K? I mean, maybe she just wanted too much. Maybe without any kind of visible damage to the eye, they don't believe that she can't see clearly. Because they can determine that. They can determine whether they can see any physical damage to the eye. But if they can't, that doesn't mean for sure she can see clearly, but I would think she probably can. A ruling came down from Nevada Gaming, which is fairly interesting. Not about the roulette ball, but about an entirely different matter. And before I tell you what the ruling is, I'd like you to listen to the story and tell me what you think the ruling should be. Or at least tell yourself. I guess you can't tell me because I can't hear you. But here's what happened. There was a gambler that had been kicked out of a casino for theft. Not just kicked out, but actually removed because they were accused of theft. And they snuck back in and won a jackpot. Now, first of all, a jackpot may not be what you're thinking. A jackpot in most people's minds is like very big money, like probably 6 figures or more. But in reality, a jackpot is defined as anything where a machine locks up and they have to do a hand pay, which is $1,200 or more. So this particular jackpot was a little more than 2K. And this was won by a player named Ron Wilson, but Ron is spelled R-H-O-N. I don't know why it's spelled that funny way. You would think it would be R-O-N, but this is like Rahan. But Ron Wilson won this jackpot of $2,045. This was not in Vegas. This was at Mesquite, which is north of Vegas. But it's still under the jurisdiction of Nevada Gaming because it is in Nevada. So the question became, if someone should not be in a casino, if they've been officially trespassed to where they're told that they will be arrested if they come back, or at the very least banned to where they're just not allowed to come back, even if they're not going to be arrested. If they've clearly been banned, and then they sneak in and play anyway, and they play despite knowing they've been banned, can they collect any money they win while there? So this went to Nevada Gaming. The question became, do they have to pay someone who wins any kind of jackpot, or really anything in the casino, if they have been banned and know they're banned and know they should not be there and know they can't play? My guess on this would be no. Just like they don't have to pay a minor who plays and isn't 21. If you are, let's say, 19 years old and you play at a slot machine and hit a jackpot, and then they come over and they ask for ID and it turns out you're 19, they actually have a right not to pay you. So I thought it would be very similar here if you're banned. So it went to Nevada Gaming, and the ruling was made that they actually have to pay the jackpot. This was a 2-to-1 vote, and that's it. This person's going to get paid. This was a player appeal decision, and usually the casinos win these. Typically, appeal decisions are made when there's some kind of slot machine malfunction, which awards a jackpot that normally should not be awarded. So basically, something goes wrong with a slot machine and someone wins something they're not supposed to. And then the casino won't pay, and then they take it to gaming, and usually these lose because malfunctions do void any plays. And this is done to protect the casino, because otherwise malfunctions could leave the casino on the hook for huge money. So they only want to pay things that are supposed to be paid by the way the slot machine is supposed to function. But this was not about that. This was about having to pay someone who shouldn't be there. Even worse, This person wasn't just banned once. They've actually been banned from this particular casino 7 times. And yes, they were trespassed each time. Ron Wilson has been trespassed from this Casablanca casino in Mesquite 7 times after failing to pay for a drink. And he kept re-entering anyway, and this is the 3rd time he won a jackpot there. In case you're wondering if Ron Wilson was at the meeting where they had this decision, he was not. So now this is kind of launching a debate here of whether or not people should be able to collect casino winnings when they've committed a misdemeanor. And I don't know if they ended up addressing this, but there is a regulatory workshop on October 18th, and it was expected that this was going to be addressed by Nevada Gaming in general, of whether to change this policy or whether to make a policy. I guess there was an official policy, and they ended up voting on it in this particular case. But they're afraid this is going to set a bad precedent if people who are banned can just sneak right back in and play and then get paid jackpots. So I'm sure the argument will be just like we don't pay minors who win because we don't want to incentivize minors to sneak in and gamble. We want any minor who wins to not get paid, and then it discourages other minors from trying to sneak in and gamble. They can say the same of banned players. And I would agree. I would think anybody who's banned should not be eligible to be paid. And I know the advantage players who are listening to this will probably not like that opinion, because there's a lot of advantage players that will play somewhere despite being 86th. But I'm just using common sense here. If you're not allowed to be somewhere, then you really should not be entitled to win jackpots. Now, they would have to produce proof of the ban, otherwise this could be abused. But provided they can produce proof that you're banned, then I do understand why casinos would not want someone to be paid for winning a jackpot. Otherwise, it doesn't have much teeth as far as banned players staying out. Mike Holtz, who plays as Brock Lesnar on WSOP.com, is a very successful and prolific player. He's been the WSOP.com Player of the Year twice, and in fact has appeared on this show before because of an unfair ban he got from WSOP.com and from all of Caesars Properties for some time, and they treated him very poorly there before he got that resolved. But he's in controversy now because he called out what he believed was a cheater on the site, only to have that player eventually cleared. So to fully explain this whole thing, I need to explain what tool he used to determine that someone else was cheating. So there's a solver called GTO Wizard that's a training tool. And the problem with GTO Wizard and other similar trading tools is that there's become a concern, and a valid concern, that people are using them to cheat, basically using them as de facto bots, where people playing online poker, when they're in a tough spot with a tough decision, they quickly enter the situation into a solver, and then the solver will spit out what to do. So there's been various ways that have been discussed to stop this. One of them is to have all makers of all solvers put in enough of a delay to where it just wouldn't be practical to use when you're playing online. But the problem is it's an artificial delay, and it makes these tools less pleasant to use when you're trying to find out about the way the solver would play a certain hand, whether it's a fictitious hand you just came up with or something you played in the past you just kind of want the info on, and you enter it and you just got to sit there and twiddle your thumbs while it runs this delay before displaying it for you. So a lot of these solver makers have really resisted having a delay in there, but they're also aware their tools can be used for cheating and probably are being used for cheating. So Mike Holtz accused a player named Chris Battenfield of using GTO Wizard. And this is because Holtz was playing against Battenfield at one of the online bracelet events that ran recently, event number 17, the 2K No Limit Hold'em 6 Max. Now, this was not at a final table or anything. Mike Holtz did not even cash in this event. And Chris Battenfield finished third for $37K. But Holtz posted an allegation on October 3rd, which said Chris Battenfield is an RTA, referring to real-time assistance, cheat. He recently won a ring. He beat Jeff Platt heads up. And when playing in the 2K bracelet with him, I became suspicious of his play. After I was eliminated, I used the GTO Wizard Fair Play tool and found 5 spots he solved in real time. So let me explain this Fair Play tool. GTO Wizard, in order to calm down people regarding their fears that this was being used as a cheating tool, introduced a new portion of their site called Fair Play Check. And Fair Play Check is something where you can go onto the GTO Wizard site and enter the board that you see on the screen. The flop, the turn, the river, whatever the board you can see is. Because that's something everybody can see. And then the Fair Play Check tool will respond how often that board has been solved and the exact timestamp of when these occurred. And the thinking here is that if this matches when a particular player happened to be playing on that exact board, then it's probably likely they were using it to solve that board rather than just for an educational tool. Let me give you an example if you don't know what I'm talking about. Let's say the flop is Queen of Hearts, 4 of Spades, 10 of Diamonds. And you're suspecting someone playing at your table is using GTO Wizard to solve what to do in this spot. You go to the Fair Play Check tool on GTO Wizard's website, and you enter that exact board with the suits. And then it'll spit out all the times GTO Wizard has been used recently to solve that exact board in that order. So if it's that exact board coming down in that exact order, which shouldn't happen that much, because there's a lot of different permutations of this. But it'll list all the times. So if the timestamp of one of the times that board was solved matches the time when the suspected cheater was at the table with that board there, that is very, very strong evidence that they were cheating there. But there is still a problem. You don't know which player at the table was necessarily doing it then. And there's even a bigger problem above that. What if somebody just purposely enters that into GTO Wizard to frame someone they don't like? And that's the biggest problem, because GTO Wizard doesn't reveal who was using it, just that it was used. So as soon as this Fair Play Check tool was announced, I did get concerned that people might start using this to frame players they don't like. But anyway, Holtz was claiming that he was suspicious of Chris Battenfield and that he looked these spots up and found that he solved 5 spots in real time. And he posted screenshots of the board and how he searched this on GTO Wizard's site and the timestamps. And he was showing that these matched Battenfield's play. So it seemed pretty convincing. And then he said, I forwarded all the relevant info to the World Series of Poker, and his account wasn't playing yesterday. If anyone's played with him in the past week, I encourage you to check your tournament replays and check GTO Wizard's Fair Play tool to see if you have any other evidence as well. So people were believing that Chris Battenfield was cheating, and then Mike Holtz caught him. So the people who were a little skeptical were saying, number one, this could be a frame job, and number two, what if it's just a coincidence? What if someone was solving that board in something totally different and it happened Battenfield was there with that board? Now, Mike Holtz told Haley Hintz, who was writing an article about this, that he checked 2 hands he thought was odd, and they both popped up, and they both matched the time. He said, I then looked early in the tournament for hands he saw a flop with and checked the corresponding times, and they all insta-matched as well. I tried random times throughout the day to see if I could produce some false positives and got none. So he was saying that hands that weren't suspicious, he was trying to see if he could just enter those and have them pop up too, just to show that maybe someone was trying to frame him or there was a coincidence, and those never came up. It was only the ones he thought were a little bit weird. Those all came up. Chris Battenfield is not that well known. I hadn't heard of him before. He lives in Arizona, but obviously he must be in Nevada to play these WSOP online events. He claims he's a software engineer, and he claimed that he developed an innovative strategy tool for Omaha High-Low. He also claims that he has managed SQL databases chock full of player statistics and boiling them down to develop an innovative strategic algorithm. So it is interesting that this guy is bragging about the fact that he is aggregating player statistics and coming up with, quote, strategic algorithms, which sounds a lot to me like botting. So now, it's not against the rules to come up with strategies through data analysis that you will then follow in general when you play. It just shouldn't be advising you in real time. But some people thought that a guy like that is much more likely to use something or some form of real-time assistance than the average player. And I'd agree with that. Jeff Platt, of course, he was mentioned in that. He finished second place in a ring event. Jeff Platt does those interviews on the World Series of Poker floor during the World Series, and he's best known for that, and he just missed winning a ring, losing to Battenfield. And he thanked Mike Holtz for looking this up. However, Chris Battenfield then was cleared, and this has introduced some more questions in this whole thing. So then Chris Battenfield stayed quiet for 2 weeks, and then he appeared on Twitter. He's at Battenfield, exactly as it sounds, Battenfield. He appeared on October 17th to defend himself. This is what he wrote. 2 weeks ago, I was wrongly accused of using GTO Wizard during play by Mike Holtz. WorldSeriesOfPoker.com and GTO Wizard have worked together to verify my innocence. A few days ago, WSOP concluded the review and lifted the temporary hold on my account. For more context, reference Matt Berkey's post after the GTO Wizard Fair Play Check software update and his discussion on his Only Freds podcast. This summer, I was fortunate to come in 20th for WSOP Player in the Year and win a ring. I have a long way to go, and I'm looking for a large field MTT coach if you know anyone. So the Berkey post he's referring to was on October 6th. Matt Berkey wrote, with the latest release of Fair Play Check, it appears that only one of You Are Nightmare's hands came back with a positive hit, and there seems to be some variance involved with that hit. This is a different situation, by the way, he's talking about. I'm told Stars is reviewing his account, but the 5 false positives make a strong case against cheating. Additionally, none of Battenfield's were registered positive. We'll discuss at length Fair Play Check and the specific cases on today's show. K.L. Cleaton responded, just want to reiterate, in addition to it being highly inefficient, it also doesn't stop cheating, and it forces players to be detectives in their own cases when they are victims of fraud and cheating. Time delays are free and unable to be circumvented. So he's saying it really needs to be just time delays instead of this. Christian Harder said this is already turning into a shit show. But then someone else responded back, important to keep in mind that GTO Wizard has confirmed that Fair Play Check has helped players quietly put a lot of strong cases together that have been reported to the sites and have not been made public. I know of some rock-solid cases. I'm not going to talk about the whole thing with Poker Stars and that Your Nightmare guy. That's a different story. But the Battenfield thing, I don't know what to say about that. It does seem weird to me that that exact board would have been solved like a number of times when Holtz checked on it, and it was a coincidence. It was a false positive or a framing. I think it's possible, but like, just because he was cleared by WCP.com and GTO Wizard, that doesn't necessarily mean he was innocent. I'd like to know what they used to clear him. This is one of these things where maybe they don't leave your account banned unless they really, really, really see strong evidence, and maybe this wasn't enough for WCP.com to leave him permanently banned, and they unbanned him, and then Battenfield came out and said, look, see, I was innocent, Mike Holtz accused me unfairly, when in reality they just couldn't prove it. And of course WCP.com can't make a statement about it, so then Battenfield can say what he wants, and he can show he's still there, and it makes him look like he was right. So I don't know. This is pretty questionable to me. Now, someone did ask Mike Holtz on October 3rd, what if someone who dislikes you runs all your boards when you're deep or heads up in a tournament? And Holtz said back that GTO Wizard will work with WSOP to see if they can corroborate IP, location, etc. I'm under the impression that GTO Wizard doesn't do any ICM function to retire to ICM in real life. His pre-flop play was not good at all. It's like he was using chip EV charts pre and GTO Wizard post. Alex Livingston asked, how does this tool work? If someone runs a solve at the exact moment the flop's played out, it can detect that? Good idea if so. And then Mike Holtz said correct. So here's the problem with this. So the way they're expecting it works is that a player who's suspicious of another player that thinks that the second player is using GTO Wizard to solve things in real time can enter that board, and then it'll give them the time and date that GTO Wizard was used to solve that board. And then if that matches with the time this board took place on that site, then the player can submit a complaint to the site, who then will contact GTO Wizard, who will then work with the site with the data they have to see if the IP address that solved it or the name that has subscribed to GTO Wizard matches the player. So you'd think, okay, well, that should be pretty strong as far as guilt or innocence, but it isn't. I'll tell you why. A smart cheater wouldn't necessarily be running this from their same IP as what they're using to play, nor would they necessarily be using a GTO Wizard account registered to them. So you get your buddy who doesn't play poker to get a GTO Wizard account, and then you access it through a proxy or a VPN, and then GTO Wizard will tell the site, hey, it's IP doesn't match, the name doesn't match, it's obviously a different guy, it's a coincidence. And clearly a software engineer by trade would know how to do this. It's not even that hard to do. So if that's all they're doing to verify whether it's that person or not and not a false positive, then it's not very useful. And then at the same time, there's too many ways to frame someone if they do not use this information. So this is the problem here, is it's too easy to circumvent. So it's very possible that Battenfield was just careful and then got cleared. You also have to wonder why Battenfield did not protest to this until 2 weeks passed and he was cleared by WSB.com. Why didn't he say right away, no, I didn't do this, I never used this, it's a complete lie? To me, it kind of looks like he waited to see what the result was going to be of the investigation, and if he came up smelling of roses, then he would go rub it in Holtz's face, and if he didn't come up smelling roses, then we just wouldn't hear from him. Now, who knows? I don't know what's in his head, but that's a little suspicious to me that he knows about this and says nothing for 2 weeks. Like, why would you not just come right out and say, Holtz is full of crap, I never used this? So if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, if I had to guess, I would say that he probably did use GTO Wizard and just covered his tracks well. And this is the problem with those types of software being out there. I think the fair play check seems like a good idea on its face, but there's too many ways that it's not going to work the way it's expected to catch people. Even if there are some dummies who are not aware of the fair play check and using it and getting caught. I have an update for you regarding the Las Vegas police officer who robbed the Rio in 2022. Remember that guy? Remember the one who was caught robbing the Rio, and then it turned out that he had robbed other casinos in Vegas? This is actually a police officer who did this. Remember that guy? This is early 2022, I think February. So Caleb Rogers, who Brandon would call Caleb Rogers, was the one who was accused of robbing the Rio and other casinos in late 2021 and early 2022. He got caught when he was robbing the Rio in February 2022 after he had a brief struggle with security officers and actually brandished a gun. However, one of the heroic guards there who stopped him was so shaken by this, he actually left the job shortly afterwards and moved to an entirely new line of work. He didn't want to continue in casino security after tackling a cop with a gun who he didn't know was a cop at the time. Caleb Rogers admitted that he robbed the Rio and 2 other casinos during that spree. He said in court, "I do understand my mistakes, and I pray for a chance at redemption." He said the effect that this has had on my family and everyone is all he thinks about when he's in jail. He said he did this due to a gambling addiction and financial troubles. So how much time did he end up getting for doing this? He ended up getting 12 years. They were coming down especially harsh on him because he was a Las Vegas Metro police officer at the time. He was technically a patrol officer. In addition to the Rio, he also robbed the Aliante Casino Hotel Spa in January and was suspected of robbing one other casino as well. He had his brother helping him out, but his brother ended up testifying against him under immunity from prosecution. The brother testified that they actually rehearsed for this robbery and that they scoped out the property and used code words in an encrypted messaging app to communicate their plans. After one of the robberies, they went to their shared apartment and spread out the proceeds of it on the dining room table. Prosecutors portrayed Rogers as a gambling addict who got increasingly desperate as he got more and more into debt. The robberies occurred between November 2021 and February 2022. He had $79,000 in the bag that he filled at the Rio, and he shoved a cashier in her 60s out of the way as he was running and threatened to use a gun as he was putting the money in the bag. And when he was tackled, he ended up trying to go for the gun, but no shots were fired. There was a mandatory 7 years that was added to his sentence due to the fact that he brandished a gun. This is considered a sentencing enhancement for these 3 robberies. He's going to appeal the sentence, and while he obviously admitted to the Rio robbery, he did not admit to the other 2, and claims that the evidence linking him to the other 2 robberies is weak. He could have been sentenced to 22 years. That was the maximum sentence, but he did not get that. The judge said that he served the community well for a time, but his demons got the better of him. But I guess his community service as a police officer before that and other positive things he did in the community, such as helping homeless people, avoided him getting the maximum sentence. Now, what I'm not sure about here is whether he got 5 plus 7 or if he got 12 plus 7. I'm guessing it was probably 5 plus 7. Rogers was also ordered to pay $85,000 restitution to the casinos, and he was convicted for all 3 robberies. The third one was at the Red Rock. That was actually the very first of the robberies. The first was the Red Rock, then the Aliante, then the Rio. So they take these pretty seriously in Vegas, especially if you're a police officer who's supposed to be protecting the community and you end up robbing it. I don't think he's going to win the appeal. This seems just going through the motions to try to appeal something here, just claiming the evidence that the other 2 robberies were him was weak. I don't think that's going to fly. Finally, a gambler claims that the MGM spiked his drink in Las Vegas, causing him to lose $3.5 million in the game of blackjack, and he's suing the casino. So Orange County, California real estate developer and even former sports agent named Dwight Manley is suing MGM Resorts. He claims that he received a spiked drink with ketamine while he was playing high-limit blackjack in December 2020 at the MGM Grand. He actually filed a $75 million lawsuit and is offering a $500,000 reward to locate the individual who spiked his drink. Manley is 57 years old and was a regular at the MGM Grand. He claimed he gambled at the property from 1990 to 2021. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I believe that 1993 was the opening year for MGM Grand, but let's put that aside. He said he received VIP treatment because of his high roller status, including private jet travel, free premium lodging, and more. And he said that on that particular trip that he planned to play in a poker tournament, I don't know which one, and to gamble, and that he arrived to play blackjack at the MGM Grand. He ordered a drink, and then when he first tasted the drink, it was bitter, but he kept drinking it. He ordered what's called an old-fashioned cocktail, and it was from the bar in the high-limit gaming salon. He claimed after consuming the drink that he became disoriented and broke an ashtray and cut his hand, and that he was so out of it he didn't even notice the blood or feel any pain from that cut. He says at that point he was moved to a different blackjack table to continue playing. Now, maybe they moved him because it made a mess and they had to clean it between the blood and the broken glass and all that. So he said that after he got moved, his play was very erratic, that somehow he was still able to sign markers for $3.5 million total, and that he chunked it all off. Then he left and tried to go to the Venetian, and he could barely stand, to where he kept falling and couldn't even walk himself over there. He said that after going back to his villa, he collapsed in bed and was groggy and nauseous. When he got back to California, he underwent a drug test and tested positive for ketamine. And he claimed that he had never ingested ketamine, and that obviously this was in his drink. He said the MGM failed to act responsibly when its casino host noticed that he was behaving erratically and that he was bleeding on the table without even realizing it. So he's saying that the host should have had the MGM stop dealing to him instead of letting him play. As a side matter here, he did not pay the entire marker of the $3.5 million. He paid most of it, but still owes $440,000 and is refusing to pay. He feels this is the MGM's fault that he lost the $3.5 million in the first place. So the casino lawyers are both trying to collect the $440,000 they say he still owes, and they're also trying to get this claim dismissed. So the question here is, number one, was he really drugged? Number two, who did it? If he was drugged, was it by the casino? Was it by just a rogue employee trying to mess with him? Was it done to make him play blackjack worse? Was it maybe even the host doing it, hoping to get a good commission from his losses? Was it possible that he really just did ketamine and doesn't want to admit it and is trying to use this as a way to get out of his losses because he lost so badly that night, maybe feels stupid? Is it possible that he even forgot that he took the ketamine? Maybe he took it and forgot that he did it. Maybe he wasn't used to it and someone gave it to him earlier and he forgot that, all he remembered was taking that drink. And if he can't prove that the casino gave it to him intentionally, or even that it was in that particular drink, all he could show is he tested positive for ketamine, but that doesn't mean it was in that particular drink. If he can't prove the casino did it, do they have any responsibility? For example, if another player dropped the ketamine in there to mess with him, is that the casino's responsibility? So I don't think this lawsuit is really going to go anywhere. And there's gamblers all the time who try to sue the casino because they regret their losses and come up with an excuse as to why they shouldn't have been playing. I will note that this is during the COVID era. This is when the casinos were pretty empty and there were all kinds of strict requirements as far as masking and distancing and all that. So there just wasn't a lot of activity then, and Vegas was a very strange place at that point. There was a lot of crime and the bad element of people hanging out, and even the nice casinos, and starting fights and pulling knives on each other. It was a really weird year, 2020, in Vegas, even when they reopened the casinos in June of that year. Now, I don't think that would have anything to do with spiking his drink, but I will say the casinos really struggled that year. And by extension, people like the hosts who may be getting paid on commission for how much this guy bets, maybe the host could have done this to loosen him up. You never know. So it's possible he really was drugged. It's also possible that he's just a sore loser or just doesn't remember exactly what happened and assumed it had to be the casino that did it. He could have even had his drink spiked before by somebody else and just felt it then. Also, he could have intentionally taken ketamine and then gone and had himself tested in California to set up this whole thing after he felt that he got ripped off in some way. Maybe he did feel weird and lost $3.5 million and then said, oh shit, they must have spiked my drink, but it's too late now. Let me go take some ketamine so I can, just say it was that, and I'm just doing that because I know they spiked my drink anyway. I just can't prove it, so this will be my way of proving it, even though I'm taking it intentionally right now. It could be something like that. But I don't see this going anywhere. There's too much he has to prove that he can't prove. Just showing he tested positive for ketamine doesn't mean much. Now, maybe he can really try to claim that he was very disoriented, and for whatever reason he was disoriented, it doesn't matter, they shouldn't have let him play. But I guess it's a matter of how disoriented he was. I don't think it's going to win, though. Well, thank you for listening to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. See, I got through it. I got some texts here I'll read. From the 585, this is someone criticizing Blank Check Ben. Everything Ben says, writes, is extremely manipulated. Let me start that again. Everything Ben says or writes is extremely manipulative. Wouldn't be surprised if Ben has something to do with Wesley's scams. So this is someone who thinks that maybe Ben was in on it. I don't think that part, because they didn't like each other. But who knows? Ben could be covering his own ass at this point for his part in this whole thing regarding this whole exposure of Wesley that he didn't expect to be exposed for helping. I admit the whole thing's a very bizarre story. From the 507, referring to the drugging at MGM story I just told, is the casino going to drug him? I'm pretty sure they would use a Xanax or other benzo. That is, he's saying that ketamine is not the best choice here. They should have used something like Xanax. Then he said this is a good theory, though, that he took it after the fact. Ketamine is kind of a weird thing to use to drug him, though I guess someone who's not used to ketamine could really be out of it went on that. And they want the guy kind of in a state where he's able to physically play, but make bad decisions. So maybe that wouldn't be a bad choice. I don't know. I've never taken ketamine. I'm just going by what I heard. Well, that's it. I did get through all the topics this week, and I'll announce sometime not too long from now when our next show will be. So good morning and shalom.